Oh, rickety
seemed in
right.
relatively good spirits for the most part, in kind of understanding that they still had some things to fix.
Yep. Love to see that high spirits as well, and just seeing any sort of improvement. That will be the biggest thing that I'm looking for in today's series. I mean, it definitely was a difficult group to be going up ahead, but we've got to see some highlights from different players throughout their times going on board, and this is really a chance to make a case that they don't deserve to be in that last place spot.
Pop this out.
Literally the last chance that they have, right, to see what they got. And the map pool for both of them, we've seen again some good moments from both of the teams and some bad moments, but it's it seems like they're still struggling to get used to it, and we have to see in the long run how this is going to play out and how much this experience can help them out.
All right, so we got that going.
A player that I want to highlight from this OR Esports team, although again the scoreline's not the best.
Flashbang.
Nilly AZ, usually, especially in these the few map wins that there are, but in the close maps that we've seen from OR Esports, it's Nilly at the top, kind of now leading from the front because he has taken that IGL role from week 4 to now week 5. So yeah, you definitely have to shout out Nilly, and I'm hoping he has
this real quick.
A chance to really highlight here at this point the schedule that both these teams have had to go through to get to this point and how they've been able to fare up. Dan, you touched on the fact that OR Esports was able to take a couple of rounds, and I think the series they had against this guys was actually quite good overall.
Got that up and going.
Yeah, I think for both of them, and even the first match that they had against M80, everybody was shocked that they actually took a map from them, right? M80, the team that everybody was saying the best, or
I thought OR might have a better chance in the back half of their schedule. They kind of surprised me against DSG that they weren't able to kind of push it over the edge there.
And Dan mentioned it earlier, right?
They did take them to overtime on Pearl.
Same exact teams now that they meet each other in
and then I was kind of surprised at how good or how bad they looked against TSM.
Number 1 and number 2 at the end of it all. They just never really got a chance to piece it together. They're the stealing lunch money team who have to qualify for the open qualifiers, excuse me. They finally make it to the main stages, and then they just immediately get a door slammed in their face for week 1. Then they do it again for week 2. And we know that although we thought the schedule was going to get easier, it doesn't get any easier with PSG. It doesn't get any easier with TSM. So OR Esports, unfortunately, it was feast or famish here in Group B, and they famished.
And they famished along with Mad Lions. And I mean, for Mad Lions, I feel like this is a team that we've gotten to see some good things of.
All right.
Looking at the rounds and they've gotten against a couple of the other teams, they haven't been able to get a second series like OR Esports was able to do. But this Mad Lions squad overall in general, I feel, except for their series against CSG, Dan, that they've been able to keep things at least semi-competitive.
And it's kind of insane, right? With all the teams that they faced, they won. That was the most one-sided to the enemy team. Was actually the match against this guys where they lost 2-2.
Chad, you guys see
everything else has been a little bit closer, even against the guard, even against when they had to face
the news that
where they actually took a map
Twitch's
off
CEO left today.
So it's a lot
kind of crazy.
Back and forth. Where at this point we're just looking for consistency.
Kinda crazy,
today,
man.
Right? That's the one thing that I'm going to be looking out for is how consistent any of these two teams can be to have a conclusive win and in potentially 2-0 fashion.
Looking at this, it's the same teams, of course, but all those 0-2s, I don't really feel like tell the whole story here, Tanner, because going up against the guard, Mad Lions, for a majority of the game, they were only just a round behind. It was once they started getting into that late game, that 8-8, 9-9, where it kind of split off, but they were keeping pace up until then.
Yeah, 100%. And obviously these last 2 matchups being the most difficult against number 1 and number 2, they made changes to the roster. So I think you give a little bit of leeway for that M80 team, or that M80 matchup for Mad Lions, because they just brought Narrate in, and then they come again in week 4, and just like you mentioned, a relatively close affair.
I think both of these teams
playing a new map as well, Lotus, where Narrate got to show us some of the neon. I don't think it was necessarily the best performance, but I think there's a lot of weight on that kid's shoulders. So I'm excited to see this Mad Lions team, not necessarily just today, but as they move forward and look ahead.
I know we asked this yesterday. I don't know if we found out. Do they redraft
just the last couple of weeks?
And that's where we're going to be looking for our head-to-head is actually going to be at Narrate.
Brackets?
Both our duelists on both ends going up against just here. Narrate 2, just having a few weeks going into this. Very different story than Zelders, who we got to see go through those open qualifiers.
And those are the 2 players that you're looking at. If one of the 2 teams are going to get away with the victory, you know a big part of it is going to be either Soldiers or Narrate, depending on what team you're supporting, right? For Narrate, it is exactly what you were saying. Nary just came in to play the matches against the Guard and M80, which is insane because the stats still prove how much he's fighting to get those wins, even against the strongest teams in that group. And for Celdres, it was the opposite, where they got the chance to face those two top teams very, very early on in that week number 1 and 2. And also put
all right, so they do redraft groups.
In the momentum that we expected it would get for the matches after, with this guys, it never really happened.
Yeah, and this right here, outside of the stats, this is Narrate, the player who's first official ever in the Challengers circuit, jet diffed Koala on
so they do
Pearl
redraft groups
against Zeldris, the guy who last
I
week
think both of these
was
teams,
Tarek
if they were
say,
in the
"Oh my
other
goodness,
group,
oh my gracious," right?
would
So
probably
there's
be
just that much storyline
in a
to these
Shopify
players,
like
and the
role though. Like I
potential,
don't think they're 2 and 2. I think they're like
is
1 and 3
there. So
maybe.
these really are two players to take a look at today to be key factors in victory for both of these teams.
I'm excited to see just how they're going to contribute to the team's momentum. If both teams are looking to get that point on the board. Before we hop into our map in our series, though, we had a chance to hear what the players themselves had to say.
Oh man.
Our team's journey toward where we are right now is kind of like unreal almost. Like we put together the team in such a short time before Challengers started, and just to be able to get here was pretty crazy in itself, but we always believed the whole time that we were capable. Feels really good.
I think because we're so young and people may view us as like super inexperienced, I think that helps us kind of
give them like a chip on the shoulder,
like, surprise advantage over other teams that may take us too lightly. And I think with our energetic like vibe that we have in the team, that can definitely like make or break anyone.
I think what makes our team different than the rest is that all 5 of us are like really close friends, and we're able to really call each other out when people are being like kind of like bad teammates and stuff, or making wrong plays. We're not afraid to have like hard discussions on each other. We're always trying to improve, so that's all we care about.
Someone that doesn't get the most recognition, I would probably say Niliaz. He definitely is like, I would say like the dad almost, where he's very calm, very peaceful in the sense of when comms get like very sporadic, he always just like brings everyone together and like calms everyone down and just helps us remember the round ahead of us.
I think Nili is a very smart, methodical player. Mechanically, he's good. He's able to keep up with any of the other Sentinel
players. Do I need to start putting music behind my interviews?
Sure. I think a team out of the remainder that we have to play would definitely have to be Mad Lions, because they were the main competition in the free agency when we're still competing under like lunch money. I'm really curious, since we've always been avoiding each other, I feel like, in either tournaments or scrimmages, but they do look really solid, and I'm really curious on how we would hold up against them.
I think we're prepared. You know, I played Trick and Zextra like back on Bait Academy. Like I played them multiple times. I beat them, they beat me. I think we're ready for their type of play style for sure.
I think after reviewing the matches against Mad Lions, we definitely have a good idea of how they play. They play pretty gimmicky and pretty slow. So as long as, like I said, we play our game and trust ourselves, I think we'll be fine.
I think that's one thing too for OR, right? Because they do play a little bit more like upbeat pace of the game, which I think takes longer to define. So hopefully they keep the squad together.
It's just gonna be Trick.
I think if they can keep the squad together, let them continue to like work on this like gameplay and get that chemistry. I think as a unit, they're pretty strong. Even though their like record might not show it.
Match like the craziness that a team like Mad Lions can bring, and yeah, we'll let them go loose. Yeah, definitely. Celdres can, I think, is better than all 5 of those players mechanically. So.
All right, I'm gonna be right back, chat. I'm gonna go refill my water.
Just look out for us. You know, we're down, but we're not out. We still have we haven't lost any confidence in our ability. We just need more preparation, and then we'll come out guns blazing for sure.
Well, it's time to see if they can indeed come out guns blazing. But like you said, Tanner, really high spirits coming from the squad themselves, considering the position that they're in. So love to see that going towards the end of the split. But I wonder if that's going to carry through with our maps for our 2 teams here. And I think this is a pretty interesting map pool overall that we got between these players, and kind of where we're looking at heading into today. To start things off, we got Pearl followed up by Lotus.
Yeah, it's as interesting, I think, as the maps could get. Obviously, Split is quote-unquote new to the map pool, so it'd be nice to see that one, but we've seen Split a million times. What this map pool tells me right off the bat, though, is we're going to 3. I think OR obviously go to Pearl. This is their strongest map. It's the map that they got to win over M80. And then Lotus, Mad Lions picked this one. It's kind of unknown still. I think even still after the loss to the Guard, it's still relatively unknown for Mad Lions, but they did show some type of comfortability on it against one of, well, I guess almost through wins, the strongest team in the Guard, who took down M80 just earlier yesterday. So the first two basically say that we are guaranteed fracture, so I'm excited for that map 3.
Yeah, Lotus, I mean, considering what we've seen from Mad Lions on it, this has been a auto ban for OR going up to this point. So the fact they let it through, I think, is fun for sure. But are we in agreement that this is just straight up, Dan, going to be a 3-map?
Honestly, I don't know. I know Tanner's saying that Pearl is going to go the way of OR, but also, yeah, they won against M80, but then they lost the same map against the Guard and this guy. So there's an argument to be made that the strongest map that looked like at the beginning of the season in the Split is not really the strongest map anymore, because also people are starting to figure out how to play against OR especially, and I think it really shows in the results. It could be potentially a 2-0, and I do strongly believe in Mad Lions and how much they've been changing recently.
Yeah, and I want to talk about another head-to-head in, I guess it's still mentioning Narrate, who has been a really strong focal point for this Mad Lions team in the last couple of weeks. And then highlight Nilly again. I think the best way to shut down an aggressive duelist player, whether that be the Jet or the Neon, because Narrate's shown us both. We've seen both on Pearl. There's a world where Mad Lions mix it up and put Narrate on that Neon here. I think Nilly is going to be the answer to that. I think Nilly very proficient on this map. The Killjoy is so important on Pearl in being able to lock down either the B site or essentially solo anchor. And you heard it in that video that there is so much faith in Nilly to not only be calm, cool, and collected. Then when you look at the stats,
all right, my bad, Chad. I had to get a little man.
It'll definitely be really fun
a little bit more
to see
food.
How that
I just thought I had heard that we were getting massive. I hear
Before
Lotus
we
and
wait to
Pearl.
head into our agent select in the game, so we're gonna take a short break. But
all right,
after
never mind.
that,
I'm gonna be right back. I'll
we'll
be back by the time.
with our first map.
Yo, check it out. Want to know if the price of those Wave Runners is too good to be true? Or if I Wear My Kicks 49 is truly selling dead stocks? Or if that Jordan 1 Royal Box is original? eBay checks. See that little blue check mark? Behind it is a team of independent authenticators who check. And we mean everything. Every tongue, check. Every toe box, check. Every corner of every box, check, 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 check. Every logo, every label, every lace loop. Yeah, it's checked. The luster of the leather, the topography on the tags, to the straightness of the stitching on the sole. Everything you can see, and even some things you can't.
Really?
Then they tag them, log them in the system, box them up, and ship them out, with no cost for the buyer or seller. eBay checks, so the moment you open that box is as real gets.
Oh, riggedy right. All right. Oh, I forgot to post in Discord we were live. I'm an asshole. All right. Week 5. I don't know, man. I hope his first series is good, bro. I hope it's not like what we should expect from a battle of two teams without wins. You know what I mean? All right, here we go.
Players are in the lobby, and the agents are being selected as we get ready to jump into our first map here between OR Esports and Mad Lions. I am still Tanner Metro. I'm still joined by Dryad. And Dryad, both of these teams have been doing their best mother hen, mother goose impression, holding on to the goose egg for as long as possible. And for one of these teams, that goose egg is about to hatch.
Why am I dropping frames like a motherfucker?
Well, I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say anything about that anymore. But look at the composition that we have on the side of Mad Lions. It's
Chat,
actually a
I am sorry. Y'all are
Pearl,
noticing
and it's going to be
any drop frames. We seem to be fine
I'm so
now.
curious about this, and I think one of the main topic of conversation that we had, right, was narrate against Soldiers and how the match.
But I'm not sure what caused it. But
you maybe not have as much support for this jet to be able to go in, but there is a good opportunity actually with the harbor utility just to fight a little bit more for that position and make narrate's life a little easier.
Yeah, really being able to dissect the map the way that you want it to be with that, not only that Viper wall and the toxic screen, but having that high tide as well. There are going to be a lot of options, and it's nice to see it
love the
very experienced, a very seasoned player.
I love the harbor pick on this map. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a big fan of harbor and kind of how he plays out on a couple maps.
To see it piloted here in Challengers as Mad Lions start on the defense. OR Esports.
I wonder how much harbor we'll see
here in map 1 of Pearl.
And also how much
it's gonna be Mad Lions actually starting on this.
We'll see the new
and yeah, just the
guy
main
Gecko.
Thing
Is that right?
Keeping an eye on
I think it's the name.
Players, especially
heading into VCT.
Really good performances, some a little bit more shaky performances, and that is when you're gonna be relying more on the other side, right? On Jonah 6 and the way that Breach is able to give that support, the double initiator composition that they like to play.
And I like this early from OR Esports. Mid control, seemingly the name of the game. It's very important to have this for, well, the entirety of the game. And Zeldris just dashes right past the utility out towards mid. The link up as they crunch through Art, unfortunately.
Everyone's mobbing up here around Art into A.
There's 3 defenders here, and they're about to be crunched themselves. Unless Pure VNS can finally make a play.
Nice.
Zeldris dashes on. He'll find the first. It's Zex to fall.
Ooh.
One up is Trick.
That was good by Trick to expect the...
Aftershock now in hand. Trick gonna find another. Drone still holds it down backside. A couple of flashes later as Jonah 6 gonna try and fight his way on out. Nilly. The last one standing here as a swarm grenade goes through. It's 73 HP, and it's a dream for a great start here on Pearl. Both of these teams wanting to secure the pistol. Drone to hop onto the spike. Comes through from Ainge, and the round goes the way of Matt.
This always is going to make it even harder. So first round here, going for the side of Mad Lions. And composition as well, like we talked about, with this Harbor that we haven't really seen as much overall. I think in Valorant in general, we've seen that Harbor coming through for some maps. We've seen it on Icebox a couple times. We've even seen it on Haven. But Pearl is not one of those maps where everybody feels
we were seeing it more on Breeze, right? But obviously Breeze is no longer
specific to what the teams
in rotation.
Like. So I'm curious to see how much value can Mad Lions get out of this?
I do feel like, though, again, I think
the defensive hold, it was really the positioning from Trick that really
we'll probably see a little
opened
bit
things
more
up
of
for
it.
Mad Lions. Once more, we get that one way. Zeldris on the same dash, and this time he collects a kill. Takes quick work, or takes care of the alarm bot. And with that OR Esports back away, look to play numbers here. A very slow approach after a strong start.
And I remember that match that he had against M80. There was a lot of these pushes that were getting shot down for OR once they were trying to push art. And that is how you shot down soldiers, right? The one player you're keeping your eyes on, and already the members of Mad Lions going down, Spike's gonna get planted.
Yeah, so far so good, right? For OR Esports, you get that plant, you find a couple of kills, you're doing good damage, you got yourself some extra credits. Unfortunately,
It's all going to be left to Jonah here. Fault line comes out.
The fault line goes down. Narrate should be able to hold the angle, and that he does. So that second round will go the way of the Lions, but good damage dealt from OR Esports.
And like we talked about at the beginning, right? You have so many ways to dissect those sites and make it a little bit easier for you, especially for those retakes. And now 2 times in a row, with the potential of seeing it over and over again for Mad Lions. Them feeling comfortable, especially with that killjoy, leaving the site for a little bit and playing around it, just to go for that retake with that Harbor and that Viper. So there's a lot of strong options here, especially because how many people are going to be expecting this Mad Lions composition?
I thought I posted this. I'm an idiot.
Yeah, definitely an interesting one. Whereas OR Esports, they've kind of flirted with the idea of playing a few different compositions. It's typically either Zeldris on the Raze or, you know, the last few weeks, Zeldris on this Jet. And coming into the Challenger circuit, just in general, Zeldris was the highest rated Raze player. So, you know, showing that flexibility on other duelists, I think, means a lot to this young player. The drone is out, and unfortunately, Lear won't get much more information with that, courtesy of the snake bite.
Ooh, Mad's looking to push. No, they're not going to push through door.
Bring that Jet to
I thought they were going to try and push up through door.
It feels like Narrate has already proven that when he was going against M80, when he was going against the guard, and even overall, from what we know from this player, he's already proven how good he is at this Jet. I think Zeldris has been relatively inconsistent. So if there's a match to prove it, is this last opportunity that he got against the side of Mad Lions.
I think that's a great point. Unproven, maybe, here on the Jet. This drone gonna toss out the Reckoning. Good flashes, and Zexro allowed to survive for a moment longer. Now stunned up and just about taken down is Zeldris, but instead it's Jonah to fall, and Zeldris still allowed to spread his wings and fly. 2 kills on the round. His drone gonna grab the high ground. Zeldris is still undetected some way, somehow. Almost finds a 4th. As Narrate looks to clean up. Unfortunately, cannot, and OR Esports are finally on the board.
A bit of that.
Everything manages to go as planned.
Kept 3 rifles up, too.
We question a little bit about Zeldris, and he had
Gotta try and duplicate that here. Because, of course, they'll be able to full invest on the opposite side.
To get those kills as well, 1 by 1. So we need to see more of this OR side, more of this duelist. If OR wants to stand a chance, and you talked about it, right? They have had some close Pearl maps before.
1 ult each.
To get even that win against M80 and making it close
available.
With this guys. This is where you cannot afford to make it close.
Knives come out for OR.
Statement match for Mad Lions and OR.
Yeah, and I think more importantly, this you have to win. This map is a must-win for OR Esports because their Lotus is unknown. We don't know what to expect on that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Zeldris doing it again.
Gets 1.
This time Ainge a bit too far forward. Phantom now in hand, and another player just around the corner. It's Narrate.
Oh.
Jet next up. 1 knife will land. It's a little bit of damage, but he's allowed to escape safely. A 1-for-1 trade thus far. It's one of your controllers down. Viper.
Yeah, you still got 2 pushing up long, though.
Oh! That one is a flash, and just a little too early as Narrate. The timing is off, and the players are starting to drop. Seekers dealt with Trick. Next up inside of Heaven, but the stars go down. The smokes should follow. A difficult situation here for Mad Lions.
Won't be able to prevent.
Remain in their full buy round.
Can they fight back against the numbers is the real question.
Down. Zexro's just behind him, somehow finds a kill. Pure there on the trade, and now it's all up to Zex. The high-low is perfect inside the link.
And really?
And that was all about the timing, right? Like you said, with that flash, with that guiding light coming through for Narrate.
It's 2-2.
It seems like the timing was right for the peak, but the flash just a little too early, and that messes the entire plan that they had, especially when you take down soldiers very early into the fight, shutting down that aggression that he initially was able to bring. So, a good start between both teams, 2-2.
Yeah, a great start for both of these teams. I mean, again, we're early in this one, but the back and forth has been there already. We'll see if it continues. Early dart to reveal a player pushed up aggressively inside a main. Drone playing on the other side of the high tide, so they only spotted one. Trailblazer spots absolutely nothing. And this attacking side, not necessarily forced over towards this B site. Take flight. For now, Mad Lions know.
Honestly, I think it's safe for everybody but Trick to rotate, though, which you can see that they're doing. Actually going back towards that CT spawn.
Nobody up close, and even then, you see just the rotations now coming through after managing to get that information, but everybody pushing forward here, and the guns aren't really there for Mad Lions.
Oh, chat, let me take off my Steam thing.
The key to success was, in fact, not a key. It was 5 knives that, instead of steak knives, they look a bit more like butter knives. But look at this. A lot of util tossed out here just to try and delay a dash forward. Knows that slow doesn't matter. Oh, no, the ghost shots, they land. Zeldris can't reel it in, and the turret's also going to find its way into the kill feed. Eventually, Zexro will go down, so that Killjoy utility is no more. Meanwhile, on the opposite end, Trick about to run into some utility. That of Nilly.
How do I
can't imagine
go
the sheriff
offline?
should get much after that.
There it is.
Yeah, everybody knows where the last player is going to be located. So that means OR are going to be able to take the lead here in that round number 5. And it's looking pretty good, right? I like the variation. I think one of my biggest concerns for this team, especially on the attacking side, is making sure that they're bringing different ideas and implementing different ideas. And it's something that, if you watch the times that they've gotten a chance to play Pearl, they've been developing more and more from going on that first week and playing that raise with an operator and trying to fight for art every single time, all the way to the plans that we get to see, and also trying to read the economy and the style of Mad Lions more. So it is managing at least to work out for now.
Yeah, but when we talk economy for Mad Lions, a bit better in this round, sure, but alt economy kind of out the window. We'll see how aggressively they look to play around any of these alt orbs, and it's not aggressive at all. It's actually passive. So Zex and Drone close to their ultimates, but they're going to look to find them in way of kills and deaths.
And they don't find anybody with that guiding light. So that means that the Sky here for the defense of Trick is going to start making that rotation. And we haven't really seen a lot of back and forth for this attacking side, right? The point and then the early information that they get is going to be where they end up.
Initiated.
Yeah, in this play, when you see that this lockdown is available, there's only a few places that it can be. And like you mentioned, right, guiding light spots, nothing.
Just 4 there.
So you have to assume that the play is headed out towards A, and it's very, very late mid control. So Mad Lions are set up on this side of the map, not worried really about a backstab at all, as finally players start to cut their way through Art. Zeldris to find Drone as he pushes aggressively through the grape. That Nebula down, the spam should follow. It's Lear instead to find the kill. So 2 bodies drop in this rifle round. 3 alive here, Dryden, a 3v5 with an operator. This might be a save angle.
And initially for Mad Lions, it started with everybody playing so far back. They make their rotation in time, but they're still having to play back. They are not able to fight for the side control early on. So yeah, that means backing up, they're going to be saving these guns.
And I love this. My initial thought was, this is a win for Mad Lions because they get another ultimate out in a round that they probably weren't going to invest much more into. I thought a save was imminent, but Pure tosses out his ultimate and makes that decision for Mad Lions. Says, yes, you guys are going to be forced to save here. You have to give up this round, or else you push through the giant purple wall, and that's not a Galaxy brain play. Neither is that.
Just trying to go for one Marina. It doesn't matter, though, at the end. OR getting to 4, and yeah, like you say, it's the right call, it seems like, because I know you were talking about it a little bit more of how that momentum goes for any of the 2 teams, and especially for this match, right? It matters the most. So so you want to shut it down, you want to be able to keep that operator, though. On the other side, it puts so much pressure for Narrate and Trick to be playing together and being the right place, right time, where you know most of the time the operator on the defense is going to be on the B side. So it becomes a little bit more easier for OR to predict this. And then it falls down into how much pressure that Harbor on A side is able to hold.
It's another lean out towards A. This time, Lear really mixing up the timings on this recon bolt. Not going to give it right away. Unfortunately, it shouldn't reveal too much. We saw Drone just back away from it in the last round, and it's going to be Nilly. Tip of the spear here. All 5 players, mind you, for OR Esports here in A main.
It's been the same for a couple rounds now, where you have the Astra be very, very early on, but then regroups, and especially when you have a Rolling Thunder, you want to have everybody together here.
And a lot of paranoia created by that high tide. Could be somebody tucked inside the corner. Rolling Thunder goes through. Everybody backs away from it, and Drone still manages to find one. Stunned, flash, it doesn't matter. Still grabs his first. Now we go back and forth, but it's Mad Lions out on top. They're starting to claw through this OR Esports attack. The Reckoning keeps the 2 players inside A main at bay for now. Left. Spike still in hand, but a player down or OR Esports.
It's a good answer, though, right away for the defense of Mad Lions, going for that Reckoning and pushing that aggression back a little bit more, though. Goes for the peak. Doesn't really work out, and the operator as well.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh, okay. Rights his wrongs there, no problems. They're going to tap onto the spike, try to return the spray, but it does not work, and Mad Lions have finally done it again. They figure out a rifle round, and they bring us within
All right,
one.
we found a chat.
And that's the kind of delay that you want to see. Do you give enough time for Narrate to make that rotation from B side to A? But the Reckoning, I mean, it's gone. And then those ultimates that are able to delay are not there anymore. Now you're relying a little bit more on that lockdown on the defensive side, and every single time we've seen that Killjoy there. So I want to see how OR are able to read this play.
Yeah, I think you're looking at retake being name of the game for Mad Lions instead of that aggressive defense like we saw in the last round, because as you mentioned, that lockdown, really one of the only tools, Toxic, or the Viper's Pit, excuse me, going to be used out towards A. And I mean, this once more, it kind of makes a decision. I think the problem here for Mad Lions is they have to remain in control of Art.
Going under another surgery. That's fucking tough, bro.
Yeah, because of Viper's Pit, the setup gets to change a little bit more for the defense, but the attacking side as well. For OR did the exact same thing, and Drone is reading into it.
Oh.
Yeah, Drone's first up, a beautiful flash allows for Zeldris to find the
Couldn't
first.
get back, though.
Tries to sneak away. Jonah 6 will cut him down. Meanwhile, Nilly playing the backstab, and things get weird for just a second, but he reels it in and finds a kill. On to Trick, and now it's Zexro and Ainge, the players who mounted their positions out towards the A site to look to try and play retake. In a 2v4 with Stars, heaps of utility available. Ainge now going to be taken down. Nilly make quick work there, make sure of that low in HP, but still finds a third. And OR Esports, they disregard the Viper's Pit, and they find a B site, and they take it.
For Mad Lions, there was also essentially 3 players looking at Link.
So Zexro does have the lockdown available. Trick will have the Seekers available in one charge.
Actually decides to push.
It didn't look like anything was available on OR's side or anything close.
It becomes a little more harder in that position, so couldn't capitalize with as many kills as he wanted to. Lose the lead again, going to another eco for the defense.
And I love that star in B-Link. It's one that we've started to see as the game has progressed, the map of Pearl has progressed. There's just so much paranoia when you put that star down, right? Could be a suck, could be a stun, especially if somebody's playing in that close corner. Could be a recall with Zell just on the other side, especially the way that OR Esports have been playing. That star gets so much value.
And you have to be assuming that it's oftentimes been one of those players trying to push forward. And like you said, not really knowing how that star is going to play out. But even then, it hasn't been spotted so far for OR as they make that rotation, everybody going there, and Trick is going to be the first one to make contact.
Yeah, Trick, no information, just tucks away here. Now he's got a, well, he's got a footstep and 5 players on the other side. A star and an aftershock also tossed out that way, and that Sky has been promptly dealt with. And that was really the only threat, right? A Guardian for Trick. And now that's just sticks and stones for Mad Lions.
Look at this. Mad Lions, everybody now on this B site. Well, OR
It's really opened up A for him here.
Back to A. There's gonna be nobody there. Only one holding mid. That's gonna be the Killjoy. So the play works out as Mad Lions start to realize that it's not gonna end up on this V side.
Really good timing, surprisingly, on the nano swarms. It didn't really matter, but it did stall for just a second. Now that defense.
I mean, I don't think the stall was much of anything though, right?
Out towards B. Lockdown still available. You would really hope that Narrate and Drone could start to put a dent in these attackers turn defenders. And I mean, there's the first start. High Tide goes out, cuts off Arc, cuts off main. Alt line queued up here. Ults, well, no ults available here. So somebody's got to sacrifice their body, put it on the line as the Cove goes out. They'll try and spray on through it. They do so successfully, and everybody always say goodbye to the Mad Lions. Investor flawless in favor of OR Esports. And they grow their lead to 3. It's not looking too bad here for OR. I think they're back to showing us why Pearl was so strong for them. I think they got away from it for a little bit, but now we're starting to see it again.
Yeah,
timeout here. This is their last timeout, or yeah, last round here with good econs. They want to make sure that they don't fumble it. Understandable.
Those results that we expected.
Mid Lions, I see someone in chat say it's funny.
There's a long way to go to be able to close it out and to be able to take that lead the way that OR want to. And even then, though, for that last round, I'm a little surprised with the rotation, the full rotation that Mad Lions took. Yeah, one pick happened. Yeah, that Sky was able to spot everybody for the setup of OR, but looking at the economy the Mad Lions had, it had to be an aggressive push if it was going to be on B side for OR, and that call had to be right away to make that rotation and to keep a couple more of those players into A. It doesn't happen. So
I still think I would like the timeout thing up there at the top permanently. I don't think it takes up too much.
And I think now we'll kind of start to question when you look at that round and you talk or think about the rotations that were available. It's an eco round, so you're kind of expecting somebody somewhere to be playing with somebody else, and in this case it was 4 players. I would love to see Mad Lions maybe do a bit more exploration when there is noise out towards B. Explore this A main position. I don't think we've seen that since round 2.
It's been one round, yeah.
Yeah, it's been mostly rotations through the spawn back towards A or back towards B. So we'll see if they do put on their Explorer's cap, grab their backpack, and start hunting this way. And I mean, it's a Trailblazer here, and they are actually going to put a player behind it. Okay, so they'll put Narrate deposited here in A main, which makes it a whole lot harder for OR Esports.
So now they are going to potentially be pushing in a door, but they got 2 people set up on this hallway.
Then, right, this position, if Narrate is able to stay here, how predictable is it? It's kind of the same as what we saw in the last round for Trick, where that breach utility is going to be able to clear that out a little bit easier if it ends up going to the A side, though it doesn't seem like it. Going a little bit more for that mid control early on and trying to get Link.
I mean, the utility timing has been
Seekers
so
come in.
good for Mad Lions. Now they just need to start winning the fights, and they do so successfully. Zeldris caught out on an island. Mage quickly deals with him.
In the meantime, everybody going to run it down on this B long.
You'd have to figure that
at least to slow it down as everybody else comes through.
They might be should be able to at least get control before the Killjoy, right?
The lockdown's there. 4 seconds.
Or the
Players
lockdown.
are probably going to get detained. It looks like 2.
Brother, not like this.
So 2 detained, 2 to play safety, protect the president here. Oh, president.
Although if they can keep everyone alive, it's not the worst thing.
The site, and just about everybody affected their range. We found the first kill in the round. We'll eventually have to answer to Lear, and just like that, Narrate's back on the board. A collateral shot taking the bodies.
That pretty well tells you how the round's gonna go.
There's no way out for the Astra, and Narrate takes the round, and the win goes to Mad Lions.
And that's so nice. Even if you lose the Viper and the Viper War, you're still gonna have the Harbor to help you out and to position Narrate.
Still have the knives available for you on Narrate too.
Couldn't even really see it, but it was 2 right away coming.
No ults over on OR Esports.
Mad Lions and played around it.
Their
so
econ
well.
gets you what, one
right?
more
The
round?
utility for Mad Lions has been great. Even the ultimates that they're investing into those rounds, giving that space on B, knowing that lockdown is going to be available.
You might be able to get Drone, his ult here, maybe this round?
Yeah, before it was kind of
they're going to try and push up to this
being
ult orb,
to deal with
try and get Drone.
Happening, right? The star at his feet, Zeldris dashing in. It made for a really difficult play. This time, dashing in, and Zeldris once more, but it's out towards A main, and Narrate there to meet him and greet him. An operator to find the first. That
fighting over an old orb over.
Find a kill on Jonah 6, but he's low HP. He might be no HP. No, beautiful on the angle. Is he expecting another one? No, he's
nice,
not.
At least
finally win
get
that
the trade out.
But, I mean, damage dealt. Operator retrieved. And we're even across the board.
Zexro's in a good corner here, though. Down this hallway.
Numbers advantage instead of backing up.
So you should hear them coming, right?
Puts us into a 3v3.
Oh, Nilly reading this like a book, though.
To get the spike planted.
Really well done.
So, it was an aggression that we didn't see too many times before. We saw it not getting any results, and once they get it, it was the time for them to back up, and they played it so well. It was playing around the orb. They almost get stunned and everything.
Oh, drone gets two. Oh, no.
Okay, I mean,
1v1.
Yeah, plenty of time to rotate here, so Nilly has a lot to play with. Nano Swarms also available, so this is still difficult for Drone, but what a turnaround lines up to, knocks him down with one shot of the operator. And guess what? He chooses to hang on to this weapon. Fortunately, he's got a couple still at his feet, so he can look to swap, and he will do just that. Now, unbeknownst, Nilly did not hear that, so Drone does still have to be wary. If somebody's close, he has to be expecting Nilly, his position coming from behind. High tide goes up, and the timing is just
great
perfect.
Timing by Nilly there, actually.
Had the read on the play, took too long to make it back into the spawn, so he expects to play A main, and he wins the fight on the site. The 7-4 scoreline here as we go into the last round of the half. 8-4 still available. The buy looked a little shaky.
And the 2 kills as well with the operator.
The buy's not going to be the best, but
back down to that early aggression that we saw.
They do have.
They get the early pick. They take
the lockdown.
And they still go for
oh shoot! Sorry. On the other side, they do have the knives available. Lockdown available for OR Esports as far as on the push in here.
Is that one more chance? Is that OR?
But yeah, you can see. Narrate obviously just relying on the knives.
Blades for Narrate.
The nerfed stinger down there on Trick.
Last time we saw him, but Narrate has heated up. Since then, a flash from Trick gonna try and slow things down as Age gets spotted backside. One of the players, one of 3, who actually have a rifle in hand. Vulnerable as Zeldris, but it doesn't matter. They needed to find a body shot, but they just could not. Ainge goes down. Narrate
he knows where one is.
Trade it back, and those blades.
They're not gonna be able to get to him though.
Gonna try and play stun. Narrate gonna find another one, and as I said, he's heating up here.
That's a big frag for Narrate.
Of the half, it was with the operator
so then they couldn't take advantage of the other thing.
It's with the knives. The Vandal goes down. It's all up. And to your support players here in Pure BNS and Nilly AZ, they're gonna play a bit wider. The Cosmic Divide is down. Gravity Well comes through. High tide to fall eventually. Cascade goes out, and it's going to buy some more time.
Like
Trick
the perfect angle to not be
Drone just hops onto the spike. He's going to try and stick it all the way through, and he'll do just that. Narrate finds the final kill.
5-7 ain't bad.
Goes away of Mad Lions. 7-5 is where we land as we swap sides.
Okay, managing to actually make it pretty close for Mad Lions.
Yeah,
especially that last
they take that.
Like it was everything for them, and they're able to capitalize. Just in time, though. It feels like throughout round
like
after
you don't
round,
hate 7 and 5, right? Or 7-2-5, sorry.
Like
not 7 and 5.
With this kind of positioning.
Yeah, I don't know if they were expecting. We said right that Zeldris maybe unproven on the jet, although has been playing it recently. I don't know if they were expecting this young kid to be making the plays that he was. This mid control, I think, was so huge. And then even to see aggressive fights out towards A main where Zeldris is just dashing in and taking space. This is a very confident Zeldris. Although the scoreline isn't the best, that confidence still remains.
You want to keep them going a little bit more. One big issue for both of the teams has to be that momentum, so it's got to be massive for the second half.
Oh.
Yeah, this pistol, very important. And Jonah wanted to try and get out and ahead of it. Unfortunately, well, his head is gone. He has been beheaded. Trick going to make sure of that. So flashes down. Mad Lions, 5 players strong. And look at the setup, right? It's not 5 players here on the B side. It's 5 players
spread out
widely across the map. So a late lurk still imminent. Zeldris.
Yeah, but I don't know if I would have sent 2 on the lurk, right?
Won't give himself up that easy. And now finally that lurk starting to get activated. Stuck in the corner is X-Row. He tries to hide, but you can't hide from Niliaz as he pushes his way on through. Finally, Trick has made his way back onto the side. He's found 3 kills on it. And the lurk was there, but the timing was just a little off as Lear closes out the round with the frags. And Niliaz will be allowed to defuse, and 8th picked up for Or.
Trick out of nowhere, right? Trying to answer back for the pistol round, but still doesn't manage to be enough. And OR as well. They get the pistol, and they have so much utility for
I didn't think that was gonna work, I'm not gonna lie.
Fight very early on when you're...
It seemed like it was a little bit delayed, but it ended up coming out.
With the ultimates, with that lockdown, with the Hunter's Fury as well.
My belly!
I mean, the opportunities to isolate here, they're gonna depend more on... I mean, initially, there's force actually coming through for Matt Lyons. I'm a little concerned about it.
Yeah, it doesn't really feel like they have the wiggle room, right, to invest like that. You lose this round, and
especially B long, right? When you have these guns, you don't want to take that risk. You gotta be taking those fights very up close in the Marshall.
All right, so he knows the Jet's already passed. He's got to hope on Nilly to clear, but he doesn't. No, Nilly does.
Until Nilly has something to say about it. Cove is dealt with, and it's Stingers to ring out here on the side.
Does he know that? He feels like he knows that Ange is over there.
I believe Jonah is aware.
Now he knows does know from where that Molly came in from.
That snake bite down and vulnerability, doing the double damage. But for now, Nilly backs away from it. I mean, we're even Steven, so it's not the worst here for Mad Lions.
It's not the worst, but now getting this positioning again after that rotation.
Jonah's in a pretty solid spot here because he's just past where...
With his positioning towards mid. I has to have the right time, but it seems like it could be too late.
Yeah, he was also revealed by the turret moments ago, so they're expecting it.
Yeah.
Lear's holding that angle.
Catch them.
Zexro will be dealt with. Ainge was trying to be the linchpin back sight, thought he went unnoticed, but could only find 1 kill, and while that was happening, the rest of the team died around him. So an awkward situation for Mad Lions. Of course, that doesn't go their way, and like you mentioned, Dryad, that's detrimental in a game that was relatively close. Now we're looking at grounds for a 5-round difference.
Yeah.
And I want to see those Mad Lions composition fighting for this 8.
Like this next round's like their last chance, you know?
When you have the Viper, when you have the Harbor, and the setup, it looks good initially. For that first round in the pistol, it looked pretty good for them on B, but in A, it's a little more harder to force everybody to play back, especially now with the last 4s that we got and a potential momentum for OR.
There are still sheriffs available for Mad Lions. We know that this weapon in the hands of really anybody in challengers can cause problems. Trick is also very close to having those seekers.
There's some pings there. Instead of OR, they absolutely know where this push can be coming from. And everybody's playing so far back. They're giving that early respect even to the sheriffs.
Poison orb emitting.
And nobody's trying to play too close, right? 145 is the number in the heads of OR Esports. If you're going to get shot in the head, you want to still be able to survive that one. And if things go awry...
Ooh, I like Jonah's going to be able to play this.
Where they know that they've got no information out towards mid, so somebody has to hold this angle, and that somebody is Jonah 6. It looks like he was expecting it first. Is he expecting the next? He goes back onto the angle, and he's met by Narrate. Meanwhile, the rest of Mad Lions... I mean, they
probably rotate this to A, right?
This round, you could
they have
call
time?
This a win in itself.
I don't think they have time to get this down. Right?
You get something, but this is.
I don't think they have time.
In some other pro maps, time running out, and you have an initial, the initial picks coming through, and now what?
They get the trade there. Lear finds one. Narrate gonna find another here. It's Zeldris to fall, and now the defenders are left spinning. Here VNS is gonna pick up that kill onto Drone. The weapon's still awkward for Mad Lions, but still doable as Nilly takes a fight. There's the 145 that we were talking about, and Narrate tries his darndest to close out the round in favor of Mad Lions. But all said and done, as that dust settles,
pick up
it
weapons.
goes the way of OR Esports.
We defend this place.
And OR, it seems like in a quick fashion, managed to get to 10 rounds. And again, I said it before, but it just seems like Mad Lions have to be playing OR's game over and over again. on the attacking side, the setup, it looks a little bit different, especially compared to what OR were doing on that side. But even then, it seems like the early aggression doesn't turn, and the early numbers even that Mad Lions is getting, it doesn't turn it into the victories that they want, into those rounds that can give them more and more chances. So this round
kind of bad that I don't remember.
Gonna keep
How do I not remember? I did pick OR, I think, right?
Yeah, this has to be it. Economy in the bin after this one if you're Mad Lions. Even if you lose or win this round, but you're losing players, Mad Lions not going to be in a great spot. I believe that Trailblazer only spotting one.
I had to have picked OR.
Nilly wants to try
if I didn't, I was
smoking.
smoking.
Turret, unfortunately, those shots just go wide. So he went fishing. Nothing to catch out towards Art just yet.
Concealment.
This site hit the crunch. It's happening. Slowly but surely, Mad Lions are working their way up onto this site.
Now everyone as far as on OR, though, they're going to set up for this retake.
Actually keeping this defense at bay. An aftershock comes through. The defense, they're chipped away at. Now they're starting to fall.
Good trade, at least.
Gets traded out. Purvian S going to find himself an upgrade. Unsuspecting. The player inside the cubby here.
Oh, you should expect the cubby, right?
Towards our finalist playing the cubby. It's Zex Rowe. He'll answer for one. But we trade 2v2 here on the
Viper's
site
pit
now.
comes in from Mange.
The Viper's pit goes down and the spike is just on the outside. Drone has the most important position on the round, and he makes good on it. Takes down Jonah 6. Lear not afraid to actually hop out of that drone. He gets absolutely no information as that spam comes through. Lear might just look to stick this one. Somebody from Mad Lions has to peek it. Somebody has to
I'm about to say, someone needs to look.
Drone finally will stop Lear in a 6th round picked up.
I'm kind of surprised the Viper went a little bit closer, chat. Like, come on.
Way too close. But it doesn't matter. Mad Lions, they managed to make it with the last 2 players alive. Now, I mean, the Viper's pit, it just seems like a desperation to be able to get that round. And it managed to work out at the end, but it's just one of those tools that you're not going to have anymore, that you would like to fight for a little bit more control early on, especially when everybody is staying alive for this attacking side. Still forces OR into an eco. They've been reinvesting after winning all those rounds, and they need that early aggression towards it.
And Narrate off to a hot start once more. These knives really starting to heat up.
They didn't need to lose the one they did, but it's fine.
Cut through paper this time, melting through the players of OR Esports, and as you mentioned, just no weapons to be able to deal with that. We're also seeing this harbor utility from Drone. It's been so good.
Yeah.
Any smoker on this map, any controller on this map.
Bro, he just barely saw the barrel of his weapon.
Okay. But any controller, you struggle with this, right? You put 2 stars down, something goes unsmoked. But you're seeing the strength in that high tide to be able to cut off all 3 angles on this A site and make it so undesirable to want to push through, to be slowed and not know what you're expecting.
All right, could be a big round here for Mad Lions if you happen to be able to get the reset. You'll see Mad Lions does have 2 ults available, but OR's got 3 available on their side, so a little bit of give and take.
For those pushes, and it's playing out so well. I like how they try to match the aggression, make this round a little bit faster, try to catch the other side off guard. But I mean, there's a good chance here for Mad Lions operator now in the hands of Trick.
Couple light shields on the side of OR, but nothing like too crazy.
The Opping Sky, the fabled,
you know,
Opping Sky. Yeah.
Just another day.
Just another day. Look at this. So look at the difference in the defense from OR Esports, right? They have this Nilly set up out towards B, a lot of information in way of the alarm bot and the turret, and then they post up Zeldris inside A main, deep inside A main. So if there is a late rotation, because Nilly's here on this site,
yeah, but they've got plenty to be able to help.
Easy rotation.
Just a really good setup here, especially with the way the Zeldris has been playing. Relatively safe as well for this hits 1 and the dash away that you can expect, though. It doesn't really seem like that's how this round at least.
You hate when the op doesn't really get much value as far as it on Zeldris here, but
things down at least just for a little bit for Mad Lions.
What you gonna do, you know?
They're comfortable waiting for this time. This is usually how they play, very slow.
And Zexro tethered to this side of the map to make sure that utility stays up. He finds some damage onto Lear. Will eventually able to close out that kill. Trick, however, some way somehow finds the kill. He's flashed up. But he still gets one. That's Jonah 6 to go down. Drone
that helps
toss
the
out
teammates to make sure to keep him alive.
Behind it. In this B site, it's been taken. And this defense has just been absolutely devoured here by the Lions.
Yeah, keeping everybody alive. Soldiers and pure VNS, and the wrong timing to get anything done. We'll be playing it back for this one. And that is one of the things that we actually heard in the interview for OR. They said they feel, and they've watched Matt Lyons, they know they play very slow, so they feel like the matchup was going to be good. And they could play around that speed and play around those timings. But right now, you can definitely see them struggling with the slow attacking rounds for Matt Lyons, which seem to be working out so well.
Pulling them in.
And that's like the other bad thing about when you're, again, when your op isn't on the side that we're actions in on. Kind of lucky no one tried to run him down. I would have tried to run him down personally.
Around it looks like Lear should be able to find a weapon. And yeah, so it's not just struggling to find your economy and how the economy is going to work in this next round. They're actually going to take that time out and try and figure out what's going on here. And as we swap sides, I mean, the coin is completely flipped. The speed from Zeldris has been sapped now that he's on the defense. And it's been Narrate, right, who has Space Jam Zeldris. He's a Monstar now. He has all that power, and he's really making the best of it.
The head-to-head that we looked at the beginning, this is kind of what I was expecting, right? Those attacking rounds were are more than able to get that value. If not, it just depends on them being in the right place, right time. And for a lot of scenarios, it just doesn't work out, and you're relying more on the rest of your teammates, especially towards that A side, to be able to hold it down. And for this defense as well, for OR, it's not like they have.
Well, I can tell you what is going on. Is OR's got the 3 ults available there to only Mad Lions 1, but OR doesn't have much available to them. Their econ sucks as they just got broke last round.
The last round on the B side, and just all the right reads for Mad Lions.
Yeah, you have to give a shout. That's actually where I was headed next, right? The read from Mad Lions, excuse me, that if Nilly is playing out towards this B site, I mean, there's like a really goofy setup to hold Art, and Mad Lions are exploiting that. They're punishing that, and they're putting bodies that way.
It was 10-5.
Because they know that it's just going to be somebody passively jiggle peeking, and not just,
right, bro? Like, dude, I didn't even watch any games today.
Setup. So as we jump into this next round, Op and Vandal still in hand, Zeldris and Pure VNS. The rest of the team, they just buy for that next round. And what this tells me is when you look at Zeldris' credits, his economy, probably buying something for the team, if Zeldris doesn't get activated in this round, he's got to save again.
It could be difficult here. A little bit of reposition as well for this attacking side of Matt Lions, trying to take that mid control. And the only one holding up closed is Nilly. He doesn't know yet.
Beautiful pop flash, and Trick now knows that somebody was playing close. Nilly was hoping to maybe get somebody vulnerable with that alarm button. Look at
Remind me, you went to Arizona State, not Arizona, right?
All used to try and stop this push.
So I saw Arizona State won on a buzzer beater last night.
Mad Lions gonna take full control of this one, but look at that spike dryad. It's not headed that way.
Left.
And it's so different. OR, they never know what to expect. Is the rotations that reposition over and over again for Matt Lions. As they go back to his B side, the lockdown is going to be available for them, and as well, Operator in the house of Sextro. The time running out again.
Yeah, no time available as Narrate here on the back lines. Is going to get sniffed out, taken down. Hunter Sherry now queued up. Jonah 6 will be taken down, not before finding that kill, and that's going to be it.
What is happening?
Jonah 6 sacrificed his life to find the planter, and he dies for it, sure, but the round goes away of OR Esports. A huge round.
The big round. Yeah, did you see that?
Yeah, so back and forth.
Did you see that they won on a buzzer beater from like three-quarter court yesterday? Last night?
To get a kill, but
in the playing games.
Going for that sacrifice and getting to 11, that's all they need.
There it is, Mad Lions calling the timeout.
Mad Lions were not expecting it at all. There was some delay with the Killjoy utility. Once again, we're going for that slow push and that late entry into B side to just play to OR's strength as Mad Lions they take a timeout.
Yeah, a timeout here, and when you look back at that previous play, they were just a second desync. Now, they had no time to work with, so obviously the clock being a factor, but Trick, I believe it was Trick and Narrate, who were creating space out towards the A site, and the defense was starting to move. Nilly had just left this B-Link area, kind of getting out of range of the Killjoy utility, And it was Lear and Jonah who were still hanging out on the B site. And before they could rotate, Drone used a cascade out towards B long. They heard the footsteps, and you give Mad Lions 10 more seconds on that round to play slow out towards B, to play that contact and not be heard or spotted, and maybe things do go their way. So we'll see if this timeout is what they need in way of trying to figure out that timing. If they are going to look to sell another fake, they have a lockdown to do it.
It becomes an interesting buy if Mad Lions loses this round, though.
And this is really the first round where we get to see that response for OR and the things that they talked about in the interview, expecting that slow play from Mad Lions and actually being able to get value out of it and get capitalized from that page.
Saved on the off. Ooh.
Oh man, things get a little bit weird. They did not spot Ainge as he crossed on over. It doesn't matter though. Just could not find the bullets on
Everyone
target.
was able to slide in the back door though. Giggity.
Well, look at the rest of the attack, right? They're deep inside the spawn. You wouldn't expect them to be attackers. You would think defenders.
Oh yeah, they're screwed.
Backed up by the Rolling Thunder. Now starting to be taken down are the Mad Lions in this one.
They are screwed.
Going in flawless fashion as Narrate has 5 defenders now to worry about. A spike that is not in his possession. And there is no escape. He has to fight his way forward and find the kill onto Pure to try and get out of the situation, or fight backwards into 4. I mean, OR Esports, are they... Lions are afraid of hyenas, right? Are OR Esports hyenas? They're traveling in packs right here. They spot one lion out and...
Is that actually true? Because I've only seen it on the Lion King.
All I'm saying is this is some Nat Geo stuff that OR Esports did for that investor flawless.
And they get to 12 for
I like the thought process, but I don't think that's actually a thing, right?
And it's perfect because it manages to catch Mad Lions completely unexpected for this aggression. It's something that OR never did before in the side. We saw towards A, though the early rounds never really pushed for that A side for Mad Lions. So it works out in a big round for Mad Lions and puts OR in a really good position to close it out.
The buy is there for Mad Lions.
I want to play aggressive again.
Lockdowns here, and yeah, aggression out. Zeldris playing on the other side of the Poison Cloud. Has a shorty out. Unfortunately, not the weapon you wanted at that range. Jonah 6 still somehow goes unanswered here. They didn't know that he was this close when he sprayed through the Poison Orb. So he'll be allowed to find another kill on the round. Fortunately, for Mad Lions, they do more damage than was dealt to them. So they'll have that spike planted and only have 2 defenders to worry about as Nilly works his way around the world, try and link up Pure VNS. Meanwhile, I mean, 10 seconds shipped off the clock. A round surely secured by using this lockdown. But
yo, Moon, are you watching, you gonna be watching Game Changers?
On the front foot by 1 player.
Scout destroyed.
They're still trying to commit to it. The flash is good, though. But...
Well, no way!
Nilly, what?
I completely wrote the round off. 3 players still alive for Mad Lions. And Nilly is not having any of it. We went from Nat Geo to Nilly AZ going crazy for the OR Esports win here on Pearl.
And it seems like there was no time. The flash was good, but it only connected to 1 player. And Nilly just capitalizes from it perfectly.
Do we finally have schedules up for Americas and everything? We do.
We're gonna see a little bit more of this map, but there's no chance. OR, they wanted to close it out right there.
We do.
Wow. I mean, just how devastating for Mad Lions. Another round to be picked up, and we're watching through these highlights. I'm ready to just to see that play there at the end again. Nilly AZ closing out the game like that, but also had such a standout performance. Really lived up to the hype that Nilly was given from this OR Esports squad, right? The players themselves recognizing, hey, Nilly does a lot for this team, and Pearl was the map they needed to win. Nilly did a really good job of making sure that that happened.
And with the time running out, with everything against him as well, in a 1v3, he just manages it perfectly. It is insane to see a map like that one being closed out. And one of the things that we've been keeping an eye on, especially for Pearl, it had to be those Sentinels and the way those judges were working together. And it just matched so well. A lockdown match perfectly as well by Nilly with a 3K to close it out.
And that's got to feel good. Again, momentum is the name of the game here for Valorant, and there's a lot of that in favor of OR Esports as Pearl is behind us, Lotus now ahead of us. But all of that comes right after this short break.
How have either of these teams done on Lotus? Do we know?
Favorite player a question after their match? Forget their in-game settings?
No.
The fan zone encompasses fan banners, a player settings channel, and a lot more.
I do have to go in there and change my banner though.
Fellow fans,
I gotta get into Discord.
Favorite team. Firstly, join the Discord at pks.gg/discord. Select NA Challengers fan zone. Pick your favorite team from the drop-down menu.
NA starts.
Don't forget to show off that banner
on the 31st for
And
VCT.
that's it. You're in. You can now interact
EMEA,
with fellow fans,
I think,
ask
starts
player questions, and rep your team properly.
25th, is that right? Does that sound right? Or is it the Pacific? I don't know. We'll try and watch games where we can over here, chat. Obviously, with doing the English broadcast stuff over with Singularity, that's going to kind of take some priority, but what, the weekend after league starts, so the weekend that NA starts, we have no, like, we don't have any South America for 2 weeks. Week of Easter and the weekend before. There's this weekend for a double session, and then next weekend for a double session, then we're off for 2 weeks. I'm not gonna lie, I would kind of be okay if this first matchup finishes in 2 games. Just because I kind of want to get to the second matchup. Also, I'm still waiting to hear from Stoney to see what time we're doing this thing tomorrow morning for his Community Cup. For some APAC casting for Apex. So they're going to come back. We're going to go over. So OR just won the last map. That's only map number 1. It's a best of 3, Robin. So that we just did Pearl. When they get back, they'll do a quick breakdown on like the main desk. And then we'll go on to map 2, which is going to be Lotus. And Lotus is, I believe Mad Lion's pick, right? Yeah, it's Mad Lion's pick. Yeah, no problem, no problem.
With eBay Refurbished, you have a choice of refurbished qualities to best fit your budget. Certified refurbished items are restored by the
Bro, I feel
manufacturer,
so bad
like
for
new,
not
50%
remembering
off. This drill was barely out of the
if
box.
I picked...
Soon it will be back to working like new. Here's how it works. Every item is carefully inspected. Any imperfections are fixed by the manufacturer or manufacturer-approved vendor. Then it's
OR
tested to
Mad
make
Lions.
sure
I'm like
it's
98%
Once
sure.
it passes inspection, it's given the verified stamp of approval. Then repackaged with new accessories and shipped to its ultimate destination. With certified refurbished,
But like
you can
now
shop
I'm
with
questioning
confidence because
myself.
all our manufacturers go through a rigorous
Hold on, let
vetting
me go back
process.
and look.
And every purchase comes with an award-winning 2-year warranty,
Um,
a money-back guarantee, and hassle-free returns. That's what makes it the smarter way to shop for premium brands. eBay Refurbished. Like new products, better than new prices.
we were 1-1 yesterday just because I really did think M80. I thought that M80 was going to be the one doing the sweeping yesterday.
Of Pearl to start the series off right. Get all the momentum going on in our series. Welcome back, everyone. Hey, it was a fun map to start things off, but first off, you know that I had to bring this up, Dan. We were talking about the 2 maps. We were talking about Mad Lions, but OR Esports were able to defend their map.
Okay, there's no way I'm getting called out. Like, I said there was a chance for Mad Lions to take it in 2 maps. Obviously, that's not going to happen anymore. But, I mean, I like what you see. It was a little bit of back and forth, though. At the end of the day, this pro map was all about OR. It seems like they had the control every single time. Sure, they lost it a little bit for a little bit of those rounds on the second half. But in the meantime, I mean, OR was just trying to adapt it, and they're able to do so perfectly.
Yeah, and to kind of revisit the head-to-head that we set up for this one, I think Narrate continues to meet expectations, doing his job for the team. Zeldris, on the other hand, kind of just had a Zeldris performance. We've seen him pop off previously. This time wasn't necessarily the case. A whole lot slower on defense. Fortunately, you know, the IGL again, in Nilly, the guy who closed out the game, that's kind of, you put the defense in his hands, right? You give it to your Jet on attack, you put the ball in their hands, and you say, all right, Jet,
so do we
take us to
think...
the end zone. And then when you swap sides...
Wait, okay, I went over on the Wikipedia to see if either of these teams has played Lotus recently.
The
Hold on.
pieces around this,
And
this
there...
Zeldris Jet, who was a little bit slower on the defending side.
I mean, Mad Lions went 18 or 8-13 to the guard.
How that game ended there, and Nilly definitely stepping up in that moment to close out a game that theoretically gone on a little bit longer. And great performance coming out from OR now, and we talked about it beforehand. This is
so maybe they thought they had a good enough performance in that.
Maybe one, Dan, kind of looks a little up in the air.
Yeah, we really don't know what to expect because OR, they've been perma-banning Lotus every single time, and that means for the past 2 weeks, because that's when the map became available to play in Challengers and when the map will change. So we haven't really seen it. We don't know what to expect, and the question is, was this an intentional thing? Because a lot of teams like to do this, where they perma-ban a map, and the minute that it's not perma-ban, it seems like the enemy team takes an opportunity to select it, thinking that is going to be a weakness or something that just passed for that one match. But I definitely expect OR to be ready for Lotus.
And I want to add that for OR, I am interested to see what Zeldris picks for that map. We've seen a lot of Jet on it. We've seen a lot of Rays.
I heard Lethal Home as well.
But yeah, the Neon could also be something that Zeldris looks. We know that Narrate might be leaning that way. That's the one thing that kind of worries me is as we kind of put our eyes on Lotus, and the reason that I think Mad Lions should pick it up and we should have 3 maps is because if Zeldris was feeling uncomfortable on Pearl, I don't think it gets much better as we look ahead to the second map.
What kind of worries me, though, talking about Mad Lions, is sure, we know a bit more about them than OR over on Lotus, but we don't actually really know that much. We only got to see it last week when they were playing it, and it was a pretty competitive, like, they were definitely keeping up against the guard up until about 8 rounds, but they still just have the 1 map, Dan, and it was still just a loss, so not a big sample pool to go from.
And this Mad Lions team also reminds me so much of what we used to see for Moist, where they will match up in so many good ways against the enemy team that they're facing. But when are they able to go over and beyond and be able to actually get those victories? We haven't seen it, and it seems like this match has to be the one, especially when we've been talking about Narrate, hyping him up, talking about how good he was against the guard against M80. Okay, well, now you're going against OR. Can you match up and succeed those expectations that we have for you?
Yeah, I want to just kind of piggyback off of that. Like you said, Mad Lions they have tendencies to play to the level of their opponent, even if they're punching way up. And I think we saw a lot of that on Lotus, but OR Esports aren't the guard. So Mad Lions still need to play that same style, the same way they did against the guard, in way of strength and in way of, playing, punching up. They cannot afford to play to the level of OR Esports because OR Esports are coming off of a map 1 win. They've got the momentum. So if we're just going, if both of these teams are at the same level, at KO Ken, we've got OR Esports who just went Super Saiyan, and Super Saiyan's going to be KO Ken 10 times out of 10,
It goes back to the cliche, momentum's just everything going into this. And the fact that OR Esports didn't ban this out and where we're going to see them now fighting to try and just take this in a 2-map series is definitely intriguing. And I'm really excited to see what it has to offer, especially for these teams. We are still looking at the bottom of the group, so might as well get that map practice in while you can. And it's time to head off to the Agent Select to see how they'll fare.
Thank you, Sierra. Yeah, we head on into it. I mean, Sierra was saying it there right at the end, right? More maps.
All right, map select for Lotus here, chat. Or not map select, agent select.
Because we know that both of these teams still have split 2 to look forward to, and both have been growing in strength.
I have been enjoying watching Lotus. How about you guys, chat?
Arrays locked in.
I don't feel like any team's really
locked in. Narrate's still gonna
be locked in like
that neon there.
A real meta for it yet?
Kind of as expected. I am excited to see Zeldris back to the Rays.
Yeah, I like this. I like those little soldiers. We were talking about how good he is and how good he's been with his Rays, which it seems like he was more than anything forced to play other agents for some specific maps, including Pearl, but this is a different story. This is a map where Rays is able to get a lot of value, and that composition for Mad Lions is actually going to remain the same as when they were going against the guard. And for that one, I feel like Narrate, with everything that topic of conversation that he has been, we've seen pretty much only that Jet being played, and or the Neon. I'm curious to see how it's going to interact with that Raze and even with the initiator that drone is.
In Mad Lions on the attack here, this was the weak side of the map for them. The majority of the map rounds against the guard came in way of the defense. So we're fast out towards A for OR Esports. Speaking of defense, that's where they stand. Meanwhile, Mad Lions early pressure out towards B, but just starting to work these ult orbs, trying to get this lockdown nice and early here on Lotus.
And this is something that I like to see very early on, right? Trying to get that lockdown, trying to get those win conditions early on for this attacking side of Mad Lions. They absolutely need it. They're able to take C control fairly quickly.
Yeah, and this is kind of the name of the game, right? Pick a site and play strong on it.
All right, so now they're going to be able to bring 3 in on that backside from
information from the Sentinel
CT, but you also going to be able to bring...
Now that spike is planted, and the rest of the team slowly starting to bring up the rear. Good paranoia. That's going to force Narrate off the angle.
Through door, but you've actually got Ainge all the way deep back. Are they going to see Ainge? Oh, they are after that.
There for the trade. The spray comes through. Another beautiful piece of utility to find the flash, and Mad Lions are cutting the defense down. Zeldris can't wrap his head around it just yet as he finds a nice flick onto Zek's row. 3 kills on the round, sure, but he needed the ace and the defuse, and Mad Lions don't give it to him.
For the amount of times that we've seen Lotus as well, and with the Neon composition, or even with the double duelists, a lot of those times you're trying to fight for A control, and you're trying to take this fight very, very early on with the fast lane. So it seems like it is something that OR is going to be expecting at least into this round. And something that Mad Lions might rely on a little bit more as the match goes on.
Satchel out.
Yeah, this gets a little scary though. Blast back out, paint shells to follow, and just about everybody taking the stage.
All right, so pistols all the way around for OR.
Nothing, unfortunately, Zeldris still able to find one away.
Only got themselves one though, pushing.
The defenders, they've been dealt with all three.
Trying to give a little bit of resistance. A is completely free.
Now Jonah 6 and Nilly with a couple of classics. Gonna try and hold their ground.
And with the last two remaining, it should be a 2-0 on this map for Mad Lions, and a good way to start it off. And I feel like Neon just enables you to
definitely
go for that variety.
I want to say you needed a hot start if you're Mad Lion, but I think after kind of letting game one slip away, I think if they would have gone down 2-0 here,
because
I think momentum could have been at risk. I don't think momentum's at risk right now as far as for
those duelists to get that value in that early entry. So this map for Mad Lions is going to rely so much on that.
And Mad Lions actually a little crunched here. They've secured the round in way of that spike, but Nilly found another kill on the way out. Jonah 6 was also hunting just a bit. Finally, that spike will blow and the round will eventually be collected.
All right.
But good
Rifles are going to be in hands here. This go around for OR.
But as we mentioned coming into this one, Mad Lions completely stunted on their attack against the guard. So this is a scary look for OR Esports to be giving up rounds early.
And one of the things that we got to highlight for the map number 1, but that I feel like is going to play even a bigger role, is going to be that Sentinel, that Killjoy for Mad Lions, and for the setup OR. For Mad Lions, especially into these early rounds, keeping that Killjoy a little bit far back, maybe on a lurk, which Sextro has attempted to do before. So how many times can you do it though? Zeldris early and going down.
You're going to try and make a middle push in?
Yep, right at the start of the round, toss out the utility and doesn't even allow the utility to do anything. Was hoping that maybe somebody was looking to shoot it. Meanwhile, here on the B site, Nilly was trying to hold it down, but he's only good for 1. And I mean, that's all the defense on every site really answered for. Mad Lions are trying to walk away from this one, expecting something on the flank, and they will trade it out again. Unfortunately for OR Esports, you cannot continue to afford to trade 1 for 1 like this. You're hoping for a lot here from Jonah 6.
Bro, they are pushing all the way up there, bro. Just get into the site, man.
It's so aggressive for the defensive side, trying to catch this out of Mad Lions off guard, and it just doesn't work out at all. Every single one is matched up. With that early aggression from Soldiers, Nilly as well trying to do the same and play around that utility.
Seekers will give away a little bit of information.
Disaster for OR.
Guiding Light at least buys a little bit of space.
And Mad Lions completely
nice.
Set up here.
They actually know exactly where the 2 are at least.
Slowly working that ramp. The poison orb goes out. Snakebite right behind it. Makes it harder to push on through. Drone still going to collect that kill though. Paranoia subsides and Jonah in a tough spot. This narrate finally completes the lurk. Mad Lions secure the 3rd round.
That's big. That's going to break the econ once again here.
So aware.
So OR is not going to be able to buy anything.
We're talking about
OR does have 1 ult available. Zexro has the lockdown available on the opposite side.
Capitalized fight for that map control early on.
Also, you've obviously got the weapons and armor advantage, disadvantage, however side you're seeing it from, right?
And it has been fast out towards A from both sides in basically every single round. Zeldris a little late on the utility. The paint shells not quite finding the value they would hope for. And that's a big piece of utility to chuck out, but still be conceding the space, right? Not being able to get anything as the baby door goes down, Nilly on the other side, and Narrate once more opens up this B site where Mad Lions, I mean, OR Esports are quite literally looking like their prey.
And when the kills are going down, this B side is completely free now for Mad Lions. As the other side doesn't have too much. Gotta match it up.
Not gonna be able to use that to push through.
Yep, Cure with 1. Seems like 1.
All left to Lear.
Only number. Okay, their minus spoke too soon. Lear finds another. Meanwhile, Mad Lions continue to work their way around the map, clean up the kills.
Back to having rifles in their hands.
And the rounds. It's now 4 in a row. And if there was ever a time for OR Esports to show us something, it's this round.
And if they drop this round, you can't help but imagine they're calling a timeout.
We need to see some life shock back into these guys.
And at this point has been the attempt of aggression towards that A side by Soldiers not really working out. In the first round, in the pistol round, we actually got to see some results when you're playing with your Sky, but how many times can you do it, especially when the Neon is able to outpace you in so many of those scenarios, and Narrate is doing just that, 7-1 so far. But now a different approach for this attacking side, playing a little bit slower, and knowing that the possibility of Soldiers still holding this A side with both of the race players actually with an operator on hand. You know, one's there.
And I love this evolution of Mad Lions. The last couple of maps, even the last couple of weeks. Oh, no way. What a shot from Trick. The blast pack peak. And he finds a kill on the Zeldris, who was not expecting that in any way, shape, or form. The lockdown
comes in.
It's going to open up the B site, the C site. Surely the one under fire.
Yeah, but are they going to rotate this to C?
He's just going to have to head for the hills. He's the only player here in close proximity.
Nice play.
He tries to take care of the Trailblazer, and he'll be dealt with himself. Narrate.
Although they're already halfway there because of the lockdown.
Sure, still to play with, but look how far Lear is. This one, it's just an unbreathable round for OR Esports.
I've got your trail.
Which means we're probably going 3 maps here unless OR somehow pulls things off, but Mad Lions looking good here in this game so far.
And the operator is going to be saved by OR, by Lear. It's so difficult as well. Mad Lions right now reminding me so much of that Lotus, that first Lotus that we ever saw from FaZe, where it was this kind of aggression. It was the Neon as well coming through and getting so much value. The operator is not even going to be saved.
Go, go, go.
That is a hard pill to swallow. That was Drone's second Seekers, by the way, in 5 rounds. We saw it when the first time they took the B site, and then we saw it there again. As we take a look back at this, before all of that craziness happened, the point that I was going to make is, in the last couple of weeks, I feel like every time we hear a team
that time I was telling you all about
Trick, and they talk about the gimmicks, and they talk about, you know, playing a little wonky, and this has been anything but that, right? They've kind of broken that that narrative that they're just the team that is getting wins and getting ahead because they're a little unpredictable and a little gimmicky. Sure, the blast pack peak is a little unpredictable from Trick, but the rest of it is
never
so
expecting
good.
that.
Yeah,
especially to work out the way he did.
100%. Yeah, Zeldris not hitting the flick is one that he's gonna wish that he had back for a lifetime.
It's a good one as well. It's a proper duo that I think we wanted to see with the two. The Rays, maybe not necessarily being Soldiers and Narrate, but still Trick being able to tell us and really show us what he got. As he can get E6 fairly easy potentially for Mad Lions. The economy not looking too good for OR. Now they're gonna gamble.
All right, so you got 3
players on the C side. They're gonna go for the aggression
ults over here on the side of OR that maybe they can use, but I don't know if I'd use them on the pistol round, right? Like, I feel like I'd rather use them
in Esports
in a round that's more likely for me to be able to get the full benefit of it.
Alongside Lear out towards C, and they'll fight for that space and mound. But just creating this paranoia, right? The
I mean,
threat
it is an attacker-sided map, right? So
around for Mad Lions, it's so difficult to deal with on the defense. You have to put a player here.
Well, in the early position
good
was
paranoia to fight him back after the flash.
Force him to play back.
Yeah, a little sad they couldn't find the kill there, but with that B presence, it means you cannot take the revolving door. Shorty's out for Trick, and okay, maybe that's the gimmicky, maybe that's the unpredictable that they're expecting. I think on a Raze player, you should expect it, but it's Trick, no less. The health bars are so incredibly low, but it just doesn't matter. Or Esports struggling to find anything here. Jonah, the next one to meet a few bullets. Aimed to take him down. Operator once more.
Mad Lions now at 6.
And Mad Lions.
Remember that timeout that they just took, chat, was more than likely more for this round coming up versus the round that just passed, right? So
on that map number 1 and also in this map number 2, on those eco rounds. They like to go for that aggression, but Mad Lions is completely expecting it, playing so far back, and also they're able to get that information with that utility that has to be invested just to position OR so far forward as they try to do on C.
And so more than likely this go around is going to be where we see
and I think the
ults coming out.
This is our timeout round. This is the round that OR Esports were setting themselves up for after taking that timeout.
Yep.
And having that eco.
Good call, Tanner. Good call.
Similar setup. This time Zeldris, though, out towards A. Working alongside Nilly AZ, who's really been struggling to get his hands on this Mad Lion team. Lear the player outside B. Zeldris has kind of been playing this float to try and back up this B site. There's not a whole lot of oomph behind it, right? It's just Zex Rowe playing late lurk.
And this defense as well, they changed the setup because of it. After the timeout, the Killjoy is fully positioned towards A, and like you said, Zeldris playing so far back and also being able to rotate as his team was able to get that information. So at least managing to stay alive early on with the spike. Looking closer towards C, and that's the go sign.
Respond with one of their own.
I mean, we go rocket for rocket, but this is not even where the play has ended up. You have two duelists who split
We've got
the map
complete side control here now for Mad Lion.
They both do their jobs. They take the space. They open things up in way of winning the first few duels.
30 seconds
His
left.
drone is about to peek the toxic screen with an operator in hand. Lear in a tough spot. Now going to try and fight forward, but everybody just dancing away from the sky. Nobody's giving up fights finally. Jonah 6 makes himself known. His presence on the map is here.
No
Narrate
way.
finds a second on the round. And just
Narrate's
when OR Esports
sitting down at 19
start to
HP
find
though.
a bit of breathing room, they're suffocating
Does
once
have
more.
There's still a chance here, 7 HP for Drone. Lear and Jonas 6 having to play together.
Well, why wouldn't?
I know this is not the best time, but fuel your Viper. Get Jonah up to 100 HP. He's going to need it here as he looks to win every single fight on the round.
Nice.
But does he have the time? It sounds like he does. Jonah
should.
6, the madman for 4.
Very well done.
And does it just in time, that positioning for Mad Lions almost worked
I
out
mean,
again.
Mad
Drone
Lions got
so
banked for
low
days
HP.
because they won the first 6, so.
That early trade doesn't guarantee that win. So, okay, first round on the board for OR. Good way to start it off, but it took that change, that timeout, and also that repositioning with the Killjoy that I don't think we're going to continue to see every single round. Usually you have, like it's going to happen again, that Killjoy on that B site. And potentially relying more on giving up this A site if Soldiers is going to be changing it up.
Zeldris is just trying to find a spot on the map that he can actually find value with the paint shells. Will also force a little bit more respect on some of these angles that he's looking to peek. He's got that operator in hand. And he hasn't been given anything yet out towards C. Meanwhile, he's about to be met by 2. He finds Narrate, looks to blast back away. Ainge there.
No one makes their way through door.
As players are spotted out towards his B side.
Lear
That
knows
door
they're gonna
being
be over
opened
there
up,
'cause
and
no one
Lear
went
just gonna
through.
find one
Nice.
through the smoke. That's Drone
Easy
to go
spray.
down. Unfortunately, his toes could
Oh.
not handle the damage.
Bruv.
Jonah
Oh,
five
bruv.
kills in the last couple of rounds as he'll find another. They spray him down. It's the meat grinder. OR Esports string 2 together.
Good one.
I mean,
They
once you
were
knew
the
they're there.
early on for this attacking side, expecting that aggression towards C, but Narrate gets a little impatient, goes for the peek, and ends up getting taken down because of it. So, really good opportunity over there for OR to get something going second round here.
Really no better time to do it as well. It needed 6 rounds down. Things were really starting to get scary. It wasn't until their third rifle round, third full buy. They were able to get things moving forward. Now we have that from the shadows.
Jump out through the door there.
And he stuck it here. He's going to be met by Pure VNS, and the Omens are starting to duel. And with 3 HP, Pure VNS comes out on top, and he's going to be so disconnected from the play here. Has to just play his life and his util. The rest of the team plays the 4v4.
Feeling comfortable here, backing up. It seems like there's no other choice, and it works out perfectly. OR back up. Operator waiting for that aggression once again for Mad Lions.
Wow. Okay, Drone almost single-handedly bringing this round back in Mad Lion's favor. He wasn't expecting all 5.
Yeah, not at all. The last
OR Esports.
Sexer with a total task, a 1v3.
They about to get this thing back to what?
Oh. Met by 2 players, manages only to get 1, and that means Defuse.
Because they should be able to still buy this next round, but then if they win this next round, they could realistically bring this back to
more and more. And it seems
6.
like that over-aggression as well is costing them so much. With that Omen from the shadows, pretty much forcing that Omen to get that kill, and depending on that round so much on him getting that early advantage.
And you know, in hindsight, right, when you're looking at it, that is a sick play if Ainge gets that kill. Unfortunately,
it's so
just
high
didn't.
risk.
Yeah, very, very high risk, very high reward.
Does anyone know how the term hindsight got its name?
It's starting to get scary, right? It's starting to get dire. 3 in a row now from OR Esports and Mad Lions have seemingly been figured out.
And why it's 2020.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Hindsight, and shouldn't have stuck it. He did.
And Mad Lions, they continue to go and fight for the C position. It's interesting, they fought that A control early on and it was working out so well. That's when they were getting those rounds in a row. Now, they go for a different approach. They tried using those ultimates as well.
And the worst part about that boombot, it's a great piece of utility, but when only 1 player shoots it,
I know,
you have no idea that there are 3 here on this site. Blast pack goes through. Trick completely blind, but Lear also blinded up. Trick almost somehow still finds his 1 as Lear bounces back for the next. We go 2 for 2 as Pure. Again, the trades, the C site massacre. As the dust settles, 2 players still stand. The site has been assumed by Mad Lions. Nilly gonna get a little, maybe too aggressive. No, catches Xro off guard. Makes a solo play. A phantom moment will keep him alive. And Ainge, the player we mentioned, who sticks it, high risk, high reward in the last round, needs to do it again, but he falls asleep once more.
Esports.
Blue on blue, but Nilly just happy to have the round. Zeldris will secure the defuse.
And you're happy to take these rounds, even if they're expensive the way they are. Zeldris to close it out at the end. And 4 now in a row for OR.
You mean when were they the ones that were doing half shields, right?
To close it out. Like you said, that the aggression that is being met and the traits on site that are so good once you've managed to catch that pattern for Mad Lions. I think that, yeah, this has to be the point where you switch it up a little bit more. I would love to see that A site hit again. I mean, it was working so well.
Yeah, I was wondering,
Or is that
right?
somebody
What do they
else?
change? Well, maybe we don't see another C slam. Timing got the best of him there. High risk, high reward play in the round previous that did not pay off. Now this one, just as you asked for, Dryad. Mix it up a little bit. As you requested. Dan Dryad special, followed by...
I mean, to be fair, it does help you cake up a little bit quicker.
Followed by the Dan Dryad ace a few rounds ago, you know? Teammates, the Dan Dryad teammates.
We gotta see, though, if the change actually managed to work out a little bit of default early on. And nobody having to take a...
It's only 25 difference, right?
Viper spit on that B side is
It's a
gonna be
lot
enough, and
across the board, but...
After the timeout, this Killjoy positioning has been so much better for Nilly. It's slowing that push, is creating that hesitation for Nari to go in.
What, so they can go full util? Essentially?
It's a 5-player lean here for Mad Lions. Strength in numbers, but Nilly is set up. Killjoy util and an operator here. The jump across, I'm not too sure if Zeldris was noted, I would imagine. Narrate does call that one out. A little bit of damage traded out as he slides onto the side.
Magic fingers!
The overdrive now online, and there's just too many players to worry about. 2 defenders, not enough. As the flashes come through, but they're a second too late. And this site has been taken by Mad Lions. An operator in hand, Narrate backs away, now healthy, and just a shot as clear as day. Which leaves everything up to the controllers.
Yeah, it's 25, right?
Jonah 6. 4 attackers turned defenders. That spike continues to tick, and Narrate's just playing games, right? Making footsteps, making them wonder when this neon will finally come on through. And now it's all up to Pure, who's quite literally trapped on the site. No real way out. Operator not needed. Zexro finds the kill, and Mad Lions back in the win column.
And a good way to take the lead finally from Mad Lions after struggling 4 rounds in a row to get anything going against this defense.
3 ults available over on the OR side. You do have a couple of them that are about to be available over on the side of Mad Lions.
You had to be
you got those 3.
2 players there, and that meant
you got those 3 that are close. Really, you can say 4 depending on how Ainge does this round. More than likely, not going to all get them up, but you know.
Running it down becomes a nightmare to deal with.
Yeah, from blast packing raises to sliding neons, not a whole lot you could do. This time, Trick not ready for that angle. Spotted Zeldris for a moment. Couldn't quite close things out on the kill. It's 3 rifles and 2 frenzies with a couple of ultimates behind them for OR Esports, but a lockdown to force the defenders off this B site. And that's where Mad Lions seemingly want to end up. They continue to play this door play out towards Mound.
The Seekers were invested into it, but the timing only reveals that position early on for the rest of the players towards A to push. Wow. Nilly gets 2.
Yeah, Nilly shoots past Trick to find 2 kills. Will eventually be traded, but a 1 for 2 favorable for OR Esports.
7-5's not bad though for OR if they can hold this off.
The best they can get here in the half. 7-5. Lear walks his way up in that frenzy.
If you can hold this off.
For Ainge and Zexro. Now we get a showstopper on the opposite side. The rocket goes just a bit wide. The Killjoy spotted. So is the Omen. And we continue the back and forth as Zeldris tries to make things even, and he does.
Nice, there it is. 5-7.
Run and guns
after what,
6-0? Finds the kill onto Trick. And 7-5 once more is where we land.
And it's still so back and forth between the two.
Take those.
This is what we wanted to see. That it was all based on that momentum early on for Mad Lions, then switch into OR to fight for those. It does feel like finally this map is a good matchup between the two. For Pearl, it definitely felt more one-sided towards OR.
That's done.
The way the Mad Lions is answering back is great to see. Especially when you know what's coming next, right? With this composition, with this double duelist now is having to play a defense.
Yeah, 7-5.
Oh,
especially with the comeback.
Back of your Mad Lions. Watching
like 7-5
and
in normal is just good, but the fact that it was 6-0, you go 6-1 in the last 7.
And that was great timing.
It was 6-0. You went 1-5 in the last 6.
But now they have to show us something, right? It's their attacking side. I know things are looking a little weird here, but it is Mad Lions on defense. And a heavy lean out towards C early for OR Esports. And this is right where Zexro's at. This is where the Killjoy utility is. Turret.
Nice.
To start sending some shots. Paint shells will deal lethal damage onto Zexro. The spike's planted. A good start here for OR.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense, right? With the 3 sites, you have to kind of spread a little thinner on D.
The one player that you want to be on. Oh, but the timing, no way.
And the timing just awful. Ainge also spots one out and takes him down. But here come the lineup, Larry's bringing the Viper into it. Jonah 6 just playing the snake fights. Only bringing 1 into the pistol round, though. That's all he's got. Now it's all up to the pistols here. Nilly trades kills back and forth, hopping onto the spike once more. It's all up to your VNS. He's not going to be enough, unfortunately. Overwhelmed OR Esports here in the retake. Mad Lions, they start this train once more, and it's a train that went, I believe, 5 or 6 rounds in a row in the first half. You cannot allow that here in the second.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things that he talked about is wanting to see Narrate on this Neon, because we only got the chance to see. I mean, he is so new to this team, right? He's played 2 full matches.
So Spectre all the way across the board on Mad.
We're still trying to figure out where we're gonna put it when it comes to the other duelists and challengers. When it comes down to the Neons and to the Jets, and so far on this Neon, he's managing to do just enough. So just trying to put up a fight with that race, but then you have another duelist to take care of that is able to outpace you in so many scenarios.
OR Esports take the B site pretty quickly. Drone maybe not able to plant here. Good spray onto Zeldris, who gets good damage onto the sky and can actually heal himself. So in order to ensure decent economy into the next round, I think Drone to disassociate himself from it. And here we go this time. Jonah, a little extra investment in 2 snake fights.
Look
Poison
how
orb as
far
well.
back he is as well for this lineup.
Yeah, again, just as I said, drone. It's Jonah.
Nice double backline narrate there.
Snake bites are down. Now they're looking to take.
That's really well done.
It's not even a fight.
Oh.
Okay. Unless Dilly has something to say about it. Ainge hops onto the spike, throwing 8 HP and the damage at the end of the day. There's just no real way for OR Esports to win that round.
It nearly just keeps
right.
getting away with it.
Rivals back in hands here for OR Esports. Basically a must-win round because of how late we're getting into the game here.
Not enough to close it out and for that round for OR. So Mad Lions managing to take the lead by a couple more and a little bit more of a difference. This is where it gets interesting though. Rifles in the hands of OR. The soldiers that are just waiting for the chance to match that aggression and be enabled by Lear.
Grenade!
It is.
Nice grenade.
I think I had internet issues. I lagged for a second. Things got weird. The blast pack also. Oh man, Zeldris.
Unfortunate.
Zeldris is slipping a little bit.
It happens.
Somebody out.
I mean, but because of that, look at this positioning on the defense. It is the same thing that OR did to them, but it seems like for OR.
Yeah, but it's not just the guns advantage, right, Moon? If you lose this round right now as OR,
all a part of the plan.
Mad's on 10. 10 becomes 11 because you won't be able to buy.
Part of the plan.
And then you literally only are on your last leg. I don't think you want to be on your last leg with 5 points on the board on your side.
Was the one that got tricked into it. Meanwhile, the A site has been opened up for free. Yeah, Mad Lions playing all the way around the map.
Yeah, playing all the way around, but the Killjoy utility. Sure, the turret gets taken down, but still, it's gonna be the alarm bot. And nearly fully expecting it.
Alarm bot down.
Are you expecting that many though?
Yeah, how many do you expect? Now he's hearing the footsteps. Next row. Not quite on the angle. Lear here to help him out. The baby door gets taken down. Only one remains. It's drone, and it's the investor flawless. This time, OR Esports getting to sport that banner. They piece together their first full buy.
Give what up?
And promptly deal with that bonus round, and they do it the best way possible.
You telling them to give up?
Especially the beginning. That was like we said.
Yeah, shake it off. Shake it off. Good round after that. They shook it off pretty good.
Yeah, it's all good here for OR, and a good chance to match those rounds for Mad Lions. With the way they're playing as well, they're playing far back early on. They're going to have that spike on the floor. Not too much to worry about until it comes down to those 45 seconds where you start to see that aggression coming through from them.
Oh, Diablo 4 is this weekend, huh?
Trying to position Soldiers, trying to go for that guiding light. To get Soldiers to get the opening. That support is so good, but can they find somebody here? There's nobody on B.
And they've actually bought a lot of the rotation over this way. Unfortunately, when you buy the rotation out towards B, the defenders are very close to this C site, and there's still one on it. Trick makes quick work of two who are trying to lurk up towards the C site. Meanwhile, in the back lines, Pure VNS gonna be dealt with. A lockdown to force them all away, sure. But a 2v4 for Nilly and Lear.
Do you think they peek in on B real quick?
In a very important round to keep Mad Lions off double digits.
In the Neon, playing all the way back.
Oh, you need Nilly to get a big
for the full flank standing. Yeah, I mean,
couple kills, not.
There's just not much that you can do. Texture will take care of it.
Die that easy.
Mad Lions, they get to 10 on map number 2.
Yeah, very the wherewithal, right? The situational awareness. Ainge was jiggle peeking, didn't spot anything. Nilly thought he caught a timing. It would be fine tucked into that corner, but Zexro clears it. Yep. Cuts the cake. Only finds 2 players for it. A couple of slices for him, and that is the Mad Lions 10th. Now, that was Mad Lions' first full buy against OR Esports' first full buy. But when you look at the economy for really both of the teams, you can't afford a whole lot more of those. So if you're OR Esports, Mad Lions will have more rounds in losing, right? You don't have 4 rounds to tie things up if you're OR Esports. You have 3 rounds, and this one is so important that you get it done.
We got to see Mad Lions on this map against the guard as well. The defense just looks so much better than the attacking side. On the attacking side, they currently get 1 round. I mean, it was just really not good at all.
Should we start looking up Fracture, or do you think?
Even
they look like Mad's win this, right?
The position that they're playing, they're just so well enabled. Even for those retakes, when you have the fast lane, to try to isolate some of those duels, make it easier for your team. It is those tiny little opportunities that you're able to get.
Yeah, I mean, this is a 3 spike site map, but it's looking like, too, the way that Mad Lions have been taking space everywhere, right? Trick holding down that C site.
OR hasn't played Fracture at all.
30 seconds of the round. We're just under a minute, and finally, OR Esports are allowed to walk out of their spawn out towards A. And at this point, you're getting into that full send territory, and Mad Lions have read into that. There's 3 players here. The Seekers are out. All 3 go this way. Zell just gonna look to take this site. Nary tries to slide away, but can't make it too far as Age picks up 1. Drone finds 3. And Nilly not long for this world.
Yeah, so if we go to Fracture, neither of these teams have really played on it. DSG played, or Mad Lions played DSG on it, but only put up 2 points.
11. This is a very scary defensive team here, Dryan.
Absolutely. Again, it just their strong side every single time, and because of the time that OR was taking to fight for that A control, even with those Seekers, right? It's not going to give you too much, especially when that repositioning already came through for the defense. You have your Omen, your Neon, and your Raze ready to take that fight, and it just becomes so much more difficult for OR. The economy's not really there. They have a long way to go. If they
Yo, did you see that they were that pros were asked about paying for scrims yesterday?
Timeout call to try and figure it out. Again, economy, it's a little goofy. It's all right for Mad Lions. Trick doing the Raze thing, where you have a couple of blast packs and a judge to your name. And so a round before the last, we had seen Pure VNS take a couple of steps forward and then use that shrouded step backwards. And unfortunately, nobody was in the area to hear it. In the last round, we didn't get that same utility usage. But I really like the idea there that Pure VNS is going to walk out and try to shrouded step within audible range. So that way Mad Lions do have to respect that a player is aggressive up towards rubble. But the 2 rounds that we've seen, the kind of the rubble duel.
This is for them grouping up for next round, obviously. They'll put together a plan for this round, but...
Even then, that aggression, right? He wants to let himself know because he has this Neon running it down, and Narrate is trying to do once again, playing all the way back, and that makes Nearly so aware of it. In the meantime, a lockdown comes through for the defense, and the spike planted the fastest that we've seen so far, though.
Yeah, all the way down already, but Trick makes his way into the side. Zeldris, unfortunately, gonna get locked down. Pure VNS gonna find himself a kill, and we know. No, we don't, actually. Jonah 6 doesn't want to play the lineups here. Instead, he's going to try and fight forward. This Trick will find another. Paint shells go out. Snilly and Jonah now need to try and hang on to this round. There goes the rocket. The base will drop. The spike is diffused. The round is lost.
Bro.
And Jonah 6 still kind of reveling in it. Sure, he finds the kills, but now your back's against the wall.
Yeah, and the economy wasn't the best. It was a safe round, trying to buy.
All right, couple ults available on each side
for this potential last round, but I mean, even then, it was
maybe slightly more in
but also
OR's favor just because you have the Viper's Pit, but like
allowing the spike to be planted, allowing that first time ever aggression that we see towards that B side. Go. And just waiting for everybody else to unfold. So looking so good for Mad Lions. 2 of them are trying to push forward here. Denied immediately by the guiding light.
Zeldris can't quite catch the defenders on the angle. Trick will exchange bullets back and forth from that C site. And once more, I mean, A control goes the way of Mad Lions.
Toxins going up.
It's good here. There's no killjoy utility again. They can fight for this phase. Narrator's gonna spot it though.
Look at Nilly's positioning though. Found a really good timing. Drone was playing this angle a second ago. He's fallen off of it.
Yeah, Narrator only spots that Viper.
Oh
no, Nilly the linchpin here. Spots 2 players. Sure, they're low in HP. Out comes the Paranoia turret. Gonna send a couple of shots, and Nilly can't collect the frags. Low HP, but it's not enough.
You gotta be kind of concerned for OR going into Fracture, right?
Needed the last couple kills.
Neither of these teams have much
couldn't do so as
experience on it, and you get a thumping like this.
Ends up allowing
on Lotus.
And there's nobody here. Everybody had already rotated.
Wow. Actually stalking their prey here. From finding that kill onto Nilly to then running down Lear after spotting him, leaving no way out for the Sky. They're picking off players of the attack one by one. And with 2 players to lead, it's probably not the worst thing to have to push through the pit. And there's not a lot of surface area for Jonah 6 to be hanging out here as they drop down onto the site. European has the first to fall. Jonah will grab one, but again, the surface area, there's just nowhere that you can hide. So he tries to tuck away, and he leaves it all up to Zeldris to spam onto one. Now trying to find a kill through the box, but he can't do
try
it.
and get into the box.
Lions
You
will
can shoot
close
through that
us
box,
out
right?
in
Yeah, he
dominant
injured him the first
fashion.
time. He just
13-6 here on Lotus to send us to a map 3, Dryad.
We actually get to see that map 3 that is going to be Fracture. And we had those questions about how this Lotus was going to look. The Mad Lions just full control every single time, pretty much every single round. A good amount of variation that we got to see in the first half. I've made things close, but I mean, it doesn't matter. Like I talked about, the strength of this team on Lotus has always been the defense, so they just had to wait for things to go their way. And that early advantage that they took seemed like was everything they needed.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, finding 3 rounds, 4 rounds, 5 rounds, right? To get as much as they did on attack, that was so much. But like you mentioned, they didn't need that. That was kind of just icing on the cake. That made so much more separation between these 2 teams here on this map. Mad Lions looking really good on Lotus. This one looking like a comfortable home and one that they've been workshopping. I'm sad that we had to wait so long to get it, right? Week 3, not a lot of people were playing it. We saw 1 sneak on through, and then we finally start to get some more comfortability in weeks 4 and 5. But unfortunately for Mad Lions, a little too late. Fortunately, it will be available for Split 2, but we still have another map here, Dryad. We're still
who knows? Maybe they
out towards Fracture, and I think we're still going to get a whole lot of what we got on this.
Maybe
map,
it's
right?
at it. Maybe they get themselves a better draw next Split 2.
We know the Sky is going to be making appearances. We know that Nilly's going to be playing that Killjoy. And we know that, again, I didn't say this at the start of the series, but somebody's always got to go. And fortunately, it's not the undefeated streak. It's the unwinning streak here. So somebody's goose egg will finally hatch, and we get to see whose goose egg finally cracks on open right after this short break.
The good news is they have kind of been cruising through the games. So even though we are going to a map 3, it's not like in some of the other matchups where like we go to map 3 and it's like starting at 6:45. I'm gonna stand for a little bit, chat. They're really good. The question is when they come back. Kai Sinet is going to have a documentary live in 10 minutes, huh? Yeah. No, that came out really good. So 2K League still has a couple minutes here. Ish? I mean, not like hot. No, I mean, I'm not. In there if you want, whatever. Makes no diff to me.
Yo, check it out. Want to know if the price of those wave runners is too good to be true, or if I wear my kicks 49
Really?
is truly selling dead stocks?
Yeah,
That
okay.
Jordan 1 Royal box is original. eBay checks.
Sure,
See that
sure.
blue check mark? Behind it is a team of independent authenticators who check. And we
Because
mean
clearly that ain't it.
everything. Every tongue, check. Every toe box, check. Every corner of every box, check, 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 check. Every logo, every label, every lace loop. Yeah, it's checked. The luster of the leather, the topography on the tags, to the straightness of the stitching on the sole. Everything you can see, and even some things you can't.
Really?
Then they tag them, log them in the system, box them up, and ship them out with no cost for the buyer or seller. eBay checks, so the moment you open that box is as real gets.
Well, we're going to stick to the script for now. Mad Lions going to be taking the win on their map of choice and going to send us into a map 3 as Fracture as our decider.
One
We're
more
talking about
map.
these two teams
One
facing
more
off.
map.
Both, I mean, it's the group of death. There's no chance at this point to be making it on into the mid-season face-off, but there definitely is that pride on the line. And Tanner, these teams are looking to take that distance.
Yeah, they are. This is kind of what I expected when we looked at it. Pearl good for OR, Lotus good for Mad Lions, although we didn't know what OR Esports looked like on Pearl. But now that we kind of set our eyes towards this next map, it looks pretty good for OR Esports. They haven't played it in a little bit. It didn't look the best recently from Mad Lions. So I do still think that we could be in for a good game, but OR Esports definitely have a lot more experience there on map 3, just as Mad Lions clearly have a lot more experience. I don't know whether it be through scrims. Obviously, they have the one official on it, but their Lotus looks incredibly drilled, especially on their defense.
Yeah, it was nice being able to see that too, because they obviously felt confident about this pick because it's the second time they've gone for it, but we didn't quite get to see the results we wanted last time, and OR Esports unable to be lighting up to that, Dan.
And that's the thing, right? Like Tanner was saying, for that map number 3, we don't have a lot to go on for any of the teams, really. Just one on one side, and the other ones that we saw all the way back in the last chance qualifier were OR. So there's a good amount of questions for how this is going to play out, if it's going to look the same. We already saw changes in composition today in that map number 1. So a lot of questions that I feel like will go down into that Raze v Raze matchup.
Yeah, and although it's behind us now, the map of Lotus, you guys were talking about it, Sierra and Dryad. You guys are both mentioning that OR Esports, this was a map that they liked to ban previously. Yep. They come into this one. We know Mad Lions have a pretty strong Icebox, and it actually forced OR Esports' hand.
Wait, so they're looking
at their first ban goes the way of Icebox. So I was actually expecting
Pokemon?
a little bit more. I thought
I mean,
again,
can't say I'm
they'd be a little
surprised,
bit more
but
drilled on the OR Esports side of things. It looked like they just really struggled to get a read on this the Mad Lions attack. And by that point, I mean, they're kind of just getting run over. They're just getting stampeded.
Maybe one of those, hey, we feel confident enough to let it go on through without really quite expecting, since there wasn't really too much tape on Mad Lions to maybe feel that they should be too scared of their Lotus, but now they know going on forward that, hey, okay, Mad Lions is liking this, but it's all eyes on Fracture from here on out. And just want to touch back on the difference in experience here, at least in recent times when you're looking at Fracture. But going back to the point of, hey, Mad Lions don't ban it out. They don't ban it out. So there's always that too.
I mean, if they don't ban it out, they could feel comfy. You never know.
When it comes to that
or that's just not as weak as some of the stuff that they're usually banning.
Here, right?
That's the other option.
Pride of being able to close it out, but both of the teams recognizing how difficult it's been, and none of them have gone to overtime. None of them have been 13-11, but you're still fighting to make this one last map one-sided, and it goes back to that momentum that goes back and forth between the two teams, and also with the matches that they've had in the past, with the Guard, with M80, with the Skies, every single one, it seems like these teams are able to match this style and to match the round up to a certain level, and then it just goes wrong right at the end.
Yeah, and so I thought momentum would be a little bit more on the side of OR Esports going into map 2. Obviously, there's some time to kind of reset between maps, but I do think that Mad Lions are going to be able to carry quite a bit of momentum going into map 3. And the recent games from OR Esports against not the best talent, I guess, the teams that they've been playing, they've been going the distance. It's been a little awkward, so I think we're in for a deep game here on Fracture.
We're about to find out, because Agent Select is ready. OR Esports facing off against Mad Lions for the chance to not to be down all of their games in the split so far. Let's see how this shakes up.
Here we go.
We get to see it finally. The questions will be answered. I already said it twice.
What's up,
I don't
Booger?
want to say it again. Somebody's egg is gonna hatch it. It's gonna happen right here. I'm so excited. I feel like a proud mother.
For who? Who do you think is gonna win?
Wow, you really put me on the spot. And you know what? I like this though.
Last week I asked you, and then you just left. You just left me when I asked you who was gonna win. So now I gotta put you in the spot.
Well, okay, so you see, the thing about picking a team that wins or loses, right? There's a lot that goes into it. There's a lot to dissect. We have 10 incredible players on the map, and there's just so much that goes into it that sometimes we get a little outside of ourselves, and you know, you start talking about utility and you start talking about kills, and eventually it just becomes way too much to actually narrow it down to the two teams that we have in front of us.
I hate you.
So I tried to talk long enough to where the game started and I could just not say a prediction. I am really excited though that we're getting the duel of the Neons, and I think this is one of the very few times, if not the first time, that we're seeing Zeldris actually pilot this pick.
Yeah, actually, this is exactly what I wanted to talk about. I was expecting potentially that Raze via Raze or Zeldris and Nary, that conversation that we had before the match started. But it's actually different. It's actually that Neon v Neon for both of them, where we actually got to see a good amount of the Neon already for Narrate on Lotus. But now it's, can you keep it consistent? Can you keep that same performance? And it feels like it's going to be even more enable on this map.
And going back and looking at the map stats for this one, the last few times that it's been played by OR Esports, Zeldris has been on the Neon. But it's going to be defense for OR Esports. The A site, I mean, from the top side of the map, it's been completely conceded.
Yeah,
but we're talking about that Neon. I mean, look at A main. A main control is still in favor of OR Esports, as Bloodshed finally finds its way here into Sands. We'll see what grows of it. This pure VNS finds 2 kills for himself. Meanwhile, Zexro is on the wrong side of the map. His, the 2 bearded members left on the team in Drone and Age, Brimstone and Breach. They gotta buy so much time. Unfortunately, that's actually working. Zexro is finally able to pay off here as Ainge drops down. He finds He finds 4 the round to Mad Lion.
Oh, that's so clean as well. 4 kills, one after the other, dropping just at the right time. to guarantee that round will go for the side of Matt Lions. It's just a perfect timing. Nobody's able to turn around in time, and by the time Lear does, it's just a little too late. Matt Lions here with the pistol round. Once again, a good way to start them off.
Yeah, the momentum is key here in Mad Lions. Off on the right foot once more. The last time, the most recent time, and the only time as Mad Lions that they've played this map, it was pretty crushing defeat.
Pretty good.
The DSG. Now, OR Esports might not be that same caliber of team, but I think you come in here to this map apprehensive as a Mad Lions fan in expectations. I think your expectations would be watered down a little bit.
And I think it's interesting, right? Because for that pistol round, that positioning for the defense was all about aim and control, which they were able to get, but you're just not expecting that player from drop to get 4 of them one by one. So it was a good idea. It's something that we don't see very often, but it's just how unpredictable something like that is. And I mean, it can potentially snowball into so much more. Because of that, there's a Phantom now on the server.
Yeah, you gotta try and hang on to this one, Ainge. 4 kills in that last round, left his pockets pretty full, so he'll spend that money down. Zeldris gonna get caught on the long con. Meanwhile, Nilly was trying to dance around the sky smokes and narrate.
Your only chance is maybe
no dancing allowed, apparently.
Jonah comes, helps you out on that backside here.
I think that's
one enemy remaining.
Nope.
I don't even.
Well,
wait,
somebody save me. Somebody save me. If that's not Footloose, I don't know what's right and what's wrong anymore.
I feel like I should know this, but I don't.
I thought that you would know that.
Yeah, I actually, I like musicals, but I never watched Footloose, so yeah, I gotta be honest here.
Wow.
I gotta be honest. I have homework now. I have homework to go watch Footloose. 2-0 here for Bat Lions in the meantime, making it look clean as well, and also managing to keep that Phantom that we saw early on. And this is good, I mean, because you have those flashy performances from these teams early on, or these individual players, that you can have now that orbital strike available for Mad Lions. And it's gonna be such a good opportunity to have it invested very, very early on.
I'm wondering if...
And Pure VNS, the closest to his ultimate here in this next round for OR Esports. As if the Neon wasn't fast enough, how about the Neon all stemmed up? Narrate takes his position up in the tower. Nobody home here directly on the B side. It's actually been conceded. 2 closest players inside Canteen. And we spam back and forth. Unfortunately for Mad Lions, they're on the receiving end of quite a bit of damage. They didn't get as much as they would have liked, and Frick is not happy about that. He wants to trade this damage back, so he's gonna go aggressive, met by the Trailblazer. Armorless means 30 damage from the Tasmanian Tiger. Nilly there to answer for it. Ainge tosses out that orbital strike, but it finds absolutely nothing, and Nilly is starting to make this round his own. As 3 still stand, the attackers turn defenders. Nilly finds a 3rd on the round. Pure VNS gonna walk his way on up, pick up the 4th kill in it. Zexro stuck inside the dust bubble, the Haboob. Has to back away from it. That Spectre won't be enough. This round is OR Esports.
4 kills for Nilly right at the end. And yeah, things go as usual for this map. And in the expectations that we had early on between these two. Our orbital strike gets invested. But again, I mean, not too much that you can get in a situation like that one. So just kind of moving forward for this one. I would love to see that reintroduction of the ideas that OR had.
All right, champ.
To fight a little bit more for that A main control.
2 ults available on OR side.
You are more likely to get that value.
Nothing close just quite yet on Mad side.
That early reposition from it.
At least for now.
Especially in rounds that, when you kind of look at it, you're 50-50, right? You have a full buy across the board. Maybe the ultimates kind of turn the tides a little bit. You're favored a little more towards OR Esports in this round, but when you have those rifles and you take that space, it gives you a whole lot better of a read on the map. And then your win condition or your win percentage skyrockets, right? Because you don't just have pistols. Like we saw in the anti-eco and the pistol round when OR Esports were actually taking space.
Yeah. And the thing that he talked about with that aggression towards A main or fighting for that A main control actually ends up happening for this defense. I mean, look at this Neon. Look at this Breach as well. Both of them pushing forward. And that Cypher on the other side for Sexter was so aware of it. But Now expecting it a little bit closer to his teammates as a B hit actually managed to take place.
And that guiding light for information.
Neural theft gives you some big info.
Well. Nearly 5 kills in the last 2 rounds. Get the information.
Make sure you can secure this round.
Attackers here. And for OR Esports, they played this perfectly. They took the space, and now they're forcing Mad Lions to make the play, right? They're not giving up anything here. They're finally starting to work their way onto the site once all the chaos is starting to ensue. It's Eldris to finally find that space out towards B long.
Lotus
closes out that final kill on to Narrate, who gets absolutely nothing.
It looked really good there in that last round.
Up with an investor flawless.
Yeah, the timing was so good for the defense as well to go for the peak. They were so careful because every single time, not only for this match, but overall, you're gonna have that Cypher watching it. It was happening last round. And it was the same for just
so not that great of a buy round here, obviously, for Mad.
Into B,
basically
so
a Shiko.
Capitalized from it perfectly.
This goes here.
And actually make things even here.
This is a nice spot.
Do you still have the Brim ult available if you want it?
And setting themselves up for a lead. OR Esports heavily in the driver's seat. Caribbean has still sitting on the orbital strike as well. So should things go awry, big ultimate from the Brimstone. He's on the wrong side of the map though, so can't supplement the team with smokes just yet. Some way, somehow, 13 bullets later from the Frenzy, and Narrate finds first blood on the round, and he wants some more. Orbital strike to keep Jonah 6 alive. And it doesn't actually stop the plant. Trick stunned up, but he's got a Bucky, and this is what they're talking about. Here come the gimmicks from Trick as Narrate works his way through again, shows proficiency with the Frenzy.
The drone last one up.
That weapon deficit, it just proves to be a little bit too much as Drone scoops up a gun of his own, and he gets it done in the clutch.
Oh, so clean as well. The utility coming through, but still managing to pass it. Get outside.
Actually, a really clean round to be able to steal that up there at the end.
This is the kind of aggression that you're expecting, and that you want to see from these two teams. The overconfidence.
Nice double headshot.
Turn into so much more. For Mad Lions as they get
does just enough, steps aside, just a couple of steps.
Yeah, that was not only an eBay clutch, but a thrifty round as well. The buy was awkward. Narrate just continues to impress from map 1 to map 2, now to map 3. Even in defeat, this guy's having standout performances, and it's rounds like that it shows you why Mad Lions took the risk on this guy.
Now soldiers here are gonna get caught by that knife. But it doesn't matter this time around.
Which Phantom skin, by the way?
And then even pushing so far forward. They play a little bit more far back. They play a little bit more passive even as they're fighting for that map control. And because of that, Mad Lions has that.
I don't know which one you're talking about right off the bat, man.
To take that early duel is gonna be re-clearing this as well with a flash.
And this time, the U2, oh my, okay, Lear, perfect timing to bail Zeldris out, who goes back for more. He'll double dip and find that kill on the Trick that eluded him at the start of the round, but a good start here for OR Esports.
I know what you're doing, and I don't like it.
And I mean, look at how
you know what you're doing
between the two, and just trying to get that support for Zeldris to stay alive a little bit longer. And even then, they couldn't get that control that they wanted towards A. So yeah, it's that rotation very, very late.
What do you mean? What do I mean?
The 2 players alive for Mad Lions.
You know you're on a delay. I don't know what, by the time you say it, I don't know which.
Could be possible. Nope. Incendiary keeps him at bay.
What you're talking about?
Jonah finds 2 targets, eliminates them. And OR Esports tie us up again. Dryan, I expected us to have.
You think the Oni is overrated, though, huh?
Exactly what we've got 6 rounds into this one.
I know. I don't know which one the recon
especially
is, though.
After that map number 2, where it was. Yeah, it was close, especially towards that first half, but it was one team getting 6 rounds in a row, the other one managing to get 5. You know, it never felt like a back and forth that we're seeing right now, and the back and forth that I expect to see in a map like Fracture. When both of the teams are even playing that Neon, and we still have a question Narrate absolutely already proving themselves on this agent, and Celtics has been doing so as well. I feel like there's a good amount of support. Soldiers is getting just to fight and try to keep that setup alive.
And look at the change here. Nilly now here on the A site trying to slow things
magic
down.
fingers.
I mean, this was the right call. Narrate wanted to take this site first, has to deal with the trap wire, and then eventually just gets sliced down by the overdrive. Narrate good for 2 before eventually falling. So we go orbital strike here from the attacking side. Jonas 6 gonna get split up from the team, but not before finding a couple of kills. And I mean, every time that Mad Lions look to find an opening, there's some entrance, there's some way in for OR Esports. It's been so hard for them to walk out of situations cleanly. It's actually been impossible for them to walk out of situations cleanly. So we trade the incendiaries. Ainge gonna be in a tough spot. I mean, he keeps putting his heels in it, and he's eventually taken down. There's just no way
maybe that's why I didn't realize it, because I couldn't see it.
13 HP, the overdrive, a gust of wind, a hard stomp is gonna find the kill onto Zexro. Stinger in hand, finds the head, but just not enough. OR Esports grab the lead.
Every round is expensive here for both teams. Every single one is a bunch of trades happening on site. And managing to make it close, but OR is gonna take the
If it had a kill animation, it'd be dope, but it doesn't. I feel that.
They're able to keep this one going, and because of this composition, both of them know exactly what is coming on the inside. Well, one of the things that in the first week I remember surprised some teams is the way that the fast lane was able to get that retake going and make it a little bit easier, and how that positioning had to.
What do you mean I'm blind?
To get some value, even if you have a neon on the other side. So it's things like that these two teams don't have to deal with because they know exactly.
It's not my bad. My fish is awful.
And once again, taking the north part of this map is Mad Lions.
And 4 up top, 1 down low. No command used. The only person affected by that will be Lear, and probably the player that you want to be affected by that one, right? Rolling Thunder available for the breach, but can't be used just yet. That spike goes down. Now, a main control name of the game. Fortunately, Zexro was on the bottom side of the map, so they know that they have this space for free.
And that was everything to get that entry going on for the Neon as well. Both of them had to be...
Be a bad round to lose if you're mad.
So Rolling Thunders comes through.
You're talking about this one.
Yeah, it goes wide on a few players, and even the stunned up players are still finding kills. 3 attackers still on this A site promptly. Incendiary gonna try and cut things off for a second. This trick looks to cut off the ankle. Play on the opposite side. Zeldris, 21 HP, is gonna be forced to head for the hills. Saves his rifle in this one, and Mad Lions, they tie us up once more.
No way. And it's a good idea. It's something that I feel like we haven't seen too many times yet. Especially by the teams here in Challengers. We don't get to see that 4-1 taking.
You know what gets wild to me is the thing that this will probably end, and then how long do you think we'll have until
the right timing to get a play like
the actual start of FaZe vs Moist?
Tied up again.
Greenway, they play after this game, so they won't start it until. So what they'll do is once this game is over, they'll go to a break. They'll do a quick interview, go to a break, come back and preview.
Shutting them down.
So realistically, we're probably like an hour, hour and a half-ish, more than likely. Maybe not that much. Maybe closer to like 45 to an hour, maybe.
Working towards Rolling Thunder.
Maybe an hour is fair.
And there hasn't been really a whole lot of resistance on the top side of the map. It's been a main, if anything, which a prominent place to take, especially as the defense, because you know the attackers want to look to play the post plant there. So I respect it from OR Esports. But the ability to play around the map for Mad Lions is a pretty potent one.
Enough time for some nudes? Yeah, for sure.
On the defense.
Yo, Moon, did you see that I found a place that carried those spicy noodles like in store here?
Alive for Mad Lions. They worked
Picked me up like 3 packs.
The question is, if
2 of them, the 2-time spices.
Again, and yeah, it forces the reposition, but it's the exact same thing. Orbital strike though to follow up.
Yeah, trick. Forced forward there, will eventually go down. Zeldris had stunned up a teammate just a moment ago. Meanwhile, more stuns come through, and it's Narrate to try and take tower control with the player just behind him in age. Things get awkward as the aftershock will force him forward, and it's Jonas 6 to still find a kill on his way out. Nilly also will find that kill onto his counterpart and quickly take control of tower, but is this one
Ain't gonna be expecting him here? No.
Stuck inside the iPad. He doesn't have his rifle out yet. Nilly reels it in, finds the head, and drone left.
Sometimes when you see players just turning corners like in the middle of...
Zeldris secures the defuse in a 5th round for the team.
I feel like we're gonna be stuck on this back and forth for the entire map. It just gives me that feel we were talking about it a little bit before that map started, and I think it's just confirming our theory. With how close it is, with the stakes as well, to be able to get that one victory before that split one ends for Mad Lions and OR Esports.
But you know the ones
like this is the first time that the eye test.
The one from last time I got them offline, like the challenge spicy ones.
The game's played.
I've never seen those in stores before.
I'm gonna hold that thought. Narrate all the way up towards door already. Zell just gonna try and answer here. Finds that kill. Orbital strike, but nobody's home. Fortunately, Drone will trade that kill back, and now 2 weapons down, so a couple of upgrades available to Mad Lions. As you know, the dust settles here inside A main, and it's both Neons gone.
Expecting this push from Tans, actually. It's 3 of the players so close, but that's not where it's coming from. That was beautiful, though, to make sure that soldiers
everyone's still chilling,
push forward and ends up
waiting for them to come through this
trade. Ends up working out a little bit more in the favor of Mad Lions.
They don't take down the trap wire. I'm guessing Zexro never wants to cross that line. Neither of the players on the site. Finally, that trap wire dealt with.
So yeah, I like this push forward by Ainge. Gets one.
Location starts to get revealed. Body starts to drop.
I think he let off the trigger for a second, expecting that he got the head.
There, trading the kill. Right.
That's unfortunate.
Still relatively healthy. Well, the trap wires though gonna make it harder for this defense to get on to this A site, and I mean they're on the wrong side of the trap wires.
It seems like it could be working out as well. There's 2 players. You take care of it perfectly, but a 1v1.
Oh. Just misunderstanding the situation here. Walks into the trap wire and still gets it done. Will eventually get on out of that one, but Pure VNS needs to hop onto the spike, and it sounds like he's done so with just enough time on the clock. What an awkward turn of events, but some way, somehow, more esports come out with the round.
Yeah, the incendiary not really going where the last player was, but it doesn't matter. A quick flick is gonna take care of it.
Are you allergic to Sesame Moon? Or does Sesame just mess with you?
And now that setup that we talked about so much towards A main for the defensive side is becoming a lot more difficult to execute. The potential change coming through, yeah, it's actually gonna be the Neon running it. And allowing soldiers to be positioned towards this B site.
One suppressed.
This is a tough buy. Finally, we get some aggression towards the top side of
yeah,
the
too allergic,
esports.
Or just it doesn't settle with.
By Mad Lions,
but you're right.
But the timing will elude.
Ah, okay.
And for now, if you look at the positioning of the defenders, well, outside of that kill there, pushing underneath sewers, all 3 of them, I was going to say, really not the best spot because they're working towards being corralled in spawn instead of playing the majority of the map. That kill right there basically opens up the round, and it makes it that much more unwinnable for Mad Lions.
It's the first time that they changed it as well. Instead of having 4 players go towards Dish and the other one going A main, actually have that Cypher going towards B. Trying to get a little bit of timing, obviously, as we see. Doesn't really
got you.
With the economy for Mad Lions, it's so much more difficult to get it going. Yeah, and they're going back and forth, back to the B side, and the scale has been positioned here.
They can't figure out what they want to do, but they need to do something like right meow, dude.
The buy, unfortunately.
They're hoping that's going to cause the rotate.
Okay, maybe not actually. I was thinking that because the weapons are so little, so low that it wouldn't rotate off, but they do eventually rotate off. Narrate has to commit to the plant now, and we'll get that one down.
He at least gets the plant.
Bite on the fake. The relay bolt looks
to buy some. You ain't gonna be able to get much else on top of that though.
Not enough cash for said space. Narrate eventually goes down. Or Esports, a 3-round lead now, but a
whoa, for real? Oh my man!
Last round for both of these teams.
It's crazy how the body can like develop
allergies
over time, isn't it?
There's a little bit more of that early lead, a little bit more back and forth, but things are very tied up. And
one enemy remains.
With the play as well, that's when we finally get to see OR snowballing and taking advantage of the lack of economy that the enemies had. So Mad Lions here taking the timeout for the last round of the first half, and again, just recognizing how much both of the teams want to win, right? It's something that they've been craving for so long. All those weeks.
Mad taking a round, or taking a little minute here for the last round of the half.
The best teams, because the better teams in the
obviously would rather end this thing 7-5 versus 8-4.
And for one of them is gonna be the exact same scenario today.
And last week I was
2 ults available on each side here.
Oh no! What are you gonna say now?
I'm going back to it. That's how it's been for Mad Lions, right?
Trick could also get their available ult available
of rounds, right? It's been.
They're probably the only one that's realistically the closest.
Around here, around there, where it's OR Esports who have been able to string a few rounds together to really deal a hit to the Mad Lions economy, and you see it now that they've started to grow this lead in their favor. Fortunately, a timeout here for Mad Lions. They've also got a couple of ultimates online. They're very close to that null command from Trick, and we saw that null command used very successfully in taking the A site in that round previous. So I think if you're OR Esports, you have to be expecting some type of aggression for these orbs. But again, nobody on the top side at all for the defense.
Yeah, and one of the things I need to talk about for that timeout was when's it going to be the time to use that Rolling Thunder? You want to use it to create that space onto side. You want to use it after you're able to force that post-plant scenario, right? And once again, especially when you have that entry, the KO ultimate with that null command, and you're able to save that Rolling Thunder for a little bit more, but it has to work perfectly. It has to work in favor of the numbers with Mad Lions if they want that timeout and that conversation to work out.
Camera taken.
Nilly left on an island.
They found my wire.
Not even his trap wires will help him here. He's caught inside the null command. Raymond goes out, Rolling Thunder into
expect him there?
the spawn. And guess what? The attackers are here as well. 3 players awarded the assist on that one as Narrate bags the kill. Meanwhile, Lear was expecting something from Generator.
There you go. That's what you want to do here if you're mad.
On the bottom side of the map, control was given over to OR Esports. But that control might not be enough here in the 3v5. Orbital Strike just around the corner. Seeker's already used. Zappies are out. Jonah and 6. Jonah 6 and Zeldris, they're dealt with. Pure VNS, he's just walking his way through the smoke. Just no way back onto the site. Mad Lions.
All right.
They take the timeout. They really reel it back in, and now we swap the sides.
So 7-5. Pistol's going to be tell us a lot. Well, I should say tell us a lot, but could be big if OR is able to come out here and win this pistol, because you're more than likely looking at 9-5.
And that guarantees that the numbers that I talked about, it's one of those decisions that you have to make, and luckily for Mad Lions, it works out to their favor. They get to 5 and they make things close again.
All 3 games, 7-5 at the half, I believe.
Yeah.
As close as you could get, which kind of goes to show importance. Actually, no, Pearl was 7-5. Pearl was 7-5 as well, yeah. 7-5. We're pretty darn close. If the score wasn't going to tell you that enough between these two teams, but on their respective map picks, both teams pulling ahead as we swap sides, and we'll see who this favors. OR Esports now get their chance to attack. Ainge is here to receive, playing inside the door. 2 smokes available. Trailblazer taking
OR
down.
Esports is...
Fault line just narrowly misses, and he'll be allowed to survive for now, but he finds 3. The pistol round again. It belongs to Ainge, as Nilly left all on his lonesome after he watched all of his teammates fall.
It's gonna be...
All right, so there it is. Mad wins that. We're probably looking at 7-7.
So good here. And
we got us a nice ball game.
Well. Guess what? You're just making it closer and closer. We talked about back and forth that you can take it, and I feel like this is still safe. On that Lotus map, we actually got to see that force with the Stingers, and it's just not something that you want to commit. Not something that you want to risk at this kind of stage in that map number 3. So...
Man, when you look at OR Esports, when Nilly does well, the team does well. And so far here, he's doing all right. But
nice to be able to slow him down just a little bit.
Stunned up. He'll send out a few of his
own. A lot of utility around that corner.
Help him out, but with aggression on the top side, they're expecting something on the bottom side of the A site, and they almost found it. The Dust Bunny and Nilly. As those smokes come down, the spray goes through it. They've got shorties, they've got classics. Things are getting weird, and a couple of right clicks later as Narrate takes down 2 with him. Change to answer for another one. Jonah 6 got himself an upgrade in weapons. He's unfortunately getting sprayed down, though. So low in HP. Actually,
1 HP in a dream.
An actual dream here for Jonah 6 in the 1v3. Incendiary about to be at his feet, and that dream quickly becomes a nightmare as Zexro finds him on the peak.
You got the plan at least.
Will tie us up once more.
Once again, it's been over and over again between these two teams, and who's going to take that lead and who's going to tie things up for these two. And the idea was similar to what we saw on the other side, on the attacking side, that 4-1 with 4 players pushing from Dish. But with the smokes, that Cypher getting the timing right, it becomes so much more difficult. That's something that we didn't really get the chance to see before. So this is where things get interesting for OR.
That goes there.
Big shoes to fill here for Zeldris.
Chat.
Way of taking space now for this team. Now that they're on the attacking side. Such a glimpse at this setup, Zexro.
Because we can, Fee.
Maybe they can
might as well, Fee.
What
you gonna do about it, Fee? Another dollar won't hurt.
Fortunately for the Cypher of Mad Lions, too, there's no KO knife. There's no command that they have to worry about, right? So it doesn't really matter. They can play with their utility here.
Oh, so true, though.
On the opposite side, we saw Nilly getting caught by that utility a couple of times as the sole anchor, and he just wasn't able to play off the utility himself.
And the one they're going to be depending on for the defensive side, even a chance on winning this round, is going to be Trick. You're stuck towards tower. That Cypher utility is going to help out just a little bit, but again, physically it becomes so much more difficult. Zexro actually takes care of it.
Ooh, Tuck.
And Zell just walks right into the trap wire. I didn't think it'd find the value. This time, no trap wire needed. Jonah 6.
I think if he would have tucked there, it would have been better off.
Somebody dealt with it, but already read by Zexro and taken down. It's starting to slip away. Lights. The vision is starting to fade here for OR Esports as they're struggling in this next round. They're full buy. In a 3v4, fortunately, time is on their side. The 4th man is that Spike. Orbital Strike comes out, all 3. Top side of the map here on the B site. The fast lane comes through. They'll push right on into it.
So left to Lear.
Zexro's got himself 3 kills on the round. Now Lear needs to try and match that with a handful of his own. Stunned up, taken down as one. Ainge gonna spray onto the angle. And Lear just
if you had been able to pull that off, that'd be kind of nice. I ain't gonna lie.
Narrate to close out the round, and Mad Lions reclaim a lead. I don't think it stops here, Dryad.
Yeah, it really doesn't seem like it. That was played so well. Again, it depended on the 2 pieces that were on that B side. That was Trick on the KO and that Cypher with that utility to be enough as he was playing all the way back. And I mean, Zexro was able to do just that. 3 kills that the Cypher gets at the end of the day. It makes all the difference into
more likely gonna have to give. They're really gonna force up on Stingers here.
But again, those smokes are so strong.
Why?
Utility slows down your neon. Just becomes a nightmare.
You lose this round now. Instead of having rifles for 7-9, you don't have rifles till 7-10.
And Nilly on a solo mission. The team not close enough to find the trade. They're split up by the utility. And speaking of utility, they're trying to fight back with some of their own, but Narrate just doesn't care. This guy does not care. The Honey Badger of Valorant he's got 24 health and he's still on his front foot with 4 bullets.
This is what Narrate loves to do.
No, my God.
It gets a 3rd one as well. There's a team able to close it out. And just
so look, I mean, because they're not going to be able to invest this round. Oh, yeah, they will.
You would expect that Neon, especially after taking that damage, to fall back at least for a second, wait for that help. But it just
didn't
actually going for
do the math better. Do the math good enough.
Everything so well.
My math not good.
As Mad Lions, they get to 9.
I went full ranked teammate on that one, watching Narrate from his POV with 4 bullets left. Still somehow, some way finding a kill. Nice flick. Almost got them both. They almost lined up perfectly.
Yeah. It's just those kills that seemed like shouldn't be.
Add on a nice little run here.
Of course, it's Narrate who's taking care of them.
And there has been, well, I mean, you see it here, right? On the scoreboard, 4 rounds in a row. No answer. This is one of the final few full buys that OR Esports are going to have. Usually this is the turning point. If you have a rocky round, usually you lose your first full, you light buy the next one, you look to come back into it on the 5th round of the half. And that's where OR Esports have found themselves.
This goes here.
They need more behind it. Lear close to the Rolling Thunder. We take a peek. Zexro just continuing to be a nuisance with the setup, constantly mixing it up. We've already seen it get value. See if it does it again.
Yeah, with those smokes, when it becomes so much harder to even find where that utility is going to be exactly located, and the slight changes it has been bringing. It's been really, really good.
Wow, and look at this from there, right? This is the round you needed to win.
What?
And Mad Lions just take the fight right to OR Esports. I mean, what do you even do? There's just nowhere to go. Completely crunched, completely pinch. It's narrated.
Their econ's broke here. It's about to be 7-11.
Fully shut down.
Momentum fully on Mad's side.
But I
like,
did not expect him to find that value.
4?
Even with the fan, I mean, just everything about Navid right now is just insane. And I don't know how he's doing it. So well mad with that aggression.
4 ults maybe for OR Esports to try, but again, like earlier, I don't know if I'd be using it when I'm not on rifles.
They didn't even make it onto the B site, so you can go right back to it. Same cages, same tripwires, and Mad Lions. I mean, they've got the coffin in the ground. All they need to do is lay the body and start to bury it. Zeldris still kicking and screaming. There's a little bit of blood pressure. Not giving up just yet, finding that first kill.
Able to push back just a little bit.
This time going a little too aggressive, especially for that Cypher. That means that setup that we talked about is not going to be available anymore, and there's more opportunity for the OR squad. The timing, though, only turns into a trade.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
There. No way.
Oh.
Here comes the raid boss, and they send the ult out for him. Drone gonna try and hop away. He's taken down, and fortunately, OR Esports, it wasn't the round that we were expecting, but they finally found a glimpse of hope. Ainge playing just on the outside of the door, trying to catch the last one.
Catches one.
That's pure VNS, and he's been taken down. Nearly low in HP, so he needs to be careful. Taking the next couple of duels. Zange still in a very winnable situation.
So on the scoreboard, it's first to 13 rounds.
Completely nullified.
Gotcha.
Best of 3
Player on the
maps.
stairs taken down. No way. Ainge almost does it to him. You saw the vision. Unfortunately, Zeldris turns off the lights, and that round will go the way of OR Esports.
I mean, things are getting really silly, though. The way that those
So as
fights
much
are going
as
down,
Mad
the
had
pressure
momentum there
trying to be
on the
met by
comeback,
both
they
of the
do need to
teams,
make
and
sure that
even
they can
if
maintain momentum
almost
now.
managed to get that
Because we're about to be
clutch.
getting into like the really important rounds, the meat
But
and
taking
potato
care of, so
rounds.
that means
There is 3 ults available on either side, so a little bit to be
stay
playing with.
alive and stay
More than
close to the score
likely.
mat lines for a little bit longer. In a round, it is set up for this attacking side. That seems like
Yeah,
the
so
team
it's
just a
one
little
map
bit
to
more
one
every
map. So
single
this is
time.
map 3 here, Robin. Correct.
That is what's helping out so much. I love my Cypher with the operator.
Yeah, I love Cypher Op. I absolutely love Cypher Op. Zeldris, not happy about it. Not happy to jump peek the Cypher and realize that he's holding an Op. Fortunately, Jonah 6 will be able to get some of that health back. But withered away a bit is the Neon, is the Seekers.
The Seekers let them know there's a couple of people over here on B.
And you get that information, but there's still a good chance here in the defense. Nobody has been taken down. The operator, though, has to back up. That becomes so much more difficult to deal with.
And because you have the Op there, you can't really spam the trap wire, so one player
Oh,
allowed to survive.
Orbital Strike is
Beautiful
2?
Orbital Strike, though, the site completely cleared out as we trade back to back Orbital Strikes.
What made him think to send
But
the
it's
Orbital
getting absolutely
Strike
nothing. That's just
there,
gonna buy a
though?
little bit of time, a little bit of space. They still have to get that spike planted. 3 players stand here for the attack. Irvines to be allowed to plant, but stuck in the corner, and Zexro knows it. Holding on to the angle. Won't give it up just yet, even though that jump peak is coming
That
on
molly
through
will
the
be
incendiary.
just not enough.
It's not quite right. Not quite on the angle. Off goes
Girl
the hack.
theft.
Really gonna try and find the timing. Smokes go down. Ainge 3 kills on the round, but Zeldris, the drive-by double. And OR Esports do it again.
Magic fingers.
What is happening?
Got him.
What is happening in this match? what is happening for this last map. Just giving everything for both teams. Just when you think Ainge is gonna do it, it's still just on the other side with the overdrive taking care of things.
Wow.
There's no way.
Oh man, and you know what?
By the way, I have no idea what I just did.
Narrate
Don't
there
ask.
like that because this guy has just been doing the
It's a first.
most insane things. Yeah, you just cannot give that guy an inch. He will take a mile.
You gotta shut it down, however, and no matter what it takes. And both of the Neons really performing and really giving us a matchup that we expected for this map number 3.
And same idea here for the Mad Lions defense. Even up the top part of the map, while that knife landed, didn't quite reveal any of the players that have crept up here. They'll fight for A main space. And it's Ainge to play that jiggle peek. See if he can't spot anything early.
Who gets up early? Nice.
Drone, perfect timing. Now Drone wants to get aggressive. Not quite solo. He's got a player just behind him in Ainge. After shot to try and clear out clear. And, well, it's the rifle that eventually does it. But inside the spawn, Pure VNS strikes back. Takes 2 with him. Unfortunately, a player down on OR Esports. Spike in hand.
They have time to rotate to A to B if they wanted to.
Mad Lions for
Doesn't look like they're going to. Wouldn't be a bad idea.
One step ahead.
Technically, would have B all open.
Out perfectly. You give them 5 more seconds.
But of course, they don't have the ability to see it like we do, right?
You try to get that stun.
It's kind of only.
And try to get that utility on your side, but doesn't matter. Mad Lions again, 1 step ahead, and that makes all the difference. Your VNS good for 3, but stunned, and Nat Raid is gonna take care of it.
Yeah, and again, plants that spike, gets the orbital strike.
I don't know if they're going to be able to do a full buy this go around on
no utility
OR, right?
Now to that player, a fragment at his feet, so he has to give up his angle. And, well, the players were there to receive.
What do we think? Do we see a timeout here, probably?
It's a difficult situation to be in, but a beautiful read there.
Or they wait until after this round?
By Mad Lions, which, whether it be a cage or a jiggle peek,
they might wait until after this round.
Was always going to play out just like that. Nearly had to win that first fight against Drone.
Going to make sure they can at least, you know, obviously full invest in the next round in case they lose this here.
This goes here.
Because that'll put Matt on map point, which is also match
like,
point.
Again, it could be the same case as what we saw in Lotus, just with Mad Lions getting the right economy at the right time. And I mean, OR, they have absolutely
the good news is if OR flips this,
all play together, and that's exactly
I don't think Matt is stacked enough that they'd be able to withstand a comeback on the economy. They would have to, I think, play pistols on 11s.
Guardian shots ring out.
What the fuck are you shooting at?
Damage, but it's
and how does that work?
Spam to the cage is good. Lear to get this plant down, but now you got to try and get off the site. And we'll do so successfully. The flash available. 2 classics, a Guardian, and a Bulldog. It's all OR Esports have to try and end off the onslaught. That will be Mad Lions.
And it's got to be fast, though. There's an orbital strike for OR. You just create a little bit more delays. It can work out for them.
And look how far Pure is away. So disconnected from the play.
Hoping
that his teammates will tell him about the tap, but it might not even matter. A couple Guardian shots will land, but only 1 kill will be found. And Drone has plenty of time to get this defused. So Mad Lions, they push us all the way here to map point 12-9. OR Esports, in a last-ditch effort, will have a full buy, but need to put together 3 in a row.
Like you see here, I mean, Mad Lions never had to play up close.
Bro, he just didn't have ammo.
With the guns that this attacking side of OR had, it just the distance, and the spray actually manages to get 1. That's all they needed to play around. The coordination for these retakes is perfect, as it is match point here. Mad Lions, he could be taking the win here.
Fast
is
the call out towards the
OR's
side.
last chance here, champ.
Ainge head spinning, but pushes forward as Nilly wanted to collect that alt orb. Won't be allowed to.
All right, 4v4.
1 for 1 on the trade.
Spike going down.
At the end of the day, smokes down for Mad Lions. Only losing your Sentinel here for OR Esports. Not the worst trade. Clear. As that rolling thunder
should be able to tuck in the corner so
it
it doesn't have to worry about it.
Only the 2 players here in
Oh!
Somebody answers
Oh!
No way! Trick
Wow.
does it like that. 2 kills. The way of the stunned up KO, and now only 2 remain
Yep,
for Mad
GG's.
Lions. Make it 1. It's all up to Lear, but there's just too much in his face, and the Mad Lions have done it. They claw their way through OR Esports, and they find themselves.
I was wrong here. I thought OR was going to take
here
this.
in Challengers.
He's on 1-2 on the week so far. My pick'ems. I'm awful.
13-9 to close it out, and a stun.
Means I need to go
against the
perfect to
2
match
gives the
last
opening
week's
to
pick'ems.
close out that last round.
Means I can't beat last week's
So back and
pick'ems.
forth at the
Ugh.
beginning, but
It hurts.
everything turned out so much more difficult. I mean, towards the end, you lose the economy, you lose the momentum, and then in the retakes, the Mad Lion was so comfortable taking over and over again.
So incredibly comfortable. I love that we get that double take on Nilly to find that kill. Very unfortunate. And when you look at this, we'll get to the scoreboards eventually, but the players for Mad Lions, they just had, there was a few of them that had really standout performances.
Chat, I think we're going to be a little
the rest
late
of the team
tomorrow.
was there doing their job.
We're
Opposite
casting
end, OR Esports,
in the EMEA region.
we had a
Zephyr
full
Showdown
team
for
that was doing
Apex.
their job, right? We didn't have
And I
a standout
think we're going to be
performance
getting
from anybody
done
specifically.
after the first
Nilly didn't
games
have a very
are getting
strong
started
map.
tomorrow, but I'll literally
A
like prep
little
everything on my
unfortunate
end
at the end of the day.
so I can pop live as soon as
Obviously,
we're
as
done.
this series comes to a close, we get to bring back Sierra and get her thoughts on it all, because things got a little weird there at the end.
I feel like that sums things up well as just the series as a whole. Just a little bit weird, but hey, it keeps us on our toes. It keeps it all fun. And going on forward for Mad Lions, hey, they have their win.
But it'll be nice to be in the
going on
EMEA
and
region
this
tomorrow. I
like
think also in the
can be
morning we're going to be
root
doing
of that. So
some
congratulations
Community
over
Cup
to
action
them.
out of
It
APAC
was
South. I'm
definitely
waiting
fun
on a
how
definite
Fracture
to
shaped up because
get an
I was
answer from
really
that.
unsure with these 2 teams, Dan, how this would look going into it, considering what we have on record for them.
But tomorrow's
Especially because I was
showdown will be
expecting
over
that
on
race
Zephyr's
to come
channel.
through, even potentially
on
for
Switch.
Those, with Soldiers and the way that we always talk about
I know
Soldiers
last
and the
I
race.
checked, a
And the
couple
Neon
of
was
teams that
good.
were in
Obviously,
there, they didn't have all of the
there were a lot
teams.
of rounds that were back and forth because of that Neon.
in
but it
on
just seems like Mad Lions was able to take those big
Liquipedia,
rounds,
but
the ones that mattered the most,
we're going to be
to
seeing a
take
couple of
advantage of the map and be able to
EMEAs.
close it out.
Yeah, and we said
upper ALGS teams.
We get 3 maps. Very excited for that.
Couple
I'm happy
teams
that
that
we
are in
got
the top after the
22 rounds in
first
this one as
weekend.
Well. I was saying it during the match, but I didn't
Foot
get to finish the thought
Esports.
because it was very heavy.
2R1C.
This is one of the first times I
Start
really
a fight.
thought kind of just the eye test alone was enough. I will say I think Mad Lions have improved drastically since their loss to DSG on this map. But I am happy that we get a very, very close map 3. Obviously, you know, the stakes weren't necessarily very big picture stakes. They were the stakes on the line for the teams individually. So I'm happy that once we finally get one of these 2 teams to secure their first series, it's in a series like this where we had a nice little back and forth. We get out towards map 3 and we almost go the distance.
Hey, I mean, you say like not having the greatest stakes, and sure.
And
if
then
you're looking at the
Saturday,
fact that we're looking at teams going on forward into the mid-season face-off.
I don't know
yeah,
what
sure, there was
ALGS
no
watch
stage
parties will be
for these two
doing because
teams
it's a
in that
double
regard.
session for
But
South
being
America.
able to end off the split with a win, I feel like actually does hold a lot of merit going on forward because.
So
taking a
I'm gonna
loss
be busy
week
over
after
on the
week,
Singularity channel
difficult,
casting.
you know, being able to scroll through the players' Twitters.
Most
There's
today.
definitely been a couple of hard feelings about a couple of things when they're putting in all this work and not seeing that result. So it'll be great for Mad Lions to be able to, hey, we can all come together. We can take this win. So I'm excited to see them moving on forward. Though that's all we're gonna see for them from now and from these 2 teams. It's time for our Investor Pro Series highlights and a word from our sponsors. Can't win with game without the gear. So get exactly what you need from eBay. All at
Hey, chat, while we're talking about sponsors, man, I don't have sponsors per se, but I do have a couple of partners over here in the community. First off, you'll always see me wearing a couple of different glasses. Don't forget that GamerAdvantage is the excuse me. GamerAdvantage is the leader in impactful eyewear technology that has been proven to help you sleep better, focus more, all without distorting color or comfort. Relieving headaches and eye strain, all while fitting comfortably underneath a headset. All right, y'all? So you can always use exclamation point glasses whenever you come into chat. All right? Don't forget when you check out code YoBoyCue, save you 10%. All right. Not only that, but as far as ulti subs, y'all know we be on the grind a lot over here. Ulti subs has the only ingredient clinically tested and proven to help increase performance in gamers, I should say. It's actually backed with a completely transparent label, and it's properly dosed, so you know exactly what you're getting. If you look on the back of that label, that is completely transparent. You'll notice that there's nothing unhealthy, 0 sugars as well. Probably the best blue raspberry on the market. So both of those down in the description. Both of those codes YoBoyCue at checkout. Hopefully they should be done with their. Yeah, cool. Oh man, chat. So we're gonna come back. We're gonna talk about the matchup a little bit more. They should still be starting, yeah, probably like 7:30, I would imagine. Princeton won today, huh? Who'd Princeton play? Who gets to hold that L is the real question.
T-Pain, if you're watching, I just want to say, don't listen to Ludwig saying that I need an audiobook to not say slurs. I am not a conservative. For those of you who are watching at home that don't know, T-Pain apparently thinks I'm conservative. I'm sorry. Does he think that? Yes, that's not me. That's Hank Pecker. That's a totally different guy, bro.
I don't understand him. Yeah. All right. So it looks like we're not going to be in APAC tomorrow. That's actually getting rescheduled. Actually works out in my favor, to be honest. Lets me sleep in tomorrow. Also means if they aren't able to get all little man's homework done this evening, we can knock out whatever's left in the morning without it being a big issue. Very nice, very nice. Chat, I'm gonna go refill my water here real quick while we're waiting for them to come back. I believe they're gonna come back. I think they're gonna have an interview. I need some water. I'll be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Mad Lions managing to take the win 2-1 over OR Esports, and now I'll have this opportunity to sit down with their newest player, Nary, to talk about the win, him joining the team, and everything else. First off, Nary, congratulations. Fantastic way to be ending off the split. How are you and the team feeling?
We're feeling great. We just wanted to get a win tonight and, prepare for next split.
Especially, too, this has been a really difficult group to be playing in. I know that you only just joined recently, but how much does that win change things then going on to split 2? Just change in morale?
I think it gives us a little bit of confidence to show that like we deserve to be here. We're gonna come and play our best game every game. Obviously, we didn't have a lot of time to integrate me into the system when we had to play like M80 and the guard. Obviously, top 2 teams probably in the league, even better than some franchise teams. So, it's gonna be a work, but we're getting ready for split 2, and I think we're gonna show off.
So let's talk about then you coming into the team, because happened about week 3. That's not been a lot of time for you to be settling in. How has that adjustment been so far for you?
It hasn't been too bad. Although I haven't played on a really like solid team and like a lot of qualifiers, I haven't played a lot of matches. I'm a very fast learner, so I've been able to integrate in the system very well, and it's just up from here.
Right, and then you said that you haven't really played on a lot of teams in the system. So how did it come about then for you to be joining Mad Lions? How did they find you? Did you reach out to them?
It was pretty random to me. Trick just messaged me out of nowhere, and they wanted to try me out, and they just decided to bring me on the team. So I have a lot of I feel really good about them, putting the trust in me, and I'm able to show what I can do on a bigger stage.
All right, and then, so not really having too much experience, I just want to know about your history then with Valorant, joining this scene. I've heard some people say you're this ranked demon, see that you do Twitch streaming. Tell me a little bit more about yourself.
Well, I only started playing Valorant in April of 2022, and I used to play a lot of Counter-Strike, so I was pretty good at Counter-Strike. I just didn't really play that much. So I only started in April of 22, and I think I hit Radiant rank 1 in July, the beginning of July. So it was pretty fast. The game is very similar to Counter-Strike in the team aspect, but obviously learning the abilities is totally different ballpark. So yeah, pretty much I've just been playing a lot of ranked, haven't played on a team in a while. And I just recently started playing competitively this year, January. And I'm happy to get the opportunity.
So then going on forward, considering that you said that your inclusion to Mad Lions in the first place was kind of random, what are your plans then in the competitive scope? Is it something that just playing now for fun? Are you looking to try and do a lot of things competitive going forward? What should we expect from you?
I'm really a competitive person, and I want to show that I'm better than everybody. Obviously I'm not, but I'm working on that, getting better every day. And I just want to show that I have the talent and the potential to be one of the best. I
love that. And you're definitely having a lot of support and stuff behind you. I don't know if you've seen all the copy pastas in the Twitch chat. There's a lot of them, let me tell you. And our fan zone question actually relates right into that. This one is from Fire. I want to ask Nary if it's true that he was made in Valorant labs from the hair of all the best players. This is one of the copy pastas.
Why are we leaking this information? This is off script. We can't be leaking this information.
No leaks, no leaks. You can't let anyone else have a lab-made Valorant player going on for it. I respect that. All right. Thank you so much for chatting. Before I let you go, any final words, any shout outs?
I just want to shout out to Mad Lions and the team, just, for giving me the opportunity. It's pretty much out of nowhere. So I'm really happy about that. And I'm happy that I can play well for the organization.
Boy came in and looked good.
Excited to see a lot more of you in the future. Congratulations again on that win. Have a good rest of your day, okay?
All right. Thank you. Have a good one.
Yeah, as for us, that's just our first series of the day, and the next one around the corner has a lot more stakes to it. It's going to be FaZe going up against Moist Moguls to try and secure their spot in the mid-season Face off. A short break though. We'll be back in just a few.
Ooh. All right. Do we have anything else up?
Yo, check it out. Want to know if the price of those wave runners is too good to be true? Or if I Wear My Kicks 49 is truly selling dead stocks? Or if that Jordan 1 Royal box is original? eBay checks. See that little blue check mark?
All right.
Behind it is a team of independent authenticators who check. And we mean everything. Every tongue, check. Every toe box, check. Every corner of every box, check, 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 check. Every logo, every label, every lace loop. Yeah, it's checked. The luster of the leather, the topography on the tags, to the straightness of the stitching on the sole. Everything you can see, and even some things you can't.
Really?
Chat, what's y'all's thoughts on 2K League? If I were to like watch it over here. Actually, maybe I wouldn't watch it on here, but if I were watching it in like the Discord
eBay checks. So the moment you open
on off days.
As real gets.
Anybody coming in and watch what you boy? So I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of thinking about making a trip down to DC and trying to see if I can make a play about getting on a desk over there. I fucking love 2K. It's like a guilty pleasure of mine. As somebody who played basketball growing up. Like, I'm not gonna go down to the next 3v3 event because it's like the weekend before. I do have it free, right? I don't know. We'll see. All right, so I'm 1-2 so far. We got FaZe versus Moist next. I rolled with FaZe on my picks. Think I'm gonna stick with FaZe still? I don't think they've shown maps or anything, right? Because they just did the interview, so they haven't even started talking about the matchup yet. Yeah. Yeah. Chat, appreciate y'all coming through and vibing, watching NA Challengers with your boy, man. Like I said earlier, we'll be a little late tomorrow because we're going to be casting Zephyr's Showdown. Zephyr's one of the 2 new ALGS casters. He's been doing an EMEA event that started last month. The first qualifier for March is tomorrow. I think we start at like 2. I think. I gotta double check that. Of course, if you're always wanting to keep up with where your boy shoutcasting at, as well as a good place to keep up with your boy outside of stream, feel free to pull up in the Discord. My phone. But yeah, next weekend starts VCT matches. I'm not going to promise to do watch parties every day there's VCT or anything like that, but we will definitely be watching a lot of VCT over here. A lot of every region. The one day that I really can't promise anything, at least for the next like 7 weeks or whatever it is Saturdays. Any Saturdays that South America has a broadcast. They do double sessions most of their days, so it's 12 games plus a little bit of downtime between lobbies. So it's I'm not even like honestly, this Saturday I might just take the day off. Maybe what we'll do is we'll chill and watch NA in Discord potentially, but we'll see. Also, more than likely, we'll be, while I'm thinking about it, while we have the Discord link up, we will more than likely be putting up an application for bringing on a mod in the Discord in like the next week or so. So if that's something you're interested in, keep an eye out for that. And I'm going to let y'all know now before we make the announcement. The person we're looking to bring on next will be someone who I'm looking more for in chat mod. We've got, you know, pretty good crew that helps out in Discord and everything. So I don't really need like another Discord mod. Obviously, you'll still be given that role, but I'm not really leaning on whoever we bring on for that. I'm looking for someone to help me with our while we're streaming, especially like when we're doing ALGS stuff. That way I don't have to update the scoreboard whenever Liquipedia updates. Small things like that. Because, like, I'm not going to lie to y'all. Right now, I got 2K League up on my other monitor. I don't have it up playing, obviously, because that's not what we're watching, but we're at commercial. But I know 2K League is definitely not like most people's thing. Like, I kind of wish the music was a little bit more upbeat, but it's not bad. All right, here we go.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Knights Arena Valorant Challengers North America. One more series, and this one a little bit higher stakes for our two teams.
This one kind of more tells us. I don't know if it's so much a qualifier game.
Up against Moist Moguls. This is going to be to secure a spot moving forward in the mid-season face-off. The other one still has a chance, though, Dan. They're not completely out.
Yeah, they're not completely out, but then it depends more on everybody else.
Everyone else, yes.
Performing, which you don't want to rely on, right? You want to get that win today and guarantee that you're going to make it to that mid-season. But we don't know what's gonna happen. I feel like Moist has been looking pretty good, looked really good last week, and I think FaZe, it was the complete opposite. See if we can bump them up a
little bit here.
Yeah, it was a little bit rough for FaZe last week, Tanner.
Yeah, it was. Last week, it was really hard to read what FaZe were actually trying to do kind of as a roster themselves. Very slow starts on a very heavy... Valorant is a momentum-based game. We know that 100%. But FaZe is kind of the definition of a momentum-based team. It really does take a lot. Once they start moving forward, it's hard to stop them from moving forward. But last week, I mean, they were just stripped of any opportunity to actually get that ball rolling.
And that's definitely a rough call this late in the split, too. I mean, sure, they didn't start off week one with a win, instead of taking that 1-2 loss. But beyond that, they've been looking really, really good. So to be in this position now, right at the end of things, is a tough blow.
And this is where we actually get to see what went down last week and what we talk about FaZe not really performing to the level that we expect. And yes, they can be momentum-based, but this is a little bit out of character even for them. Versus Oxygen, every half was 3-9. They couldn't even take the advantage on the defensive side of Split, where you can expect teams to usually get more rounds, and then they just couldn't get anything going on to close it out. So it was rough for them, and it seems like there were some external situations. They changed the composition for one of the maps.
Been like
for
so
the second
weird
one, they just couldn't
too,
get
right?
anything going on. I want to see that being fixed today.
They haven't like Oxygen hasn't shown much consistency, but Oxygen has shown when they're good.
So I think it's
they look good.
That the map veto.
So like you almost don't write it off too much
for the team. We saw them
kind of
a week prior, saw in some Lotus. We saw them last week, saw in some Split. The Split didn't look great. The Lotus looked pretty awesome. But I think they were kind of overextending themselves a little too much.
Right?
Going forward onto today, I mean, we're definitely having a lot of eyes on FaZe, but in particular, there's going to be 2 players here, Tanner, that we're definitely keeping an eye out for.
Yeah, and when I see this Rossi without the picture, I just picture the Rossi with the stack of cash next to him. So just know, Rossi, I see you. I see you here, and I know that that money is calling your name. He's honestly, alongside Poised, who is a part of this core from FaZe, when you look at these stats throughout the entirety of the split, for your IGL to be putting up numbers like this, I think it's so incredibly important. There are a lot of games that Poised, in their victories, it does not seem Poised can make a wrong call because he's fragging out, because he's got beautiful reads and he's able to get the information and then also keep his own momentum going up and just have confidence in the plays that he's asking the team to make. And the player that is also supplementing that huge and has kind of been standing out because of this FaZe kind of transition away from the Smeek style is Rossi. It was a little slow at the start, but as things started to progress, Rossi has only done better. The only time we saw both of these players a little wishy-washy, again, was last week, which seemed like a very, very uncharacteristic week for this FaZe Clan.
And especially for Rossi, who has been better and better. If you look at the stats last week before they went into that match, Rossi, every single match that he played from week 1 to week 3 was just improving so much. You could see it in the stats, you could see in the way that he was supporting his team, you could see the way that he was supporting BabyBay. There was so much, but like Tanner was saying, it was a little uncharacteristic to see this, and it is so common. I know we always talk about BabyBay, but it is so common to see Rossi and Poised either at the top and really making a difference, or they're going to be at the bottom really struggling like we saw last week. And today is one of those days where they need to be at the top, give all that support to everybody else.
Well, at this point, Moist Moguls, who they're facing off against today, they're definitely not at the top, but they are making a difference. This is the complete opposite of FaZe when we're looking at how they've been approaching the split. They actually took a 2-0 going up against...
So it's great to see for Moist. It feels like it's one of those teams that we always talk about having insane potential, having really good players, have really good IGL as well. So the fact that they were able to close it out the way they did was beautiful. And I think today is, okay, you already did it once, can you keep it consistent?
Yeah, and this guy right here, we're kind of catching a glimpse in these highlights of a Proto. This winning 1v4s, finding multi-kills.
Proto looked really good last week, a couple times.
Activated last week, looked so incredibly good, especially on the Killjoy, which we kind of know him to be a Cypher player who just slams heads with the Sheriff. But I would love to see more of that Killjoy.
Well, hopefully we'll get to today, and we'll see if we'll have quite as long of a series as was played out last time, because it was a fun series
I would
to
like
watch
a 3
going up against Shopify Your Dad. It was definitely one that took the distance.
Series here. I wouldn't be surprised either.
That it's not only this match, by the way. Go look at the matches that Moist have been playing. Every time really close. It goes the distance. It goes overtime.
Is it always 3?
They're not able to close it in overtime. Sometimes they're able to close it barely, or is those 13-11s. The most one-sided score that they had, it was a 13-8, and that's still very, very far. So I think today we're just destined to see those 3 maps and every single one going the distance.
But what this tells me about Moist is they do a great job, no matter how strong or how weak the team is. They do a great job playing to the level of their opponent. What I want to see this week and what's going to set them and push them over the edge is going to be playing to their own strength.
Yep. And this is exactly what I was just talking about, right? The potential that we've seen from this team from that week number 1 all the way until last week, where we actually got to see
FaZe
those
win,
results
you
against
think?
Shopify. And it is the tweet
I think I picked FaZe to win in my pick'ems.
From starting 0-5,
I wouldn't be surprised if Moist wins, but I do think FaZe wins.
And that just shows what we've been seeing, how those maps, how they go to overtime, and how they're always putting up a fight and being a good match against their enemy.
And there's a world where I would say that I think Moist come into this one with a pretty solid edge, because their IGL is the old IGL, right? Of Flya, right? Somebody who used to play on this FaZe roster. But this is not the same FaZe. This is not the Smeek style. BabyBay needs to get it all done. When you look at the stats, we talked about Poise and Rossi. BabyBay is just doing his job as the Jet. The kills will come. And fortunately, he's got a really strong base around him, and it just allows for these support players to not only support him in taking space, but then find kills themselves. So there's a world where I thought Flya might have an edge.
I think the thing that I'm worried about is, like,
we have to see which FaZe
their only wins were against Turtle Troop before Turtle Troop really turned things around, and even Turtle Troop took them the distance.
There's definitely something to be said when a team is feeling good. They're
And
just took a win.
Shopify, and Shopify's
here
not
all
good.
composed. You saw the winky face at the end of Flya's tweet there. I mean, this
Like, I think if
definitely could
Shopify
be a match
and
going on for today. And
either of
what's
the
really
teams that
fun
just
about
played
today's
switch
broadcast
spaces,
as well is in terms of
I
the
think
maps,
Shopify's
it's
like
kind of
0-5
something
on the
that
season.
we've maybe seen a little bit before. That's a little bit of a threatening aura on here. But
Pearl Lotus.
looking at the first
Let's
half
go.
of this looks real familiar.
All right,
Dan.
Pearl Lotus split.
No way. No way. Look, we get
I love
Pearl
it.
Lotus again. And the last one, at least, it gets to be a little bit different, but it's split.
You
which I
flippy
do
who it
think
is?
a concern
Yo, what up?
for
What
FaZe
up? What
if
up?
it ends up going that way. Just looking at kind
It's
of what went down and
Flippopotamus.
everything that we just
How
talked
you doing,
about.
homie?
For a defensive setup that doesn't work out, they rely so much on those quick entries and that support that they're able to give each other.
Hopefully
And
you're
that's why
doing
their
well.
attacking side is so
Having
good.
yourselves
So
a fantastic
ideally, they want to
Wednesday.
avoid that. Make sure that it doesn't even turn that way, but they can close it in two.
And I love this. So Ascent is typically a pretty good map for Moist Moguls, at least coming in when they were breakthrough, working their way into things. It was a decent map. I love that they take it away and they force a fracture ban because phases looked so shaky that then leaves Split to be the decider.
Vibe and
because
tech
although
pause,
there
waiting on
might
the game
not
to
be
start.
The most
Bet,
gameplay
bet.
for Moist on that map, we do know that FaZe faltered on that one
I'm
previously.
excited
So
for
I
this
think that
matchup
Ascent
here.
ban in the second round of vetoes is so
And I
huge.
love that
So
we
should get a
have
map
the
3, I think
potential
it
of
bodes
getting
very well for
both
Moist
Lotus
Moguls.
and Split.
I'm curious here though, because there's always that little map prediction. And real quick here, we're looking at that split in map 3. Dan, are we gonna get to it?
Yeah.
I'm not telling you
I
who wins.
figured I just didn't want to say it out loud.
All right, we're gonna have to find out for that one. I respect it. We're gonna find that one out though after
I appreciate
a break.
you
And
coming through and
considering
hanging
this
out.
could be a series you don't want to miss. Go grab your snacks.
Saying
now and be
what's
back
up.
with you.
There's the break for us here. What else do we got esports wise going on tonight, chat? I know they're doing scrims over for ALGS. Oh yeah, Blast just started for Rainbow Six, didn't it? Do we have anyone that's excited for gonna lurk around while I'm chilling? Hell yeah, I appreciate you. Anyone else excited for CSGO 2? I need to find me some CSGO castings. I need to brush off the brush the rust off, you know? Got to figure out I don't know, like I never felt like awful with them, but we were only doing them there with Validity there in ESEA. And what, we did 2 splits with them? Trying to think about best thing to do when starting to put together the schedule for watch parties here, because once next weekend kicks off, we're gonna be pretty nutty. We'll definitely be watching the mid-season invitational over here. Where we can. Because again, on Saturdays, we're going to be prioritizing South American region casting over on the Team Singularity channel. But otherwise, we'll be trying to catch most of ALGS over here. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna do APAC. At least APAC South. Because APAC South is normally Friday into Saturday. And if I'm doing double castings over for South America, I just don't think I want to do like an all-nighter. Because let's look at it real quick. Let's look at the schedule. At, like this weekend, for example. So APAC South is at noon and 4. So that means probably getting done around 7:30. And then South America starts at 11. So that's not even enough time for a nap. If I were to do that, you know what I mean? And I feel like if I were to stay up for like one split, I would have our one session. I would have a hard time going to sleep for the next session. And that's just more a me thing, you know? Like next Saturday, I could potentially maybe just watch APAC North, which is Saturday evening. I don't know. It's like this weekend is like last weekend where it's Saturday, Sunday for EMEA. But then after this weekend, it's just Sunday. Which means I'll be able to do watch parties for those. And we'll do like the 8-screen, like actually watching like the live broadcasts versus the main broadcast. Then we've got same thing happening with NA for ALGS. It's this Saturday and then it's just literally every Sunday. I think the thing that sucks, man, is if I had to pick between APAC South and APAC North of which one I would rather watch, I would rather watch APAC South. But APAC South runs up like right up into butts up like right up against the thing. But butts up right up against South America. There we go. Sorry. Otherwise, we'd do that. Also, chat, I've been talking with Oogie about this for a while, but what's y'all's thoughts about an esports podcast? But the esports podcast being more focused on, one, going over some of the results, obviously, from the previous week and different, like here soon, we'd be going over VCT, ALGS, and then whenever there's like a big, challengers or game changers match or something, news, updates, roster changes, rumors, bullshitting. You know? I think if we're gonna do that, I think we gotta do that on a Monday. I think.
I love you. I love you.
XQC leaks his. Wait a minute, what does it say? I don't know. All right, it is Thursday. Thursday. But yes, so Saturday chat. I know I've talked about it a couple times, but we'll be over on the Team Singularity channel. Doing an English broadcast for South American ALGS. Love to see y'all's pretty faces. Excited for the opportunity over there, so. Yeah. Music banging though. I dig it. Chat, does anybody know when next Rocket League split starts? Because Winter Major's what? Start of April, right? Isn't it like Easter weekend? Yeah. Out in San Diego. I'd be interested to see what happens this next split. If we'll end up being get another chance back over with the main broadcast, or if since it's technically going into their fall, they won't be doing any load shedding. If maybe that was literally the only reason we were over there. I would like to think we did a pretty good job when we had the opportunity, even if we still just are only doing the team streams for bracket play for Apex Gaming over there. That's still fun enough for me, man. But I had a blast doing the Invitational. They have a really good main broadcast desk. I've been contemplating if I wanted to I've been contemplating if I want to try and now I don't remember what I was gonna say, chat. That actually started as something like I had a direction I wanted to go. Nah, I have no idea. I'm an idiot. Sounds like we have a little man at home though. Oh, I was going to say, I was just going to say that I think, I might try and look into maybe even doing some, Fortnite. I know that they're about to be having the new like editor in the engine. I don't know if that's something that I'd be able to use like afterwards for post editing. Could be fun. Chat, I think we got a little bit of a tech pause here, I'm guessing, from what Flippy was saying earlier, so probably why we got a little bit longer of a break. Should be started with FaZe versus Moist here in just a moment. Appreciate y'all coming through, hanging out with your boy. Oh, man. Bro, I'm not gonna lie. If I had more free time, I'd probably be jealous about everyone that I see posting about getting excited for the Diablo 4 beta. But I don't have any time to be trying to do that today. You know what I mean? As much as I would love to. That boy Bloodway has 26,000 people watching him right now. Watch Moist versus FaZe. That's insane when you think about it. I wonder if But that's not going on tomorrow. Wonder what time games start for the APAC North vs South qualifier event tomorrow. Maybe we can see about waking up and watching some of those over here, maybe. Oh, is Challenger Circuit this weekend? I thought this weekend was...
We're finally getting back to it, and it's, well, very familiar grounds here in our second series of the day. A reminder, it's Moist Moguls versus FaZe Clan. And the winner of this one secures their spot. Dryad, you mentioned it on the desk, that you definitely want to have control over your own fate. You don't want to lose this one and leave it up to the rest of the teams and round differential.
All right, FaZe versus Moist here. Map number one, chat.
Whoever wins this match is going to qualify instantly, but whoever loses is not out immediately. It just depends on the victories that we're going to see tomorrow of that group. So like Tanner was saying, you don't want to depend so much on everybody else, but you want to take that victory and make it a little bit easier for that path. So it's Moist against FaZe, and we're going to start off in Pearl once again for our second match.
Yeah, and this is interesting. This is a completely different look for Moist. Compared to what we've seen previously, we've got a proto plane at Killjoy, so we get more of that. Sim off the jet and onto the Raze.
Chat, we are 4 subs away from 150.
As they're
I appreciate
rocking that double
man.
Controller, and I don't blame them, right? They want to take FaZe out to Pearl.
Gets us 50 away from 200.
Record hasn't been the best on it, so I'm happy to see the changes. Now they just have to put pen to paper, as we've been asking them to do for the entirety of Challengers. As we get started here again, the stakes are set, and it's FaZe starting on the attack. Momentum, the name of the game for this team.
And I love that we get to see that change. I think a Proto is one of the best Killjoys, best Sentinels that we have in Challengers. And he was able to prove that last week. But this compositional change is going to make it a little bit easier with that Killjoy. And I love to see it early on as FaZe starting on the attacking side. Fight for a little bit more of a mid control. And in the meantime, Moist is comfortable playing back.
Babybay threatening a push into the spawn, into that sewers area. Meanwhile, the rest of the team slowly working their way up B-long. And Flya's on an island.
Ooh, gotta worry about the paint shells coming in.
Paint shells gonna force that push on forward.
Got the trade though.
Answer, but it's Rossi to find the first. Brock to trade it back.
Sorry, chat. I had volume way too high up.
So 1-for-1, but the spike is planted, and Babybay wants some more. This is what we were expecting FaZe to go back to. What was working in the past, and it was Babybay running people down.
FaZe just playing it fast, man.
The Proto, the last one standing. A 1v4 on Lotus is what we saw against Shopify, but we do not get the 1v4 here on Pearl.
First pistol round here. Good start for the side of FaZe, and we talked about it. We got to see it last week, and I think it's been overall the storyline for FaZe. The attacking side is always solid, and so you're going to be depending so much on that even with the frustration that they had last week, there was a tweet from Baby saying that it was just disappointing from them the way that they lost last week. So those little steps and those round by rounds are the best way to approach this one.
Yeah.
Ooh, an aggressive approach here.
So good.
How about the paint shells? They just go wide. That landing on top of 5 players would have been absolutely huge. Unfortunately, Sim gets nothing, and with that, FaZe, they take it all back. The element of surprise gone.
All right.
Baby 3 quick kills, essentially securing this round.
And another thing we were talking about, right? The momentum that FaZe depends so much on in so many scenarios. And if you're able to get Baby to get those 3 kills, those early kills, that early impact, it's just a dream come true to snowball into so much more. Even if it's just the second round. I mean, you already have a Vandal on your side. Spike gets planted right at the end. And this is when we get to see Moist fighting back.
Not only is it the Vandal, but he drops that over. He's able to help purchase, well, I guess armor and utility for himself, and has the Blade Storm. Baby is taking control over this game completely. And if you're a FaZe fan, this is what you wanted to see. We talked about how he kind of had these middling performances where the rest of the team was doing well. Now Baby is just running it down, which Baby was kind of known for, running it down, but very successfully.
And one of the reasons why we get to see those players like Poise, like Rossi being highlighted is because of that kind of support that they're able to give to Baby. Even if he gets taken down, at least one of them is going to trade him. Oh, the timing. Seems like he'll save, but now somebody else waiting on the other side.
Yeah, Flya waiting for him to leave or head back into the link. Meanwhile, Dicey taking a good bit of damage as he works his way onto the side of Frag. To clear out this corner. Steve still finds that kill, wants to get a bit more, unfortunately. Boys will make sure it only remains that one. So it's Flya and Sim. They work their way back towards the A site. Sim, a bit worse for wear. 1 blast pack to play with. He's going to go up, get the high ground. Decapitate Superman. Rossi and Poise, the 2 players that we highlighted to play the cross as the angle starts to get cleared. Rossi also a part of that in getting cleared. A Bulldog moment. It's good damage onto Flya, but it's not enough, and Moist are on the board.
So that's what Moist needed to do to bounce back. It's the second round.
A little bit more, but Sim,
kind of been like the. Have we seen anyone
when they were struggling and starting
not win the first rifles?
A little bit slower. Sim was always
tonight?
at the top, was
I don't think so, right?
To get something going on, especially in maps like this one or
everyone's kind of been able to bounce back in the same sort of way.
And so many scenarios single-handedly winning rounds for Moist, so you'd love to see that performance for this race as well.
I want to give mention to last week's map 1 for Moist Moguls against Shopify. They were down in kills, but still managed to win the map 16-14. So
yeah,
it really does come down to the wire in way of dying, but buying enough time for the spike or forcing players to save. Moist will find a way to get it done. And this time it's Sim to get us started and really start to slow the roll of Baby. The first one up and the first one down.
They don't
looks like they'll still probably set up for an A push here.
For contact.
Maybe not.
The dart doesn't get used. The K9.
Flya though, still looking over B long.
Actually, still gonna be available here for FaZe. So they have to play a little bit slower. You lose the jet player early on. They get to spot one more on the other side of B.
Uh-oh. This is an angle that either works flawlessly for Flya.
This is my favorite corner. This is my favorite.
All right. Trailblazer.
Well, my teammates, they hate me.
Yes, yeah.
30 seconds.
Yeah, when you get spammed. I think the problem with using this angle so early in the game is for the rest
people
of the game,
spam
this is
it.
going to get spammed. Nobody else can play here. So Flya gonna tuck away. Won't be revealed by any of that utility either. Spray through the wall and Flya still alive, still healthy. Dicey not quite the same. That spike be playing in just a moment, and it's all about the timing.
Shut up.
And it's about to fall apart. The screen's going
Shut
down.
up. Oh my goodness.
The IGL and a Proto to find 4 to close out the round, and Moist Moguls tie us up.
Good one as well. The patience.
Wow.
Not throwing down that wall, but keeping it up just for a little bit longer, trying to get that timing. I'm clipping this and sending it to my friends, letting them know that this actually works. And it's good to see it. But yeah, like you said, right? That's a problem. You don't do it, or like you do it a little too early into the match, and then you know it's gonna get clear and sprayed every single time right after. So it's one of those that you have to risk for that round and to win those crucial rounds to get that momentum.
All right, so they're able to get a couple stingers, still make sure that they'll be able to invest fully in the next round.
Mid control, name of the game once more for FaZe. Maybe Bay flirt
2-2 here.
Maybe tripping some of that Killjoy utility. Instead, there'll be 4 players inside Art to be met by the turret. Oof. Okay, a little awkward with the paint shells too. Nano Swarm.
Almost worked, but...
We look at the health bars. Good early damage from Moist. FaZe obviously not happy about that one. Baby Bay gonna push on through. Oof, and Poised. Almost.
I feel like there's enough action that they probably could have spent Flya over sooner. I'm not gonna lie.
The A site completely swarmed with the lesser weaponry and ultimate used as well to secure the information onto Flya. He's got to do it again. He was good for 3 in the last round. Has to do it once more, and his position's been
Why use a neural theft for 1?
Baby Bay on the angle.
I guess it is making sure you keep 3 up.
3K for Baby Bay into that one just to get that lead for this attacking side of FaZe, and I like how comfortable they are trying to get that early information, try to fight for the map control early on, and even with that information, just capitalize from it perfectly. We even get to see on the defense the kind of variations that they have just to have a couple of those players onto side. But so right now, FaZe, the pretty good lead. Hunter's Fury too.
Flya hanging onto the Viper's pin. I'm wondering where that one goes. Boombot reveals absolutely nothing but a drone here. Maybe a slight tell.
Stars.
That FaZe want to come this way, and yeah, those stars go down. Eve just playing the jiggle before he wants to invest.
Right.
Any utility, and there it is.
Cosmic Divide
comes down. Paint shells out. The stars already expended. Hunter's Fury though from the opposite side is Rossi trying to open up some of the.
Did he get a little bit of his teammate?
Baby Bay now deep here on the site with 74 health. It's healthy enough to keep fighting forward, and he's going to do so all the way through the spawn. Flya expecting this one, takes him down, and Poised now reeling in it in a 1v3. We'll find the first, but Flya given just a shoulder, and that's all
right,
he
I'll
needed
tie it up.
to tie us up again.
It feels like for FaZe, they never really got the chance to go in. Everything worked out perfectly. They had a Cosmic Divide. The Hunter's Fury managed to catch Sim. But even then, they couldn't fight for all the way back. And maybe the KO knife got a couple of the players for Moist. Just capitalizing from those kills wasn't good enough. And with that, again, things are tied up 3-2-3.
And this is the matchup that you absolutely want here, right? Between these teams, when qualification is on the line, you want to see the back and forth. Recall on the smoke. 0 point finally comes down, and it does reveal that Sim playing close angle on the pillar. But they'll give up that space. With 1 minute and 25 left on the clock, it's basically like the barriers just went down.
And being a little bit more careful here before that aggression actually manages to come through. The drone is not going to spot
even if that's behind it, it flashes it.
There's a little more space for Baby Bay to get this position, but again, Moist
doesn't seem like it was far past.
Is the way that they're holding on to these sides. They're not over rotating.
Obscuring vision.
All quiet on the western front here on Pearl. Well, it's pretty active actually on the western end of the map, but nobody making noise. Now, what point does the paranoia start to set in here for the Moguls?
I mean, Moguls are still all pretty well set up here. That's going to let them know they're good to stay here.
Yeah, the Seekers are gonna
Raze goes into the back hall.
Well, just in time, but I mean, there's so many resources as well for Moist to fight back.
Yeah, a lot of angles still being held here by the defense. That no command continues to ring, and the abilities are still shut off. Sim. It's a little too aggressive. 12 seconds left on the clock, and that spike allowed to be planted as Brock going to play the angle, win the angle, and Rossi now left all on his lonesome. Unfortunately, a Proto wary of the positioning there. The back and forth continues as Moist.
And what, FaZe has a little mixed buy on this next round?
The two looking
Right?
towards the link, and nothing else of all of their resources they had was really needed. The Pro had that lockdown ready, just in case, but again, they just take care of the situation so well. And that is the problem. In so many of those scenarios, the execution and the utility that FaZe has is already for when they are inside, but they can't really get into that position so easily. There's a Viper wall that's going to slow it down. There's so many ultimates. I mean, the Cosmic Divide, you're going to have the lockdown as well. Viper Spit, everything is going to slow this push even more. That's why FaZe were just with their...
Get out of my way!
Timing going against them.
And I mean, barring an insane round from Baby Bay, who does have the knives, we saw a thrifty victory just a round ago. Barring anything crazy, Moist are in a really good spot to really start to bolster this lead, right? An anti-eco in this one, which I can't assume too many ults are going to be used. And then you have 4 ults online in the next one, which will be a full buy from FaZe. And then they'll be reset again should you win that next full buy. So if Moist play this right, they put themselves in a really good position, securing 7 rounds before we're even close to the end of the half. Baby Bay, we get revealed. I out some of that utility, and the alarm bot gets a little crazy just outside the range.
Able to back down just enough, though.
Wheel stop working.
Concealment.
Still has 50 seconds, though, so you have plenty of time. You have players going down either way. It looks like they're actually going to be pushing towards B.
First half of the round. And this is when the green light starts to come through. The Viper for Moist actually backing up. And this is the positioning that they had before. It works so well because Sim is often guaranteed to get his first.
But now so much of Moist is rotated over here, though.
Wow, okay, Rocket used. I wasn't sure which ult would be invested, but I was expecting one as they push into the spawn. Flya quickly deals with 2, and it seems he does have the read on his former teammates. Now Baby Bay buys out another ultimate. Lockdown use. Spike still planted. A couple of flashes go that way. And he's got the Blade Storms, but it will not matter. A Proto does it again. Closes the lid on the round. And the Moguls will find a fit.
Don't even start that shit.
Now, Thief does still have that Astral Divide available for this next round if they want.
Not being able to win those rounds on an attack. That was everything that was holding them and keeping them alive on that match last week. Just because of the way that the playstyle
FaZe timeout here, huh?
I mean, initially it looks so
going into their buy rounds.
The Moist, they have an answer for it every single time.
Or into their rifle round, I should say.
2 rounds. FaZe are going to take a timeout from it.
Flya really showing up here, 11 and 5. 3 kills, often awkward play that eventually worked out. Kind of those one-and-done situations where maybe we don't get it again. But in a couple of retake scenarios, Flya been able to make sure to neutralize a few, go for the multi-kills. And actually, the player next to Flya in multi-kills is Sim. So you can expect basically a good performance from one or the other. The last time we saw Sim on Pearl, the guy dropped almost 35. I think it was 34 kills on the heads of Turtle Troop, which somehow that shell managed to hang on and hold up. That was a very scary performance. So if Flya gets it done on defense, I think the team will be happy to flip the script on Moist's attack and allow Sim to kind of take over.
Absolutely. And one of the things for Moist is that you can see anybody popping off and going crazy at any point. I feel like recently
big round here for FaZe. They took the timeout. They know this is a round where they need to win.
Close map that way.
Otherwise, their econs reset.
His team, and that's essentially all they need to continue this lead.
You can even see Moist playing offside on A, waiting for any sort of contact. Knowing you got the utility there at the doorway.
Just another slow start for FaZe. There is a Cosmic Divide available, so if they end up going to this B side, it becomes a little easier. But again, those retakes have been so clean for Moist.
I don't actually know if the flash holds anything there if it hits the drone. I don't think it does. So there's a world where the Moguls have absolutely no idea that 3 players are out this way. But I was wondering, they droned A, they hit the site. They droned B, they hit the site. I was wondering when we would finally see this drone be used to try and sell a fake. And it seems like this is that round. They drone out towards B. Cosmic Divide also.
A lot of utility allows them to push down.
The defense is going, Dryad.
You can see Brock's gonna back down off site too.
Divide for the fake.
30 seconds left.
As well as trying to get something in the meantime, but I mean, it's still so risky. The Cosmic Divide is going to be available on the other side for Thief. For this retake.
They have 8 all to themselves.
They continue to be a 5v5 retake once again.
Oh, man. And the positioning, although the 2 players here, they get the site completely for free, and now they can set up wherever they want. Meanwhile, the rest of the attack, they can just play...
They can kind of flank.
Baby Bay is all the way into the back lines. When does that finally get activated?
Nice.
Cosmic Divide on the opposite side. Dicey and Zupa, the only 2 on the side, are the only 2 needed thus far. They'll finally be answered to.
You literally get to answer or check in all 3
out, a tap onto the spike, that being
angles.
Destroyed. Now Boy's gonna work his way through Art, tries to deal with a couple of his own. It's Sim for 3 kills on the round, and it's all up to Baby Bay, who is playing the long con, and will find the first. Now needs to grab the next, and of course Baby Bay goes
Baby Bay.
Oh, just in time. I was so
Jeez.
concerned. We saw everybody in that A side and Baby Bay just making that rotation, trying to get that flank going. It seems like the timing got a little concerning for a second, but Baby Bay is able to clutch it. And of course, he's able to do so just in time. After getting half it seems like everything was against him, but once again, handling that pressure perfectly.
It's been a while. It's been a handful of rounds, actually, that went the way of Moist since we've seen Baby Bay get his hands on the round again. This time it wasn't through entries. It wasn't through dashing onto the site and finding kills and all the chaos. Instead, that late lurk. Yeah. It worked well.
And it's so rare to see that, right? That Jed actually staying and after trying to sell that and being able to sell that fake completely. It's one of those rounds that has to feel good for FaZe and can potentially tie things up once again.
Slow approach, Baby Bay. To be revealed once more, but we've seen this look. Get this util. Maybe look to back away. Meanwhile, Thief. An aggressive.
Oh, Thief gets
here.
the
2 players
first.
one. Gets one of the 1v1s. Now tries to take another one. He
Shut up.
On the box, there's a second, a third around the corner. But poised. Will finally stop that reign of terror. Thief happy to take 2 with him.
Yeah, that's pretty good. It seems like he was going to get the third one as well.
I thought for sure he was going to get that third one,
there
chat.
for Baby Bay. As he was trying to fight, knowing that a Proto was going to be up close. A Proto actually decided to back up, and this is kind of the decision-making that I love to see from a Proto, knowing when you have to give up those fights, try to give a little more space and play with everybody else, because their team, or Moist, they're not quick to rotate. They're so patient, and that's what makes it different. They're always playing together.
10 seconds left.
How terrifying, though, that the rounds continue to get this close for FaZe. 4 seconds, no way, no how. You just can't plant the spike. And the Moguls know that. 2 remain. Brock and Fly just on the wrong side of the map. And, well, it's the right side of the map as that clock ticks away, and the round goes to them.
All right.
Wasting so much time.
Boys started at 6. Last 2 rounds here. FaZe
one of the concerns
not going to be able to full buy here.
For FaZe,
they do have 2 ults.
Towards Art, and again, they were hoping
and Poised and Dicey.
So good at getting that
Flya does have that.
Trying to waste as much time as they can from FaZe works out well.
Viper's Pit though, available on D if needed.
A lot of ultimate to invest.
Sim will also be able to get theirs soon. Brock should either have theirs this.
Yep, Speed. If Speed is in the
or
game, they've
none.
got the ults for that. No command is online. Utility used already though.
This or next. Sorry.
Gonna play on the inside. Makes quick work of that trap wires. Dicey waits from on the opposite side. Meanwhile, down towards the link, a Proto picks up 2 for his fallen comrade as Flya gets 1 on the way out. Now Rossi and Baby Bay need to try and get it done. Spike down. Not the best position to have that one there, as the Killjoy and the Astra will sit right on top of this one, and Thief's not needed. How about it? A Proto, 4 kills on the round, and Moist get another.
We've been hyping up this player for a reason. I mean, the timings, it's just like you can see everybody on the map, even the side of FaZe. The timing for him to swing out of that smoke, as well, just even when Dicey knew exactly where that one player was going to come from. It's so good. He's going to give the advantage here. As Moist, they get to 7. I mean, and they have everything to get one more.
Oh, you know what's funny is I looked up earlier
Moist has been a
the
team
Rocket League thing, and I never finished up in a scene actually
that
when
usually
things
at
are.
some point
I
in the
just
game
realized
does start to concede
I
some of the
was
momentum
such
that
a
FaZe
like
garnered for themselves.
airhead
It's
sometimes.
still a world where FaZe
Not that that matters now,
work their
but
way back into this one. They do look pretty clean in this first half of Pearl, and I was wondering where we'd get that Viper Spit. Finally, we get it up towards B, so that makes this site a little less desirable, and the defense can lead a little heavier out towards A as Baby Bay once more deals with that utility there. Gonna go up top, dashes away, up draft, tailwind, all to safety, but a Proto is here to make sure that he's just not safe enough. The paint shells go out, a blast pack behind it. Sim cuts down 2, and it's the multi-kills for Sim once more. Rossi goes aggressive. Unfortunately, aggressive is not enough here in this one.
Nice
Moist
first half here for
Moguls
Moist.
grab the lion's share of the half. It's 8-4.
It's a big first half for them.
Really, really good half here for Moist on the beginning that we got to see. As Sim was just more than able to get those multi-kills that you talked about early on, that we've seen throughout Challengers, that we've seen from every single one of those matchups. But again, it's a perfect combination of team. It seems like week after week of them developing more and trying to clean the style that they like. And it's just so good. You have a Proto with the perfect timings. You have Sim with the perfect aggression. And even when you said for the last round, right, there was a Viper Spit that pushes everybody to go into the A side, and it's just a trap. You cannot escape it. And that was the strongest side for FaZe. Again, their attacking side is always their best side.
And we thought that, you know, that would be the turnkey for this team. If they get that momentum going forward, if they can start on the attacking side.
You need this if you're FaZe, bro. 8-4.
Defense.
You
Unfortunately,
cannot afford this to go to 10-4.
No win in the sales.
Before rifles.
Moist Moguls. The SS Moist is full steam ahead.
And you gotta be so careful if you're inside of FaZe here.
Ooh. Trade.
Yeah, okay, things get a little weird. Rossi almost gets one back, but Sim and Thief
Get healed here as well by Brock. Nice.
Kills clear things out, and through utility, timing was a little awkward. Brock not feeling comfortable enough to plant, so he will heal the team up, force that reload.
Everyone's sitting.
Player ahead.
Back here. What's up, Bubba?
There's only one player, but again, like I was saying, Moist, everybody is working together here. The crossfire with the team's so clean, and the swing as well. Makes it close.
Yeah.
No shot. Dicey had the read. He looks away at the worst possible time, and that would have been his round. But who better than Flya to secure it for the Moguls?
They almost did it. Didn't know where the last player was. Didn't know where Flya was. Even spots it, but it's a little too late. Flya already with the better swing right at the end, and you push this Moist side to 9 rounds. It's just so good. And we talked about it in the pre-show. One of the strongest things about Moist is how much have been developing and the big potential that we saw. They talked about it. They know it. They're showing it against FaZe.
Yeah.
Baby Bay with the high ground here, a sheriff in hand, and he can see just over the top of that great. Forced to dash away though. Sim takes this side. A couple of good classic shots from Supa, and he'll eventually be punished for playing that position in pillar. Spam through it. The rifle's a little too strong. Try and play
Baby
there.
Bay was able to
just
duck away.
Grab walks to safety.
Just ducked
It's so
away,
scary,
bro.
though. I mean, you got 3 rifles now on the side of Moist, and I love that they do this. I love that they go for this full investment so early, and that second round is the second half. It's gonna push them to do so much more. And even when you try to read that phase on the second round, sometimes they like to force. So you're
nice
those rounds no matter what.
Easy, and there it is, man. Looking at 10-4 now.
We're getting to the hard to swallow pills here for FaZe, where you mentioned this buy. This bonus is going to be so strong for Moist. and could quite honestly, the thought to have this economy going into round 3 of the second half could be the final nail in the coffin here. FaZe do not have many rounds to play with, especially because this is their first buy. They have to buy down to 0.
But it's so good. I think it's so well planned, especially when you're going against FaZe. It was what I was saying. We oftentimes see the force buy on the second round for FaZe when they don't win that pistol. So when you have the better firepower with those rifles, with the Vandals and the Phantoms, I mean, everything is granted for the second and potentially that third round. There's an investment as well for Sim, only player who died, and still going to go for his light shields and that Vandal to play it out.
Yeah, and on top of that, all a Proto on the Sheriff. We know that Sheriff for a Proto
it's insane.
Is basically a Vandal. I guess we say Phantom because 145. The trap wire though, that's gonna catch Sim. Not able to dash onto the site for free. A no-fly zone, says Baby Bay, as Dicey finally gonna drop down through his utility. A beautiful flash from Boys, so we'll capitalize on it as Baby Bay 3 kills on the round. And it's
Did he do that from inside the one-way?
He deals with one of his own. Now needs to go toe-to-toe with Supa, his counterpart, on the opposite side. The star comes down. The jump peek there. And the jiggles are good. It'll force Thief off the angle. He's vulnerable. He's light shielded. He's about to be droned out. But full ammo here. Expecting a push from Rossi. Rossi gonna give up the angle for just a second. Both players finally make the decision together, and FaZe back in the win column.
A good play over there, especially towards the end with Rossi and Superman. You want to make sure that you're playing that one together, especially after both of them are able to get spotted. But all that drone, all that delay of time works out so well. And yeah, those rifles, the investment doesn't really end up going the way Moist thought it would. It still makes it into a very expensive round for FaZe. They just made it to 5.
Sheriff on Flya,
really
otherwise.
Love the investment of that high trap wire, because at that point,
25 still have shields, and
you are not crouching. You are not
still able to get the Vandals here.
So they put that one head level. It's going to catch the feet of Sim, who tries to blast.
They're going to look to
like
push through art, it looks
like. It's
like.
going to catch the heads of the players who are looking to swing through it.
And I mean, Moist in the meantime is comfortable with this.
People are watching on Critical side.
First map.
Critical's at 18,000 people watching his stream. That's crazy, bro. NA Challengers gets mad viewership between the two of them.
And now you go for that execution, making
That's
sure
so dope.
nobody's up close. And seems usually the first one to take contact.
Good for them,
on
man.
the other side answering. And Baby Bay so aggressive, nobody expecting it.
Yeah, playing that aggressive defense here again. It's what we expect from FaZe. It's not what Moist is expecting, though, as Baby Bay somehow, some way, still surviving with 26 HP. Meanwhile, I mean, this is poised domain. 2 kills on the round, completely stunts the push from the Moguls. And FaZe are starting to piece them together.
And is getting closer and closer.
FaZe has the
very similar to last
2
week,
ults there. Moist has their 2 ults there.
Couple
people kind of close. Dicey's kind of close.
They always manage to make it close.
Sim and Flya, both of them could
That's what can catch
technically get it this round. Obviously, they couldn't both get it, but you know what I mean.
Finally, they actually.
I think it's good technically both get it.
FaZe know it. They're actually really aggressive because of it. It works out.
Yeah, it does. And Flya gone. Flya was really the tip of the spear for the attacking side for Moist, or the defensive side, excuse me. Now he's gone. He's got to have to IGL from the sidelines. That Trailblazer player sings out. Good spam onto Sim. Paint shells do make their way onto the site, though. Does delay. Quick push onto the site. Try and meet a few players. Meanwhile,
spike down A.
Well, they're just walking right.
They aren't gonna be able to
into
get
the
anybody out.
Proto can hope for some damage,
Team
but we'll get
flawless.
absolutely nothing. An investor flawless. And this is what we mentioned.
Bruv.
Not to take anything away from FaZe, but this is what Moist do. They like to make it exciting. They go up 11-6 on Haven against Shopify Rebellion, and they win the map 16-14.
Timeout for Moist. Yep.
And they've just now realized that this shift in momentum, the PID swap over to FaZe, so they take a timeout and try and deal with it.
And that is exactly
trying
what
to pump the brakes a little bit here.
That has to come now. The last one was an eco. A difficult one for sure, especially when you know if
yeah, you want to make sure you can go into this round and really just be clear, clean mind, potentially, hopefully.
That matters.
Right?
This is the
if you win this round, it's 11-7.
To be able to frag out a little bit more, and he's
start to move things a little bit more in your favor.
As well.
Pump the brakes a little bit, right?
On top of those boxes with that raise util. But FaZe is doing the exact same. Towards that towards that A side where it becomes harder to deal with.
Valorant is a horror game.
What do you mean? It's kind of cute.
Sure.
It's kind of cute.
Sure. Until you hear watch this, and your dreams become a nightmare.
Yeah, you're right. I got nothing.
All right, here we go. Aggression again. This time, Baby Bay doing a good job mixing it up. It was out towards A, then it was out towards B. And what I liked about the aggression is they didn't give it up, right? They're comfortable leaving Baby Bay on an island in locking down that space. That play out towards A main, they post him up, and eventually the kills come to fruition. Meanwhile, this time they want to fight for A main. Good jiggles, flat out deep. Is he going to be expecting 2 players? Gets the first, but traded out on the second. Rossi going to try and dance away back toward the say site, but Hunter Shuri netted for the player here, and he's not done yet.
And again, FaZe, they fight for that A control early on and try to push forward, but this time around it's not with Baby Bay. As we saw him.
All right, Moist checks door.
It was Poise and Rossi, the 2 players that we highlighted early on.
Where are you going to rotate this thing to? Down to B long?
Each other and help each other out. But still, I mean, it's a 4v4. Moist trying to take that lead onto 11 rounds.
Oh, Dicey's pushed up further here too, bro.
Very risky. He's going to be revealed. He tries to stay around for a little bit more, backs away.
He can use that cage. He should back down more.
Try and play the pillar here, and I mean, he's not off the angle just yet. Wants to keep on fighting, but he's about to find way too many targets. Util at his feet, a bullet in his head, and we say goodbye to Dicey. Meanwhile, Sim playing this showstopper as a baby lockdown to make sure the defenders do not step onto this site. Oh, sticking it though is Brock, and he's just gonna eat the Hunter Shuri.
Well,
and the odds are even, and there's some extra damage behind it. Sim down to 45 HP. Proto really the linchpin here in this round. He has to make sure he does not get noticed. Without him, there's not a whole lot.
All right, 3v3 here.
Really banking on just the paint shells. The 45 HP raise.
Yeah, they're aware of it. They're gonna smoke it here. So Proto's eye, it becomes a little more difficult to get the value that they want.
Okay, never mind. A Proto.
Okay, a Proto.
Just the timing. God, there. He did it in B-Link on defense. He does it in B-Link on the attack. Perfect timing. And you have to give love because when it happened on defense, a Proto shot the trap wire, was in an awful spot, and Flya swung to help him out. A Proto swung, and the timing was perfect. And that's the exact same thing that happens. Flya buys the attention out towards long, giving just enough.
My bad, chat.
It's a split second. We saw the defenders were starting to look that way, but a Proto just cleans him up, mops him up.
It's not that they didn't even know. There's some pings, there was some smoke as well, ready for it, but the timing as well, always perfect. So Proto manages to help it out to close that round, get to 11 for Moist. FaZe again pushing forward, now with 2 players. That last round we saw with Dicey alone now, maybe FaZe there to support it with an operator. And that's not where Moist is looking to go.
I really like how our Proto's been playing lately.
Things you hate to see if you're Superman. Oh, what a beautiful flash over the top there from Poise. Allows Dicey to find the kill, and welcome back to the game, Baby Bay. Mines went on to a Proto. And that makes things a little awkward here for the Moguls.
Proto tried to get something going on in that B, but again, Baby Bay ready for it. And FaZe, it seems like they're gonna take care of it quite easily.
Baby Bay used to be in Overwatch League? I didn't know that.
Getting their one, and with that FaZe, they stay in the game.
Completely cleaned up. The 2 players were flashed inside art, and we're still managing to find kills. Dan Dryad teammates comes through. And FaZe they keep marching forward. I think the scariest part here is they're also starting not only to have some momentum, some economy behind them, which you cannot say the same for the Moguls. They're starting to get these ults back online. Dicey for information, poised for retake. This is starting to become a very scary defense in the last few rounds of the game.
They're only going to put one of those players towards A early on. I like that this fight is mid-aggression before it worked out.
Yikes.
But yeah, baby, ready for it.
Yeah, I mean, Flya had a web shooter out. I don't know what he was doing. And high in the sky, he gets taken down. No way, not like this. Sim does raise things with the funny gun. Dicey gets sprayed down himself.
Okay, 3v2 here.
Some way, somehow, the round is where it's at, Dryad. This is the most awkward thing I've ever seen.
There's no way it's going on. The 3v2, the players are going to get spotted thanks to the Seekers as well. Allows that reposition. An expensive round for sure when it comes to ultimates, but the rifles weren't there. Sim was just able to pick one up.
Scanning ahead.
Sticking
These
it.
pings aren't good. Somebody's
Sticking
got
it.
aggressive. Supa's just gonna look to stick this one. He's inside his
Sticking
smoke,
it.
and he's gonna do it.
Wow.
All right, Supa, way to get it done. You sacrificed your life, but you got yourself the clutch.
And that's all you need, really, for that kind of round. The smoke works out perfectly, and like you said, those pings were just not doing it for the players alive at the end. I can't believe it's getting so close, right? The pistol going to side of Moist. The big rounds, the ones that matter in FaZe, always finding a way to surprise them and shut it down. And Baby has been a big part of it. 22 kills so far. Shutting down the players.
He's literally standing right
shutting
behind.
down the players on mid. Was doing it again. Doesn't shoot though. That's good. They don't know where he is yet.
Yeah, almost does it again. And yeah, important, right? Flya gets information that somebody is mid-doors. I'm not too sure if you know that it was the Jets. And that suspicion alone as to who it could be is enough to utilize the Trailblazer here. So inside the Poison Cloud, ABB wanted to get aggressive. He'll do so again with the shorty. Now it looks like he's going to back away off the angle. All still available for FaZe, though. So although Moist have the full rifle buy, the retake is so strong here for the defense.
I mean, especially when you have that null command to start them off. Such an easier entry here. And it's going to be the same approach for Moist.
Oh, wasn't able to get that.
For the spam, and Rossi going to make good of it all on his
Really
own.
nice.
Tosses out his own bolt, finds his own kill. Fragment.
Really
Got
nice
some
bolt.
extra time. Now Supa, wary of the late lurk. It's Flya.
I have the timing.
Ooh. He's about to catch him on the backside. Fly gets the one.
He does. Wow, that's perfect. We talked about this retake. Proto gonna slow things down. 5 seconds left on the clock, and every second matters with that spike continuing to tick down. Baby Bay hoping that somebody goes aggressive to give him something, and if you weren't tagged
Oh,
by
they're
the
all
North
mobbed up on that back corner. Holy shnikes.
There. They try and deal with the nano swarms. Information onto Brox. He gives himself up. Another ping just around the corner. Poised to find a kill on a fly. We try to make his way back with the team. Brock could go aggressive, but he runs out of ammo. It's a shorty next. Now Thief to play linchpin here, to play post plant.
Nice, doing just enough.
Does best. Thief has done it. A clutch
Staying alive
of his
too.
own.
Really well done by Thief.
That is so good though, right at the end. And we talked about the ultimates that FaZe had to
Hit him with that
out
beautiful
with
suck,
the no
baby.
command especially. I mean, all the players were gonna get spotted no matter what, and that reposition was gonna be so much more difficult. But what really changed the pace of the round was that lockdown coming through from a Proto. It was one of those that were not available. Just waste enough time for FaZe that they cannot do anything else, and with that, everything else playing. With one of the players playing.
All right, then on to Lotus next. Do we have any idea as far as
last time up
these two
here.
teams in particular on Lotus?
The economy should be okay for FaZe. It definitely hurts
Moist
to have
beat
invested those
Shopify.
ultimates in the retake that you were expecting to use those ultimates and win. Now we take stock. Baby Bay.
But so did
probably gonna play
FaZe.
for an orb here. And this is
And I would say FaZe
a
beat
fairly
Shopify better.
obvious look. Moist should be expecting this. That B orb is pretty far out of range. you have to assume that the Jet's going to be leaning out towards A. And at the very least, at the start of this round, it seems that might not be on their mind. Actually, no, Baby Bay not even playing for an orb here. Just hoping to get one through. Maybe a classic, an upgraded pistol.
Seem to see more and more people starting to branch over and try kick as resistant as everyone was at first.
The full commit into it. And that means for Moist the green light to play a little bit more aggressive towards the B side, something that they haven't done too many times before.
I can't tell if that snake bite went wide or if that landed as proposed. Either way.
All right, retake here for FaZe 5v5.
Just a safety measure, precautionary measures to make
We're
sure
on the marbles.
This B site comfortably.
Here on Pearl.
The defenders, it's awkward, right? They're on a weird part of the map. 3 on the bottom side. 1 finally trying to work through spawn, and Rossi's gonna be hurt. He's not ready for this close angle at all. Flya so deep in it. And Moist rearing up to close this one out. This close angle get checked. The Proto swings on the first. Needs to try and find the next. Unfortunately, can't do so, but the rest of the team, however, can. And it's all
easy
up to
claps.
boys, and it's
Yep,
just
there it is.
so
Moist takes away
damn
map
daunting.
1.
It's Moist to get it done. 13-9, a close one. This map is theirs.
And it started getting a little bit scary, going back and
A
forth.
bit enough.
And as always for Moist, it's got to be close, but it's got to be, at least for this map, #1, the victory for them. And I think one of the reasons why was the amount of variation that they had into the defensive setups, and even the way that they're approaching these attack rounds. Big rounds that they're able to win, and nothing else for FaZe to be able to respond.
A nice little back and forth. You wish that.
And so now at this
momentum
point,
for FaZe was actually
do you think
a string
FaZe
of
can
momentum, right? Not just 4 rounds.
Come out and seize control on
And
Lotus?
Not that it's easy to do that. Not that it's
Because I
easy
feel
to
like if
just
they
keep on
let
the board. For
Moist
Baby
start
Bay,
to build a little bit of a
he
lead,
had
I don't know if they
himself a game, but for the rest of the team, it seemed nearly impossible to
let go
really
of
get
things.
going.
And he had like a really good start for Baby Bay. I think on top of the board when it comes to kills as well. But after that, into the last couple rounds that we saw, he couldn't get his first kill. He couldn't get that first blood. And that slowed things down so much more, knowing how much he likes to play with that operator. And it was a different approach as well for that defensive side. Initially with him playing towards A side more often than not, even stopping that push from Art. But then things change around, and Moist are able to adapt around it so well.
In a series that looks familiar, obviously in scoreline for Moist, but in the map pool as we've got Lotus next on the docket. Pearl behind us, Lotus ahead of us right after this.
All right, champ. Go refill my water.
The worst at managing the econ. Not to call anyone out, but maybe right now it's Tex. He's always buying sheriffs because he's really good at it, but I prefer if he like safer to op a little bit more.
Tex, because he's a Jet player, and normally you need to save for your op, but I find Jet players love buying like Deagle armors and not really prioritizing the op. I was the same when I played Jet, so I wouldn't fully blame him, but I'd say Tex.
Might be me sometimes. Sometimes I've been buying a little too many Deagles. You know, I'm an opper, so I should be saving, but sometimes like the Deagle's just feeling crispy, so or the sheriff. The sheriff's feeling crispy, so you know I gotta do some damage with that real quick.
Worse than I don't pay attention to stuff like that. I only look at kills and deaths, and whoever has the most kills that day, I like the most.
Probably me. There's a lot of times where I'd buy a stinger just to buy a stinger, or like I'd buy a sheriff just to buy a sheriff. So like sometimes I'd go into like the next round and I have to like buy light armor or something. But probably me.
Who's the worst on my team to manage econ? I would say probably has to be me. I buy a sheriff when I shouldn't. If I didn't get a jail and pistol, I want to get my revenge right away. Buy a deagle, don't have the star, don't have the util. Probably me, me or probably like Corey, but not because of him. It's just like he has to save for the op and stuff. So probably me, yeah.
The worst at managing econ is definitely Trent. I'm kind of like the banker of the team, where I'm always looking at econ and like all of a sudden I'm like, yo, like let me buy you, or like yo, X has max money, let him buy you type of thing. I would say Net is the worst at managing econ. He always like buys a deagle, or he'll like use his utility on like eco rounds, and then for like a gun round he'll have to light armor and buy all his util.
That's hard. I would probably have to say net, because sometimes he thinks we should have won around, and I just see him insta buy like a stinger and armor, and I'm like, oh, he wants to win this, so I'm down. Like, we'll just force up anytime.
With eBay Refurbished, you have a choice of refurbished qualities to best fit your budget. Certified refurbished items are restored by the manufacturer to like new for up to 50% off. This drill was barely out of the box. Soon it will be back to working like new. Here's how it works. Every item is carefully inspected. Any imperfections are fixed by the manufacturer or manufacturer-approved vendor. Then it's tested to make sure it's working perfectly. Once it passes inspection, it's given the verified stamp of approval. Then repackaged with new accessories and shipped to its ultimate destination. With Certified Refurbished, you can shop with confidence because all our manufacturers go through a rigorous vetting process. And every purchase comes with an award-winning 2-year warranty, a money-back guarantee, and hassle-free returns. That's what makes it the smarter way to shop for premium brands. eBay Refurbished. Like new products, better than new prices.
All right, definitely I was excited for this series, and already just one map in, not disappointing. Moist Moguls gonna be taking that first victory, though towards the end, I mean actually just throughout the whole thing, Dan, there is definitely a lot of fight from FaZe, and that makes me so excited to get into our next map. Me too.
Hey, buddy.
It was a good chance, especially on that second half for FaZe, but I feel like it was a little too late. Moist, they were winning. The last 2 rounds, especially that we saw Moist win, were so clean and just trying to catch and managing actually to catch FaZe when they were not really expecting it at all. And I feel like that just is the X factor that you need for Moist to be able to close a map like this one.
Yeah, and the classic case of kind of inconsistency for the players of FaZe who, when you look at the roster, I think Superman, once we get the player stats, we'll see, had a pretty slow game. A pretty, again, I'm going to use the word uncharacteristic game of what Superman usually does. One of the strongest players that we know, especially on that controller role. And on the opposite side, when you look at just kind of the KDs or the kills across the board, everybody had their hand in the pot for Moist Moguls. Everybody was doing their job. Whereas on the opposite side, we had a little bit of inconsistency, and then Baby Bay having a standout performance, really shining above the rest.
Yeah,
so,
you kind of feel bad for Baby Bay looking at that performance there, honestly.
Everybody on Moist for being able to make sure that they can find themselves in the right situations to not only be able to trade each other, but to find valuable kills and information. And then on the, not the inverse, but to caveat, it was 11 to 8 or something of the sort. Usually where we see Moist Moguls start to fall apart and give up a few more rounds. They called a timeout and they got it done. It took a couple extra rounds, but they got it done.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, they're still able to do what they needed to.
I love in that little content piece that we had beforehand too, Toast saying that whoever has the most kills is his favorite. Looks like it's going to be a Flya for at least for right now, but a lot of really fun plays from the team in Flya too. I'm even just remembering going back in round 4, a little tucked away in the corner. Dan, I know you know which play I'm talking about. Wait for the whole team to go by some kills. And if that's how Moist is going to be approaching this next map, well, they might just be able to take this in that 2-0. But looking at Lotus, where we're heading on next, I feel like this one actually could just be really even between these two teams. This is FaZe's.
I mean, something tells me that we will probably see both. I mean, I think we see like 22, 24 rounds.
It's just one of those maps where you also don't really know what to expect. Sure, for FaZe, it should look stronger on paper, but I think there is a factor of inconsistency that we've seen throughout the split. That can play out on this map of Lotus. So that is my biggest concern, especially not only that, but when we talked about something that Tanner was mentioning, the momentum for FaZe and how much they depend on it sometimes, and not only inside of those maps and those rounds that they're able to get in a row, but I feel like it can snowball into potentially not having enough to recover from that first loss.
Yeah. I think what bodes well, right? Because both of these teams beat Shopify on this map. FaZe did it a bit more handedly, 10 rounds to the 2 rounds, the 13-11 to the 13-3. This is going to be a map where the way that Baby Bay started on Pearl, he's going to have a very large job of spreading the defense thin all by himself. And I think he's going to be successful in doing that. To go back to this FaZe win, though, on Lotus, it was Superman who was having that star-studded performance. So if that's going to happen again, and if FaZe are going to look the same way here on Lotus, they need to wake up a little bit, and hopefully that map 1 was that wake-up call.
And hopefully them waking up, it's not going to be at a point which it's a little too late, because Moist Moguls, if they can just take that momentum, just start rolling a really strong start to themselves over on Lotus, well, we'll see how that goes. Even in Flya's tweet talking about the potential the team has and the team just being content overall with what they were able to do up against Shopify. Sure, and it wasn't the same victory that FaZe had over Shopify, but
Chat, what do we wear tomorrow?
Very recent. They got to be feeling good after that. That could space some things.
I think I'm gonna do my.
Yeah, sure. Both of them win against Shopify, and sure that score for Moist was a little bit closer. But I think one thing that you have to take into account is that for FaZe was a couple weeks ago.
Stack up jersey, but
for Moist it was actually very recent, and we've seen that improvement come through week after week. So that's the one thing that I'm keeping an eye on. Maybe if you're on the side of FaZe, you're feeling confident because you think it was a little more one-sided against the same enemy. It's gonna close out into who's gonna get that start off first.
Well, it's time to load into 8.
All right, let's go, baby.
See how it can be done. See if Moist Moguls can take us into 2-0 or if FaZe can take us into a map 3.
I feel it in my bones, Dryad.
What is it?
That we get a 6-map day. I think FaZe get it done here on Lotus.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me, honestly.
I mean, you have to, right? That's not only is that.
I feel like these two always have 6-map days.
Way, but it's also the Moist way. Right, the Moist Moguls are going to take us into deep waters. That's just the way that they play. As we take a peek at the agent compositions, nothing changes.
And you know, you might be right, but there's one thing that I feel like is going to make the difference, and it's one piece that we've talked about throughout today, and that's a Proto. A Proto was able to shut down Shopify in a couple rounds all by himself. He was playing so well, and we had the question today, are we going to see more of this killjoy from a Proto, or is it going to be that Cypher that continues to play through? We already had that confirmation that at least for this map number 2 is going to continue to be this killjoy, which I feel like it's so good. When you're going against FaZe, a lot of pressure is going to fall down to how this util form of Proto is going to get used and how those timings are going to work. And I feel like today he's on a roll with some of the rounds that we've seen.
Yeah, a Proto Killjoy on Lotus that we saw last week was the sole reasoning for him to play Killjoy. Oh, okay, never mind. Hold up. Things are getting slowed down nice and early. Aggression out towards Mound. It's Baby Bay to find the first. Now an eye to deal with. Brock stuck in the corner. Good stun, though, and the rest of the team here to bail him out. Meanwhile, hey, the Aproto Killjoy finds 2 kills out towards B. Too many players trying to play the crunch. The crunch is starting to pay off only for a moment as BabyBay next up here. He reloads the Sheriff, looks to back away from it, has a lot of time left to allow the round to breathe. Tries to find Thief on the way out, and he does so successfully.
Oh, BabyBay,
So
1v1.
2 kills to BabyBay, and the
A
3
proto
up for
diff.
grabs, and a Proto rips it out of the sky.
And it feels so good to start off this way for a Proto. We were just talking about it. You love to see it. We were looking at a fight coming through towards C, the aggression trying to be met by FaZe, and for BabyBay, it almost worked out.
Let him do his thing. Let him cook.
For Proto, this was gonna give that pistol to Moisa. Honestly, I mean, it feels so good, and I've been saying Proto has to be one of the best killers. I think not only in Challengers, I think overall NA. His Sentinel role is just so clean, especially when we get to see this.
Yeah, as I was saying, right, the Proto on Lotus, Killjoy on Lotus, was the reason that pick, I think, is starting to circulate through some of the other maps for Moist. I think there's no better time.
Someone adds to those 3 or 5 games. He said 7. Fucking dead.
Your destiny in your hands to figure out how to unlock a player like a Proto. So a very scary prospect. We're still early here on Lotus. As mentioned, a great start. As FaZe try to be funky out towards B once more. Meanwhile, this A site slowly being seized by the attack.
There's gonna be that A control in the meantime. Working out perfectly for Moises. Everybody else from base managed to get that rotation, but cleaning it up so quickly. And that was, what, 3 seconds? Everybody going down. Moise get that second round.
Interesting. So
Yeah,
Devin Nash.
I opened them and the round is over.
Yeah.
Just made an interesting take around the whole
Sometimes it'd be like that. Sometimes
Emmett Shear
it'd be like, obviously
retirement.
for FaZe, you'd like to do a bit more damage there. Fortunately for FaZe, Moist weren't really in the position. They took so much damage in the pistol round. They weren't really in the position to buy up in that anti-eco like we saw on Pearl. So they're coming into this one a bit weaker on this bonus round. Just a couple of Bulldogs. No real rifles. Just it kind of hurts to call the Bulldog a fake rifle, but it's no Vandal, it's no Phantom. That's for sure.
Yeah. So those 3 Bulldogs can be strong, especially in the hands of Sim. A player that we've seen, and we saw today a little bit more in that race for Pearl, but the Jet gets to show off a little bit more, gets to get those entries. Nobody towards C. Good positioning here that can be done for Moist. 2 people are going to be flanking.
Spike planted.
This is terrifying because these lesser weapons are this much stronger in these closer angles. The C site completely conceded, and now they're just starting to get overrun. Dicey, the first one to go. That's a weapon.
All right, that's
he
tough.
Picked up an upgrade for
A
somebody.
rifle down early?
Overextend. Finally, they do. Out goes the eye. That hunt reveals absolutely nothing. A couple of Sheriff shots later, Proto still alive, hasn't quite connected on the kills just yet. A couple of Bulldog barks, and that's all they are. All bark, no bite, as the Aftershock looks to buy some
big
space
suck.
from the Spike. Seized
Got
up
one.
for all 3. It's Thief to find the next, and they're running out of time. FaZe have to start to take down the final few answers here of Moist. And they've done so, but have they done so in time? I don't think they have. Moist seemingly have done enough. And there it is. The Spike will blow. It's
That's
3-0.
big.
Wow, that is devastating for FaZe. They play it so well, especially early on. There were 2 people on the flank. It turns into a 3rd one, but that reveals the position because the door on B-Link gets open. So 3 of the players and working out for that reposition for Moist. And all the utility that they had with the Astra, all that delay plays to their strength. So 3 rounds now for Moist. That frustrating one for sure for FaZe to deal with. Another eco that they have to deal with.
Cover going out.
Oh, man. This is kind of that same thing that they did in round 2. Util force rotations to the left side of the map. Heavy lean out towards the right side. Fortunately, Supa's still here.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's a start where you're expecting FaZe to potentially push forward here on the defensive side, and it doesn't really happen. They get that information over that jet, or maybe is going to be located, and that's a green light to make their rotation all the way into C. They have the Cypher utility to deal with, but it shouldn't be too much. It's not too much.
Util gets a little bit of damage, only chip
30 seconds
onto
left.
Sim. Cosmic Divide can make it difficult for the defense to work their way on through. Tag onto Brock, but that just confirms that, well, that spike is in fact being planted, and now you're taking a look at Baby Bay to be the player here with the knives.
Five's gonna be behind them.
That timing huge. Rossi privy to that though.
Nice start,
Head on that
Flyas.
way.
Two. Third. No,
Baby Bay
Thief got
next up with
that
the
one.
knives, and well, the planner's been killed. The rest of the team is fallen and poised, surrounded by bodies.
Got one. You were gonna try and see if you can get a third.
Finds his one, but on the way out to lose the round. Moist now 4
All right.
in a row.
Rifles back in hand for FaZe.
And
FaZe needs this really bad right now.
Attempt of a retake where FaZe over and over again feel completely surrounded. This time around,
Tough part for
it was
FaZe
like
is they've
that flank.
only
And
got
Fire was so patient.
the one ult.
You give 2 seconds and that would have made the
I mean,
difference.
Superman might get
If I
theirs,
got killed
Dicey might
towards
get
B, or if he
theirs.
could push forward and
The good news is they're
played it
playing into
perfectly.
Moist, who does not have
It's
any,
just
but
such a good read for Moist to get to 4, and sure, the economy wasn't the best for FaZe, but his rounds to start counting more and more on this attacking side. And FaZe, it does feel like the win condition for them is going to be getting as much rounds as possible on the defense. It hasn't ever been their strength. They cannot afford to lose too many now in this first half.
So much respect given from Moist, understanding that this is that turnkey round. This is that next full buy from FaZe. And they want to make sure that they don't give them anything. Sim creeps forward, operator in hand. 2 defenders here on the A site, and those smokes keep the attack at bay, at least for now.
Yeah, there's going to be a nightfall here. But in the meantime, the operator and those 3 players for FaZe are going to be closer toward that C site. It's a good chance here for Moist, even if the nightfall ends up hitting them. That positioning, at least along and towards the tree, should be good.
And FaZe know this is happening, right? Nothing out towards C. You have a player pushed all the way up. That's Superman. The trap wire never got taken down B, so they know that the lean is out towards A, at least for now. 2 players looking to go deep into the spawn. Rossi goes good for 1. Flyer there on the trade. Shrouded step, and look at Thief. He's ratting here in the corner, and there's no commitment. Nightfall comes out. Flyer gets caught looking the wrong way. Now they set their eyes out towards this B site. Brock first up, takes 1 shot, low in HP. Now Dicey, no HP. As Brock will get that spike planted with plenty of time left on the clock. I say plenty, but it was cutting it close. Just as poised, flies too close to the sun. And the operators start to ring for a couple of kills. Baby Bay, however, cannot afford to continue this retake. Will back away to save.
It's just a nightmare composition to deal with for FaZe, because you have 3 players that could be flanking and that could be holding those angles more than anything. The way that now Thief, Flyer, and a Proto have done in different rounds. And they're changing it up. One time it's going to be a Proto, the other time it's going to be Flyer, like we saw that last round. This one, it was time for Thief to show up and shut down that flank from Superman that attempted to get something going on. Everybody ready. Moist is so aware of the way that they like to fight. And maybe, okay, gets away with 2. Keeps the operator. It seems like the
2 operators are left.
Another round where FaZe is just not gonna have anything.
Nothing feels worse than using the shrouded step and somebody is watching you.
It just Moist is so aware of it. And again, they just have
Oh,
to
man.
for it.
All right, FaZe.
I want to see if FaZe are gonna adapt into it a little bit more, because you can never go in a flank. You can never get that right position. It's gonna be that Killjoy utility spotting. It's gonna be Thief watching. It's gonna be Flyer as well going around. I mean, just turns into a nightmare.
It is 5-0 right now. See, this is what I like, honestly.
FaZe staring down the barrel.
We have these long days, and I mean me.
On what is
and then like the
their
last
pick,
game.
but most importantly, series.
Gets to these like one side of the fair, you're like, bro, come
We're
on,
obviously
man.
doing their due diligence here in this time.
Do
Trying to figure
something.
out what FaZe could be cooking up. I think a lot of that conversation is around Baby Bay, who still has this operator in hand.
Yeah.
And that's really all that they've got coming into this one. You see Poised flexing the Spectre, but the firepower is not the best. And this is one of those rounds, right? When you have that hero operator, if Baby Bay does not get something done at the beginning, if he cannot get activated early, you just are forced to save again because you do not want to lose that weapon that is going to take a heavy reinvestment.
And sometimes it's not even his fault, right? I mean, in so many scenarios, especially that last round, he was positioned towards that C side. It doesn't hit, and then you have to play a retake with an operator. Becomes so much more difficult, especially after all your teammates already got taken down.
Yo,
And it's
somebody in
it could be
Twitch
the same
chat said
scenario.
FaZe
Him
is
just being in
falling
the
faster
wrong
than their
place
stock. I fucking
and
can't,
not being
bro.
able to get that opening kill. It is what cost them that last map, that second half,
Shit.
where everything was going well for Baby Bay, but at some point you have to make those gambles and make those changes in how the composition is going to look and how those rotations is going to look.
Lockdown in, Paranoia just behind it. They seems like they want to try and destroy this one. No, they're trying to
Ooh.
catch him off guard, not expecting the push, but eventually the defenders do a
Oh, they got a player
to fall.
detained?
Rossi gets detained.
They're not going to
Comes
push
up,
all the way
trying
back
to
there,
walk
though.
away from it all. He'll survive. Sure,
One way
Kobe
went
got
up
on
into
hunt.
the hallway.
Into the nebula smoke. With some spam later. And it's only Rossi here. No backup. That op is on the opposite side of the map. Baby Bay can hold on to that one as Rossi can hopefully keep the attack here. You do not want to allow them to go on the hunt.
And before this round, there were 4 players almost having the ultimate ready. Proto is the one who invests into it, goes for that lockdown, and is able to shut down everybody from FaZe fairly quickly. But now you're going to have so much more to work with. The Seekers are going to be great as well. And even if they want to go back to this A site, I've loved to see that Viper's Pit is going to continue this momentum the Moist haven't started. But, I mean, this is where it gets tricky, right, for Moist. And all the matches that we've seen, they get an early lead, they look great. And now, can they keep it going?
Yeah, it looks great. Yeah, I mean, we got a small glimpse of it.
Surely nothing goes wrong.
Why are you calling me Shirley?
Yeah, that is obviously the hope here, but that's a thought that will always be kind of back of mind for this Moist Mogul squad, that they have let leads like this slip away and won the game, sure, but I mean, really made it a nail biter of a game. And I want to see the respect given here. I love that they don't go on the hunt, understanding that Baby Bay could be posted up anywhere. Let's just keep this
6-0, bro.
economy rolling forward. So it looks great for Moist right now. Now it's another full buy. And I mean, just no respect there. Last time we saw it, they were sitting in their spawn. This time, they just walk up willy-nilly and get punished.
There's actually only Fire going in
Respond
first.
with one.
Turret was supposed to make first contact. but
Seekers
Moist
go
went
out.
faster. And we're south. At least it's 4v4. The operator answers back.
Huge kill
You
there.
fucking
from
for
Super
real?
Mario Proto as well. Just spamming through the smoke. Now they think the C side is open, and it would be true. Nebula smoke goes down. Thieves got to back away from it. About to be revealed. Now Sim on the cross, but the operator's here. About to go toe-to-toe. Beautiful flash there, and Sim not ready on the angle. Flashed up himself. Eventually taken down. As
look
he
back.
looks to play the trade. The Nebula smoke dissipates. And so do the hopes of this round for Moist.
Expensive round for FaZe, though, realistically, right? Like,
Why'd you have to say that, Ryan? Why'd you have to... Ryan, why'd you have to say all that stuff?
Like, it's not, you know, it's pretty standard, you know, if a team
Expensive
starts
buy
to get
round.
a snowball going on, that they get to 6.
or
and
not
then
buy
they
round, but
lose
expensive
money.
round,
But
econ-wise.
this is actually the round. Listen up. This is actually the round. It's okay if they take one round, and especially because they went into that B-side, something that we haven't seen being contested before. But can they stop this momentum from FaZe before it turns into something they cannot deal with for this first half? And that is the biggest risk.
And that was a slight case of overconfidence there. Not given the respect that they did previously. Kind of just walking up a little haphazardly.
Yeah.
Which is a better way to say willy-nilly. Is Baby Bay eats so much damage. Has to get out of dodge. Down to 1 HP at one point, but leg through the wall will find himself sitting at 44. And look at this from Sim.
The question is anybody going to push this?
Why are people in the Valorant chat calling an op AWP?
Perfect. We talked about the flanks from everybody else, but tell me about the one from Sim.
Was it CSGO?
Everybody getting their piece of the pie when it comes to flanks. We'll collect that first kill. The last time we saw this, though, from Moist, they wanted to cut noise. They wanted to cut the play and audible out towards B. And Super was supposed to be the player that stopped them from doing so, but Flya deals with him.
Oh, and that's so frustrating for Baby. He was staying on the A side, expecting that full commit for Moist, and it doesn't end up going that way. So again, nothing else that can be done with that operator but to play for either this exit picks or even the retake, but the 3 players are just not up for it. Daisy and Baby.
And that is so rough. Even off the back end of a win, again, the economy in a really
Gonna be
tough
1-7, bro.
So I got 2 offs. How crazy would it be, though, if there was a world where you could sell the weapon you have with maybe a little lesser economy, speaking of? No, not like this.
They just 0 ops. I'm sorry.
Dang,
they had
dude.
2 ops. Yeah, what were we even talking about, Dryad? Why do we keep doing it to him?
Yeah, absolutely.
Caster's curse,
so
bro.
Frustrating again. It just seems like FaZe over and over
Check
again.
out Caster's curse.
Matchup, but overall, they're depending so much on the first kill that comes from Baby, and he's always. I mean, at least half the times he's good for it, but because Moist is adapting so much into it, they hear that operator, and they were comfortable making that switch into that B side and getting that done. So it's a good call here for the IGL. For the rest of the team as well, for Moist, given no chance to work with for a FaZe. Yeah, literally.
Yes. Yeah, no breathing room. Even in these 50 rounds, we saw it on Pearl. A couple of these rounds, FaZe
like this, bro.
to scrounge up a win. But on Pearl, it's anything but that. The 3rd player getting run down, that being Rossi. It's Baby Bay, the Guardian in hand. First shot accuracy is good.
1 enemy remaining.
But Brock's just a little bit better. Sim tossed the op over to Brock, grabbed the rifle, and they're just playing teeter-totter with this thing to see how many kills they can rack up.
Bring them down.
Yeah, they talk about Sky with the operator. Okay, Poise. Managing to get some kills towards the end, but it seems like that's as good as it gets for FaZe in this round number 9. It has been rough for sure. I mean, not finding an answer in so many scenarios, leaving that side up for retake. But the retake not looking clean. I said he was.
They're hoping to try and see if they can get the exit frag, but they couldn't.
That's all he gets.
All right, and from cursing FaZe to now cursing Moist.
No,
Dryad's done it all. I just gave love to Moist a few rounds ago, saying, you know, hey, I respect that they are kind of just hanging on to their economy. They want to keep it bolstering, moving forward. And in the last couple of rounds, they go on the hunt.
That's on me, guys.
Yeah. We didn't say anything. Actually,
that's so funny.
Wow, how crazy is it that they hunted for the ops last round, and you said, well, FaZe have 2 ops, and they didn't. And then this time, you did it again.
Bro, Moist is just absolutely rolling here.
We really need to start watching what we say. It is. It's all cursed. It is all cursed.
I want to say something, though.
Okay, go ahead.
This could be the first map that is not close for Moist.
Wow. And we are going the distance overtime on the docket, Dryad. I can't believe you just said that. But a different look here, though. A different look for FaZe. They take full control out towards Rubble. They'll play with the door a little bit. A little bit of paranoia starting to set in, and Dicey is going to be the sole
8-1 chat. When games start to just get like this, bro, she's like, what do you say?
The Seekers for that.
Other than FaZe is just getting waxed.
But this is what I wanted to see for FaZe, actually trying to push, make sure the Moist cannot go in. The Trailblazer is going to get just...
Bro, I'm going to be 1-3 on the week. This is embarrassing.
Information. This is a time that you want to waste 30 seconds remaining. All players alive for FaZe.
Everybody's still alive. Dicey's still here. Util still here. They have to worry about that. Sim gonna go up. Dicey tries to find the timing on the peak. Unfortunately, it's absolutely nothing, and Rossi yields the same result. Meanwhile, Supa.
You know what really sucks for FaZe too?
That'll find him 6 feet under as Baby
Is before this map they were good.
Poised for a save here.
Because like they were +6 heading into this matchup.
Going back to one of the things that we talked about, right? Is FaZe on this defensive
And I think
side,
round
no
differential was
matter what
about the
map it is,
same
they
in
just
first map
cannot
1 and 2, right?
get a momentum going.
Or not map 1 and 2,
Ever.
sorry.
I mean, last week it was
Now in map 1 and 2,
3-9
they've been getting
both those
schwacked.
defensive sides that they went to, and this time it seems like it could be shaping to be even worse on Lotus. No space, trying to give those retakes, trying to play for those retakes, but not even the numbers seem to be enough. It's so rough. And yeah, Moist are gonna get to 9.
9-1 operator retrieved. And when we look back at our most recent Lotus, right, the lockdown defense that we saw from Mad Lions was cutting this map in by a third, right? They were fighting out for C, they were fighting out for A, constantly making sure that you're looking at a 2-site map if you're Moist Moguls versus having all of the map to play with. We saw FaZe do a little bit of that in that previous round, but then they gave it up. They only left Superman on it. Eventually, he was the only one to push on the flank. He had to deal with the operator, and things didn't go his way, to say the least.
Okay, you deal with the early aggression thanks to that breach. But that's not where everybody's going to be located. Are you expecting Thief to be here once again? Gets the first one, spots the second one, even Nightfall is going to be invested into it. Doesn't matter. Thief is going to take care of it.
Yeah, you try and fight for it, and you just get 1v2'd. That is the individual prowess.
Hey,
of this
someone
team,
says
right?
get this dude on the desk over in the NA Challengers chat. Let's fucking go.
You can find highlight reel after highlight reel.
One enemy remaining.
Rossi only good for 1. Baby Bay. He's good for a save again. This guy got a... I don't know if he has a checkings account. He's only got a savings account.
And honestly, it has to... It feels so frustrating if you're Baby Bay because you want to be in the right place. And for that round, right?
Bro, he knows they're about to be hunting his ass so hard right now. I mean, hunting him down.
He's decided to push before Baby Bay. And so his operator
Yeah, gets one.
value. I mean, he's going to do it once again for the exit frags, but...
Oh, bro, if he would have hit that.
That's not what he wanted. That's not the outcome that he wanted for the round. 10-1.
Last round before the switch.
And
Dog,
last
10
chance
to
here for
1,
FaZe to
bro.
get something on the defense.
It's the worst case scenario for FaZe right now, 10-1. But you absolutely do not want to leave this map in the hands of the pistol. If you go 10-2,
this is tough, man. Because what? First map was 13.
Wiggle room. If
8?
you go down
13-9?
it really is that pistol and whatever you can force after
13-9.
Yeah, it's.
So they are only
man, and
plus
it's just
2
looking
heading
so
into this.
good for Moist again. Baby Bay gonna go wide of the knives in his duel against Sim, but so much damage dealt. 35 HP remains.
Oh,
That's made it be
dude.
worse for Ware, and he'll just get spammed down. No smoke, no matter. The A site's been taken, and Superman and Dicey. I mean, this would be the play of the year if they made this work.
Especially because I really do think Turtle Troop win their game this
And
week.
it seems like it's going to be so difficult one of them getting spotted. They shut it down. Aperto's going to take care of it. Last player, Superman. Also taken down.
It just depends on if
this is, by the way,
they beat. They just have to hope the Turtle Troop's going to beat the brakes off Oxygen.
13-3 against Shopify. But this is why I was saying in the pre-show, I was saying just keep an eye on Moist because they've been improving so much. Oh wait, what is this? Wait, what is this? No way.
And we're looking at those rounds right now where those operators got stripped away. Yeah, it wasn't great. It wasn't great. There was quite a bit of caster curse on this one. And Investor Flawless to close it out. Obviously, the best way to do it when you're swapping sides, the economy doesn't matter. What does matter is the mental. And when we saw
This is
FaZe
toughly.
kind of
This
in
is really
the
tough,
gutter
man.
last week, we saw a whole lot of running it down and them not really seeming to have faith in themselves in the last couple of rounds. We'll see if that's changed here. It's really a last chance saloon for the squad. It's Baby Bay.
That's tough, man.
Out towards Rubble, split from the team. But no real commitment just yet.
Because if Moist wins it, it's over.
Work out for FaZe. Actually, I feel so bad saying now.
Bro. Because you're talking about
Go ahead, Dryad. This pistol
14.
means everything for FaZe.
Maybe
Call a
negative
spade
8.
A spade. Good flashes. Slow things down. Reveal some information. Sim finally going to land a couple of sheriff shots. Make it.
However, Turtle Troop loses, you're probably still in.
Rockets here. The high ground.
I just don't know if Turtle Troop loses to
The
Austin.
site's been taken. 2 remain. On the side of Moist as they try and retake this site. Baby Bay quick on the angle, and it's all up to Thief. Close on an angle of his own with 22 HP. Low health for both players here of FaZe, but they've got the cross. Step onto the side, Baby Bay next
That's
up,
big.
and Baby Bay will shut it down. Not yet, say FaZe.
Oh, and to stay alive for another round. Good piss around at the end. This is...
Can't help but wonder if they would have put their roster together a little bit sooner.
We know how good they are on an attacking side, but it has to
You know
be
what I mean?
round after round. They cannot afford any mistakes, and that's not easy to be done by anybody. Not any level of Valorant. Just so difficult, but absolutely not impossible. And because of that, I mean, FaZe is gonna go for that full commitment, everything that can buy, all those rifles in their hands. A quick entry towards A.
Yeah, you have to make
But
sure
FaZe
that you
ain't
can not
messing
only
around,
secure this
bro.
round, but what's supposed to be your bonus in the round after.
Cage triggered.
So out towards A they go. It's fast, like you said. Crunch
Super
from
quick
C,
push here onto A.
just around the bend, but those players won't be here in time. So it's 3
The
defenders.
only thing you got right now is the sky.
Well, they've
who's
only
covered
got
up by the
glasses.
smoke.
A bit of utility to play with. We'll see how much.
I kind of like this back
exactly
angle by Baby
invested
Bay. I'm
here
not gonna
in
lie.
this, But for now, FaZe in full control of the A site.
And for Moist, you already have a pretty good lead. You know when you have to give that respect you FaZe to those rifles as well. The last one's not gonna connect for Poise, but
1 enemy remaining.
I mean, it ends up being a pretty expensive round. No matter the Proto Thief going down.
I mean, they still got 3 rivals standing, so it's
They
not
make it to 30.
too expensive.
Yeah,
More expensive than you would have liked, but not awful.
So it's only a couple of
4 would have
specters
been
left behind.
preferable. 5 ideal,
Looking for
obviously.
any
but-
type of reinvestment if there is something. Rossi. Not too sure what he wants to land on.
Chat, what do you think if we were to go back and like watch some
on
of
the opposite
the
side, it's not the best. I think the investment and utility from
like
Moist
end of split championships from
lands
like
just
some
about
of the other
everybody
regions?
on light shield, so this Bulldog is that much stronger. Obviously,
So I know the
Vandal-
Italy one
Vandal's
was
that
this
much
weekend. I
stronger.
kind of
The
want to go back
Phantom
and watch
basically
it.
becomes
I saw a
Vandal.
GMT one.
This one doable for FaZe.
It is absolutely doable here. Especially if you're allowing David and Rossi to take that early contact. There's a good chance here, though. It seems like David is going to get spotted early on. So I'm not ready for it.
I don't know. That seemed like his mouse died there. I don't know. Sim was taking a little too long to try and
Looking
line
at
up the
the map?
shot.
I don't know.
Very well could have been. They'll be punished for it. Also, all picked up by Dicey. They know only 1 defender here directly on the side. Baby Bay holding this wall, expecting some aggression on the opposite side, but Flya spots him first. Had the tailwind on, but just no way to get out of that situation. The spike gets planted. Baby door is still up, so you don't really have to be too wary of a full flank until that one's dealt with. And finally, it does seem, nope, it's actually Poise, just shooting through the toxic screen. Player inside tree already
All right,
dealt
4
with.
versus
Poise gonna
3
try and
here.
resume that
Moist
position as the fault
has
line
the
comes through.
rifles.
The toxins go down, and the paranoia up close being held. Poised to find another, pushing his way
One.
through the street. Knife
Those
out.
are the ones around the
Rossi
corner.
dies. Reloading. Super dies.
Nice.
And Moist have done it here on the retake. 12 rounds now found by the defense. Dryad, you might be free of your curse here. I don't know. It's no longer in the air. You said that this isn't going to be a close one, and Moist are trying to make sure of that.
One enemy remaining.
I mean, look. Obviously, anything can happen here, but it seems like Moist have done enough. And we talked about it early on.
I think this is over, man.
The one-win condition that they had, it just felt like it had to be getting enough rounds.
This is tough too, because like,
defensive side,
so let's take a look at this. Flashbang, by the way, get prepared.
It's just so rough for them. One more and one last timeout. And one of the players now that we get the chance to talk about was Thief. We've seen the flanks. We've seen how good this util has been. I mean, 21 kills for your Astra player.
Yeah, that feels good. That absolutely feels good. And
we'll take a look at that here at the end. I'm gonna give you another flashbang warning when we look at it. But
rotating lurks where it was Thief in some rounds, it was Flya in some rounds, and then I think eventually everybody's like, "Hey, Thief, we need you on the site."
This is tough though, because I don't think FaZe. I mean, can FaZe full buy?
Taking these sites, not necessarily as
I think they can, right?
Because Sim would do that typically.
Oh, their buy is so screwed.
Dash into it. But then Thief was next up there to take that fight for the player swinging waterfall, to fight the person backside or up into halls. Really,
I mean, to be fair, Proto's gonna have to come in with a
again, not necessarily
pistol.
The tip of the spear, but
nope,
the
never
rope
mind.
That holds that
half shield and get bought by somebody else.
Shaft, that arrowhead being Sim, who a quieter game, but doing his job on the duelist. And something that we mentioned after that pistol round, right, was FaZe had to be near perfect. That last round was anything but perfect for them.
It was
now
so
they have to be
uncomfortable.
perfect.
Yeah, it felt so uncomfortable for the post play to be played. With the positioning and the way that Moist could get themselves into a main. It just seems like it was over at that point. That a knife actually coming through. Everybody managing to stay alive so far. As Spike gets closer and closer to C. The quick reposition for Moist.
Yeah, they're not
okay, quick entry in.
They want to stay and fight for it, but heaps of
plenty of smokes around.
Baby Bay and Supa already up here on the site and inside the cloud burst. Icy deals with Thief. That's
3v3.
the man that we mentioned, but here it is. Tip of the spear.
Knives are out. Oh no! Sim launched right into him.
The site retake on the hit.
Bro.
Sim finally dealt with. Next up is Brock with 25 HP. Gets one in a proto. Now down in a 1v1.
Dicey with the quad.
Round for the Cypher, and FaZe hang on.
Dicey had to go crazy for that round, and he just he manages to do just that. 4 kills at the end, and the 2 Sentinels face each other for that 1v1, but it doesn't matter. Dicey keeping the team alive at least one more round, pushing it for as long as possible. And for Moist, again, that's the thing. The reposition was good. It's just the trades, it couldn't be enough towards the end. Everybody here.
All right, so pretty much a Shiko over on the side of Moist right now. They're pushed up in the mid.
Right out towards A. We'll see if it pays off. Flash through. They dance around. Toxic screen, but Poison Baby Bay having a heyday here out towards the A site. Rossi also going to find his way into the kill feed.
Unfortunate.
Now Thief's been good. I don't think 1v4 with the Sheriff.
This is kind of what FaZe needed though, because if FaZe can win like another
some damage on the way out, which in this round FaZe can't really afford to give up anything else, and they don't. Rossi 2 kills.
If FaZe wins one more round,
will find their 5th. So go back
that
to
would then
strength
break our economy.
With 4 ultimates.
Which means 5 could turn into
Moist,
7, 8 pretty quickly.
An operator as well in the hands of Sim.
And 13-8 isn't nearly as bad as we thought it was going to be, which is kind of what FaZe needs to do. Like, the FaZe has the benefit of going into this week being the best 2-2.
I think the utility here should be enough.
Team as far as like round differential.
Taking care of
so it's really important right now for FaZe to win these rounds.
The door's open. Baby Bay just going to claim this space. No fear. Fault line will keep the defenders at bay. Aftershock. Back sight and rolling thunder. When do we see this one used? Rossi hanging on to it for now. Flying and it drops down.
This is big. They get the first one in.
The answer here, and he's
it is returned though.
Solo here. Sure, it might keep the defenders back in their spawn momentarily. But 1 kill picked up for that rolling thunder. Beautiful paranoia as Dicey goes aggressive. 4 kills in the last one, but only finds 1 here. Sim to trade things back as Poise goes aggressive. Supa just behind
Proto.
Proto trying to get it done once more as the lockdown gets destroyed. He'll look to hop onto the spike. A tap for the first. He's got the angle,
There it
but
is.
Supa wins the
That
fight.
breaks the bank.
FaZe keep going.
Means they should get 7.
And this
Man,
is
if they get 8 and make this thing interesting, FaZe looks really good.
Two ultimates actually end up being invested for this side of Moist, and another chance for Proto to close it out. That doesn't work out. Forces that eco. And this is one of those situations where I love to see teams, when you have that big lead and you try to go for that over-aggression, how do you adapt when things are really not working out? It's something that Moist at this point, this round, you're gonna have to deal with. The rifles
Because you can probably get 7. If you can turn 7 into 9.
But it's when you don't want to make it closer. I think a big part of it has been Moist as well. We get to see the first kill once again from him.
Laya's being cheeky. This is one and done, if anything, but he does concede the angle. Look to play a little bit closer. Has just a Spectre to play with. Fortunately, Poised bailed out. I see. Good for another for himself. And I mean, those neural thefts, they just keep coming. He works towards another one. And Baby Bay's on an island again. Baby Bay, you cannot afford to lose this operator, my guy.
You should be fine here.
Think so?
Everybody alive for FaZe. Oh.
Can you get that? Oh! Oh, bro, if he would have...
No way, Triad! No shot, you just said that.
It's not
Oh my goodness, bro.
It's a good round. It was an eco round.
Wait, there's a world. It's only Rossi here. Aftershock to buy some time. Okay, that should have done enough.
Yep.
Back into position for Superman to play the post. That got
Makes it a rather
way
expensive
too
round
close.
still.
Way too close, yeah.
Turns it into 7. Superman still saves his rifle on that side. Sim saves the op. You have 3 ults available right now if you're Moist.
Again,
this is a pretty big round.
The one-sided score that Moist has had has been a 13-8.
Finished.
Master Curses, another tally.
You've got these 3
God,
ults here,
before disaster,
and
Brian
all
said,
you have. Oh,
Everybody's
I
still
mean,
alive.
technically Fade, or not Fade. You know what I mean.
Awful. But all said and done, doesn't matter how close, an inch or a mile, a win.
You only
is a
have
win in
one though,
FaZe.
at
Need
least for now
every
on FaZe.
Possible win here on out. Poised. Tosses out the Nightfall. Not a whole lot garnered for that one. Smokes are out and the site is taken. Supa in tow. Baby Bay just gets spammed out. Good spray.
Good start. Thief is disgusting, bro.
Thief is teeing off. Looking to close it out right here, right now, as Rossi's next up. But it's Thief to fall. The rest of the team fall behind him. And Flying a Proto have to get it done. Look at the health, though. There's absolutely none left.
There it
Supa
is.
goes aggressive, but that will do it.
GG's.
Moist Moguls have done it in 2 maps. They take down FaZe. All aboard the Moist Locomotive. Next stop, the mid-season face-off.
And they make it after a slow start of the split.
So Moist make it
The
after
last
a
2
very
victories
slow
that
start.
absolutely made a difference, especially this one. That has to feel good for Moist. In 2 maps as well that they take down FaZe. And it honestly, it felt so long. It felt so back and forth. But yeah, the
Go,
patience
go,
was
Moist.
there.
What up, Vinix?
So good for Moist. I think the improvement is the team that has made the most improvement for sure throughout the split. And it's gonna be so scary to see them going against other teams. I feel like the first matches that they had, the first
All right, chat.
enemies, I guess, that they had to deal with, it doesn't really.
Big games, man.
Completely different team.
This is a completely different team. We'll see if
So
Sierra
Moist
has
has looked really good. I'm
Boy,
gonna
that
flashbang here for a
Moguls
second.
look finally, a not close game, but still kind of close.
I mean, so FaZe did a good job of closing that
It was
in.
awesome what we got to see coming out from that
Because
last
what,
map.
6,
we were talking about
10,
beforehand.
so they're gonna be minus
both teams
4.
had won on Lotus going up against Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah,
is a lot more handedly.
It's probably pretty fair to think that if
So
Oxygen
then to see that adaptation and just how they are able to play
is going to
they had
lose
a really rough mid
to Turtle Troop if they were to lose to Turtle Troop, and I do think they do. I think Turtle Troop beats them by more than 4 rounds.
I mean,
you know, listen. From the beginning,
but if Oxygen
wins,
then you know Turtle Troop's gonna obviously have a lower round differential.
Was I wrong about that?
And they'll be in.
You're not wrong. I will just never get over the everyone from FaZe Alive just instantly get domed like this split second.
It looks like more than likely FaZe is gonna be on the out.
Today something was going on.
It looks like, yeah. I mean, honestly, I think it looks like FaZe still makes it in the 4th spot. Because I do think Oxygen.
Sure, it gets scary when we talk about it. They have a really good start, really good half. Then it goes back and forth.
I think Turtle Troop beats Oxygen, and I think it's by more than 4 rounds in between the two games. Although who knows, maybe Oxygen has like one of those weird like where they win like big in one game and then lose close in the others.
3 kills from your Astra, that shuts down any plan that FaZe had.
Which would keep FaZe out at that point.
Because it was map 1 a little bit closer,
but
everybody was doing their part and FaZe was having a standout performance from 1 or 2 people. The same kind of thing for FaZe here.
Because here's what's important when we look at this, right, chat?
From Moist,
FaZe is at -4,
solid performance
and their game is done.
Everybody's doing their part.
The game that's left is these 2 here.
We're starting to see
actually,
in this map specifically the gap.
Just circle those 2.
Creative. We're starting to see Moist no longer
or those 3, I
play
should
to the
say.
level of their opponents, but start to play their own game. And now you have to respect this Moist team, especially going to the mid-season face-off.
I mean,
Lotus
even technically Shopify could put themselves into that talk too if they were to beat G2. I just don't think they do.
Are a terrifying one for competitors.
It's the perfect time to be leveling up for any
I really do
team.
think that Turtle Troop Oxygen game
here in week 5
is going to be everything tomorrow.
Around the corner. That's definitely going to be shaking things.
Kind of like we talked about in our Challengers Corner video.
Exciting. That's it for this series, though. We do have our investor post series highlights and a word from one of our partners.
All right, chat. We're gonna get up on out of here, man. As per usual, I'm gonna jump off just a little bit early. We got a pretty busy day tomorrow.
Get a
Hold on.
personalized Bitmoji investor debit card and bank.
Yeah, we got a pretty busy day tomorrow. As it turns out, I don't have anything APAC in the morning. Because the Community Cup thing that I thought I was going to have going on is postponed. So I don't have that. We will have Zephyr Showdown that we're casting over in EMEA for some Apex tomorrow. And then Saturday we'll be live over on the Team Singularity channel with some more Apex doing South America. Doing their ALGS broadcast. All right. So more than likely we won't be doing anything over on this channel as far as watch parties until Sunday. More than like, well, no. That's not true. I'll pop live for a watch party tomorrow. After I'm done with Zephyr Showdown. So we'll probably be a little bit late, but I will be over here for FaZe Clan, or not FaZe Clan, for Oxygen versus Turtle Troop. And then after that is the other game, G2 versus Shopify. So we'll be live for that. Don't worry if you don't see me live at the start. It's just because we're probably not finished up over with the Apex cast. All right. Hold on, in case anyone is in here at once. The link for tomorrow will be over on Zephyr's channel. It's going to have some ALGS teams from the EMEA region, as well as some up-and-coming teams. It's the first qualifier for his May event. Zephyr's one of the 2 new ALGS casters this season, so I'm super excited to be able to jump on the desk with him and kind of start things off tomorrow. All right. Then we'll be live over here. Then we'll be live over on Singularity. Then we'll probably be back over here on Sunday. But if y'all are in here, if you haven't already done so, do me a favor, hit the like button. Seems to help as far as with the algorithm. Of course, if y'all haven't done so, hit that subscribe button. We're almost at 150, which means it puts us 50 away from 200. We're already climbing up on that first 200, which is pretty dope, man. I appreciate y'all coming through, hanging out. So we catch y'all over here for the next one, man. I need y'all to make sure y'all do me a huge favor with everything crazy going on in the world today. Be true, be you, be sincere. Game hard and love hard. All right, y'all. Catch you guys tomorrow, whether it's over here or over on Zephyr's channel. All right. Love y'all. Peace.